the motherland. Be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now, yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. Hero, I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul, yeah. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul, yeah.
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, woven pain, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. Hold the shots, bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? Hold the shots, bring it back to what it's not. Deepest oceans become poetry enough. Empty spaces turn to rust and dust. There's no wonder left for us to love. No warmth or shelter, just satellites above. Hold the shots, bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? Hold the shots, bring it back to what it's not.
When I met you in the club that night, the moment you arrived, it was more than nice to meet you. I know, baby, that you're one of a kind, with a body perfect and divine. Oh, so come and let the music play, so we can move our bodies. And girl, no matter what you do, just do it hot and naughty. We drink the bar 'cause we don't pay. Tonight nothing brings me down, down, down. Oh, I can tell you now, this is gonna be the best time of your life. I can see it now. This is gonna be the best time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, best time of your life. Finally, baby, we've been up all night. The sun's about to rise, and it's nothing but a feature dancing, moving slowly out of sight. Feeling vibrant and alive. Oh, let's do a thing and celebrate. Cruising a Ferrari, let's live it like it's the last day and head for the next party. There's nothing they can take away from me. Yeah, 'cause nothing brings me down, down, down. Oh, I can tell you now, this is gonna be the best time of your life. I can see it now. This is gonna be the best time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, best time of your life, best time of your life, best time of your life, best time of your life. I can feel it now.
On the floor, baby, you and me. It's easy like 1, 2, 3. I don't care if it's day or night. We together make me feel alright. It's a feeling that you can't describe. We don't stop till the morning light. Please, I know what you want and I set you free.
Starts when the sun used to set and the night is drawing me closer, right at your side. You're calling my name and you're shining your light to go? We got the body and snow and the future, you know. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? We got the body and snow and the future, you know. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Come on, let's get up and let it go.
Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck.
The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is alive. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time.
A freedom, a victim, and no
Restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight.
time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for outside your door. You'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. There you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない。理解不能のスピード100倍速い。地横なんて哀れよね。ねえ聞いてよな。負けの準備でもしておきな。Come try me if you down。悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にフェクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Driving モード始めようもう安全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にフェクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Driving の始めよう 身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいマディ純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah, but my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. I'm sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
So I got my Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun and give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. You don't wanna kill my vibe with the wrong beat. If you wanna feel alive, you gotta move your feet. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with a little Supremes and give into temptation. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I will do. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I will do. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun. Give me good vibrations. Give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Come on, come on. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Here we go. I don't really care about the fortune or the fame. Keep rolling on and holding on. Don't need that crown to reign. Push through all the pressures, just keep grinding 9 to 5. Yeah, I'm working hard, we playing hard. Goddamn, I feel alive. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. Here we go. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to
see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side, bad side? Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I'm far from your ordinary lover. I'm different from any other you've ever had before. So you must have me mixed up. You must have messed up. You won't make that mistake no more. Or I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. No, you don't want to see the monster inside of me, 'cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side, bad side? Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side, bad side? Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I may be more patient than the others. I tolerate the stress and all the mess and all the headache you bring. But listen to me, you'd rather have my good side than a dedicated enemy. 'Cause I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. You don't want to see the monster inside of me, 'cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side, bad side? Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side, bad side? Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my
Guys, sorry. Look, I've just come from the future. It's the year 2050 where I've come from. I've used my time machine to come back to Australia when it's a little bit hotter. Naimira, obviously, it's good to see you again. My present self meant to be casting you with you tonight, but he's unavailable. The reason I've come back to this time is because Australia gets really cold in about 30 years' time from now. And so, yeah, it's just kind of crazy. NA finally won Worlds, by the way. That happened 2049. They've been waiting a long time for that one, Naimira, but finally, man, it took that long. But North America, congrats to them in my present time. But it is good to be here, back on the LPLs. We start a brand new week. Brand new time, brand new week.
There's nothing quite as anxiety-inducing as about 10 seconds before we go live, you hear his hysteric say, "Oh, don't worry, I'm about to do a bit," and you don't have any other information about what's going to happen. But new week, new bit, new faces.
Dude, it's crazy where I'm from anyway. But hey, ladies and gentlemen, this is what happened yesterday. You know, I gotta say, coming into today, you know, our penultimate week of the LPL, things are heating up, and they have been for a little while, right? Teams like BLG looking fantastic. Nymera, was it you and I that cast this one actually?
It was, yes, because we went a bit crazy because the games went a bit crazy. Particularly this game, it was the level 1 from BLG, which got a kill to Zyre, and they just ran over the entirety of the second game with it. FPX are by no means a bad team. BLG are just that much better. Bin had a great series, Elk had an exceptional series in his own right, and this second game was on track to be one of our very fastest of the split. Couldn't quite get to that point after this top lane outer turret fight, but it was still incredibly dominant.
And how funny was it? I mean, again, it was just Elk taking over. It was the early kill given over. BLG with a 2-0. And then we went through the rest. And this is where Top Esports, again, showed us why they are a top team. Nymera, I think it's kind of interesting. I know you didn't cast this one, but Top Esports, like, their early game in the second game was hilarious like it was before. But this team is still just on another level versus some of these mid to bottom tier teams.
And this is a very important day to look back on. This series and the one which happens just after it too. This one, because I have to take a bit of an L here as well, because I was pretty certain that OMG had a good matchup into LNG. They'd already beaten them in the spring playoffs. And my opinion was OMG were going to walk away with a win from this series. They got scouted. Scout was absolutely on fire this series. And not like the other players on the roster weren't as well, but OMG were completely blown apart by them. And it makes me now reconsider what the heck is happening in our top 4, because I was considering OMG our third best team, with Top Esports again churning out another good victory yesterday, and LNG doing very well, and beating OMG. The power rankings have changed quite significantly.
Yeah, I mean, again, you put OMG up there, and I supported you on that basis as well. LNG and Top Esports have kind of just defined themselves as maybe top 4 themselves. Now, I think overall, like, we are now creating another bubble in that top tier rankings. It's incredible, considering that I think only a week ago, LNG were losing games that they shouldn't be losing. I cast your mind back to the LNG versus IG series, where IG picked up their second series win against the top tier team. And it's just hilarious. It's just LPL things at this point, Nymera. As we look at the standings in our penultimate week, we are starting week number 6, and only 2 teams out of 10, out of the 10 available spots, I should say, are locked into playoffs.
And this is where we start getting closer and closer to mathematical elimination and locking in as well. Some teams, you look at them and say, this is already very unlikely. TT, IG, LGD. You would have to pick up pretty much all of your series at this point and hope that some of these 5-win teams also lose every single one of their series. It's almost impossible for it to happen. And that gate is getting that much closer to being shut.
It's going to be hard as we look towards today. Remember, folks, IGAL, LGD, WE is what we've got ahead of us as well. And I feel like ultimately, things have changed here. Again, I miss Bailey. 50 years in the future, unfortunately. 30. Wasn't available, but we're actually doing a bit of a, not match of the week, rather, a best of the Rift, of week number 5. And this is who we had to look at. And man, seeing Uzi in best of the Rift after his performance is so well deserved with his return now on EDG.
I think a lot of people, after recent weeks, were going, oh, well, is Uzi really that good? EDG, they still don't look that good. I mean, go back and watch his games this week. His Ash and his Vayne series earlier in this week was absolutely insane. It kind of kickstarted a conversation for me, thinking about, heck, how good is LPL ADC currently compared to the role historically across the world? I feel like we're in a real golden era. Uzi is part of that. And you look across the rest of the Rift as well, we have some players which are really starting or continuing to have this run of form. I think particularly it's very important that Scout is continuing to have like these runs of forms, because in spring he was our MVP and he's one of the huge reasons why LNG was such a contender in spring.
Well, I think, look, again, Scout having that consistent run with Gala alongside, and Tangyuan actually getting best rookie of week number 5. ROG have stepped up a bit, Nymera, and it's nice to see that this guy's also accredited when he had a pretty rough start.
For sure, it's a conversation we've returned to a couple of times in terms of first couple of series from Tangyuan, and then also in spring as well. We're pretty shaky from this guy. It's not the same player, it feels like, nowadays, though. You can see direct comparison between particularly his Annie games from early into spring or summer and then what he's playing now. He's just really started to develop as a player.
And again, his debut split in the LPL, remembering that this guy came up for the LDL and was kind of hyped up as well as a top-tier mid laner, but I feel like LPL's a different beast. We've seen that with Tian Gen, who we will see later today as well. But this man, speaking of the opposite of inexperienced talent, Tien has come back as well. It's kind of funny in this like penultimate week leading into it. Tien looks like a top-tier jungler again. And on his Vi game the other day, like up against RA, this guy dominated.
Tien is such a hard player to get a read on because when we came into the year, even right in the first couple of weeks of spring, Tien was doing monstrous things in the early game on stuff like Poppy, and then of course the Vi came into fruition as well. And we thought that Tien was really looking like maybe our best jungler in the league. It's been a little while since we could say that he was competing for that again, but with a week like this and having Tien on form, that is great news for top esports because if they have that early game, you know that they will be able to get those gold leads into the right places with some of their star carries.
Well, for top esports, looking great in that regard as we look towards today. IG versus AL, LGD versus WE. Today is just about getting wins on the board. You're talking about it before. Some of these eventualities look pretty hard to make into a reality. Unless maybe you're WE, who haven't played as many games as anyone else. But the likes of AL, IG, LGD, big runs ahead of them. LGD on a hair's breadth to get eliminated at this point as well. But later on for WE, a chance for them to make that miracle run for a team that has come off the back of Road to Asia Games and has looked pretty back and forth. But Nymera, we start in IG and AL. And we start in a series which I think for the longest time, I don't remember when AL were higher in the standings. I don't remember when AL were a favorite in a matchup versus IG. Even in recent history, like IG have had a couple more wins and have been on the outskirts of playoffs.
So looking at AL, kind of doubling down on that, they're currently on a 3-win streak, which I think it's kind of slipped by me. But they've come away with 3 series wins. If they were to win against IG today, they would match the organization's longest win streak in the LPL, which was 4 wins, and that happened last summer. So while they are still at a point where they are very much scrambling for that playoffs kind of bracket, that mark of 5 wins as it stands currently. By the end of the split, you're expecting that to be more around, 7 series wins or something like that. It's going to be a very tight race for them, and that's even if they did pick up every single one of their wins. And that's obviously a far from a bygone conclusion. They still have to face against LNG, Weibo, Top Esports, OMG. This is a ridiculous end to the split for them, but they can at least get some feel-good moments from today if they can beat IG.
I will say on the other side, IG, I know like we're expecting them to be out over the next week with how rough their split has gone. But to end up their split, they've got JDG, Weibo, and even the Ultra Prime, who Ultra Prime has done a lot better than we expected this split. Like IG are going to struggle to get to 3 and 4 wins at the absolute maximum. And Nymera, we can kind of reflect on this as to why. This team has taken a chance on a rookie talent from the LDL. Tian Gen's come up. This Rengar OTP, and while he's had some impressive games here and there, I'd say, overall, he hasn't lived up to the hype, and it's kind of sad to see when so many LDL players do.
How do you frame this properly? It's a difficult conversation because I don't necessarily think it's all on the player. IG have had something like 5 different individual lineups throughout this split through different junglers, different top laners as well, because you should now be went off to represent Hong Kong in the Road to Asian Games as well. So there wasn't necessarily a stable ship for him to kind of get his sea legs on anyway. And then once he was even in the roster, which we've seen most commonly this split, it has felt as though they have been forcing this Rengar pick into compositions which don't fit Rengar, where Rengar is like a sole initiator, so kind of has to go bruiser, but really doesn't want to go bruiser, ends up going like 0 and 5, even worse than that at points too. So for me, part of it has been individual performance. I think you're right. You can't necessarily kind of forget about that, especially from a player that's so hyped up. You have to put a bit of a microscope on that one. But I don't really think the team has facilitated this player and his uniqueness either.
No, not at all. And I mean, again, it's rough because, as you were saying, You Should Know Me went off, played Road to Asia Games, but even his performance when he's been on the Rift hasn't been great. We've seen IG play with, in total, 9 players this split. When
Yeah.
Nani have all come up in top side as a substitute. Bei Sheng was there earlier in the split, and then they subbed him out for Tian Zhen again. And then Xiao Yueji came in for a game, a series, in place of Arn. Like, it's so funny to me, Nightmare, because they're obviously trying to find a dynamic, but none of them are really working that well. Even when they have someone like Cryan on the roster who's a lot of experience, even when Arn and Wink have developed their 2v2 and have gotten a lot better since previous splits, even when YSKM has such a huge ceiling, it's just sad to see IG crumble and look like this. Look, YSKM
How far does that
meditating on
chat
this
go
one.
back? He's like,
All the
yeah,
way,
just
brother.
don't mind me. It's like posting on like on his socials, like, don't mind me, just reclining on the LPL stage.
Yeah.
Do you reckon they could ask for a spa bed? Do you reckon they could get away with that?
Oh, foot rubs. Someone comes out, you pay him 20 yuan, give him.
Do they have
someone
them
gets a
30
foot
years
rub.
in the future? Have they survived? Is it?
Yeah, oh,
do you still do
100%,
that? Yeah.
dude. Masseuses, they run the world, brother. They run the world. In 2050, people that give massages are treated like royalty. They go home
Right.
to their mansion and their 3 wives, and they live their life, bro.
Turns
That's
out
what
that
happens.
See, all of the currency has collapsed. There is no paper or coinage anymore. It's all about like physical relaxation. Like if you've got a muscle cramp, that's money right there for someone. It makes so much sense.
Oh.
I can't believe we didn't see this earlier.
The food additives, you know, or they've gotten to a penultimate point where people now need massages every day, and so that is the industry to get into.
Oh, so it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. This is how the world economy now works. Because it's all
Yeah.
about the masseusi, you then create a need for them, and it's a self-fulfilling
Masseusi.
prophecy.
Is it actually Masusai, or are
No,
you just
it's
guessing
not.
along
That's
with me?
honestly, I was kind of no. I'll tell you what it was. When you were talking about the future, my mind immediately went to Star Wars, and there's a Masasai people in Star Wars, and that's what I was
Oh,
taking
yeah.
off of. Yeah, that's about as
Okay.
close as it got. The wonderful
Similar,
workers
except
of my
these
mind.
people just give massages.
They give massages, yeah.
on the regular. Very different in some regard, but very similar in others. Look, guys, our mentality going into this one is that AL have a hard road, but still favoured against IG. IG, again, messy as anything to say the least. But I will say, you know what I'm excited for coming today? I haven't done many AL series, but seeing iBoy back on the Rift for me is kind of fun, considering that, you know, they started with I'm gonna butcher this. Ju Choi. I hope I got that correct. But
That sounds about right.
He started, but of course, iBoy coming back in with Zora is hilarious because they were the RA bottom lane a split or two ago. So they've just transferred teams and are now playing with each other again as we get into pick a pad for 13-12 still. And of course, you ban the Rengar against the Rengar main. A lot of the time, not a big brainer.
You know what? I almost would have let it through, given the fact that IG have not really been great at setting up for the Rengar. For me, I've kind of looked at this and gone, well, okay. I mean, the Rengar's banned now. You've lost a red side ban, which is a little annoying. There's a lot of things which can get through at this point. Because something like a Phalios has been hugely valuable, but it's YSKM. You know, it's going to be one of his 4 top lane picks coming through. That's one of the other ones as well. The Fira being hovered on the other side, but Jack's first pick. It makes sense for IG as a team.
They have a lot of pocket picks here. I will say that ZDZ, I mean, he is a carry player, and I feel like ZDZ in the past has been underrated as that Renekton ban specifically against him despite it being strong in the meta, but for now, it looks like they're just going to set up the mid-jungle 2v2. Some teams, Nightmare, are still hovering towards this, even in 13-12, with a lot of other mid options away.
I think it's very hard to move away from the style of mid-jungle 2v2 that you're practiced with. I think for teams which have struggled a bit more. I am a little surprised that we haven't seen the Ahri Vi as consistently, and as you can see, Tenjin is kind of hovering towards some of those other picks which would combo up very well with the Ahri. The last game I remember seeing of Nocturne Ahri was actually in the early C. I think it was Mad Lions that played out with that. Your engage range is absolutely absurd, and if someone is in a side lane, Ahri, Nocturne come flying in with their ultimates. They get to cross so many walls and so much distance. And having someone like a Camille can also help with it. This is a very top-sided draft that they're currently hovering over from AL. So as much as we were talking about iBoy and Zora, this is a lot of damage and combinations you can have towards the top side of the map. Honestly, from both teams right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, cementing it with the cannon as well just hits that point on the head as Spot side completely untouched. Milio, Rel, Nautilus, Nymera, we could go on with the list. Supports have been the priority ban here. Just kind of letting whatever AD carries left up and available, maybe outside of Varus, find its way through.
Varus has kind of been creeping his way back in. Feels like he's had a much easier laning phase. You hit a couple of AD carries here, and something like a Kai'Sa becomes a lot more valuable too, because all Kai'Sa needs to do is survive laning phase, and we have a lot of very good Kai'Sas here in the LPL. We have a lot of people to learn from. That's exactly why it's gone. It's taken off the table, not being allowed that one.
iBoy was a bit of a god like Varus when he was playing on EDG in 2018, 2019. So I'm just going to hold that thought there. Is Draven against Ard as well? It makes a lot of sense when you've seen how these guys play the 2v2. And so outside of what I was expecting, it was only one support ban. We just got to see, Nymera, do IG get rid of the Rel? Do they care about it that much? Or are they just going to focus on something like the Varus here instead that we highlighted before? Surely. Right? I mean, it is iBoy. Again,
Phalios
fantastic
is there
Varus
too.
historically.
Okay,
Rakan.
it's going to be the Rakan. So I think Rakan is one of the more mobile supports that you had left for the combo. And of course, iBoy, no slouch on the Xayah either. Removes that combo at least. It's one of your few remaining options which has answers to the Vi ultimate. Very few AD carries have that self-heal capability. However, if you want to add into your own combo, into your own engage, something like that, Phalios would be very, very valuable. So you get to Gale Force forwards, throw your Moonlight Vigil out alongside something like a Kennen or the Nocturne Ahri combo. So that's very valuable. But then again, on the other side now, that Xayah self-heal is also very valuable versus a lot of the point and click and huge follow-up from anyone's Legend.
And for someone like Wink as well, who's favored some of these engaged supports, he has the options to partner with this. Blitzcrank's been played by Wink quite a bit, actually. Things like the Nautilus as well. Just to keep that left over. IG, their bottom lane, their 2v2, has been something to kind of marvel at, whether it's been great or bad throughout the split, throughout a couple of splits now as well. But putting Wink on engaged Nymera, putting him on agency, feels like the right way to go with this, I guess, new IG team.
Hovering between two sides of a matchup that's likely to come through. If you lock in the Braum, the Nautilus is probably going to get locked in by Zora anyway. They take the Nautilus away. Now, you are really looking to keep on team with this draft, if at all possible, from Zora, something that can go forward. So something like Leona might not go amiss. We could also see potential of something like Alistair. Tends to be okay into this melee support matchup. However, if you want to have something which does better in the laning phase, and necessarily go towards something like that Braum as well. I think Wink knew what was up. If you didn't pick the Braum or the Nautilus, the other one was going over the other side. And it is going to be the Braum rounding out the draft from AL. So it's better in laning phase, maybe. Not exactly sure how that's going to be working alongside the aggressive combo, though.
But I'll tell you one thing for both comps, level 6 is going to be a hell of a lot of fun here. As we know, the LPL will never say no to a skirmish. And both these teams, those go buttons, Nymera, it feels like they just sit in 6 naturally as you expect the action to pop from there.
So, level 6, a lot of farming involved in that one. Nocturne is not bad at bullying out some jungle matchups early on if he runs into them, especially with Vi having a number of nerfs over the last the last couple of years of pro play. She's been so dominant, has felt like it's taken an awful lot of hits to try and get that champion back into line. Very interested to see who starts to kind of make the most of their priority lanes and whether these junglers can get an early level 6 off of that.
Well, we'll wait and see. As Nymera said, we'll start off the game with a bit of farming and lead into it as IG and AL fighting for tournament life here. IG feel like they're already out, guys. Let's be real. 2-9. How do you recover from that? But 4-7 ain't the worst. AL actually have a chance of making a dream run. We said their schedule is one of the hardest left remaining with LNG, Weibo, OMG, Top Esports. But if you win here, anything's possible. As we've all seen, the Kung Fu Panda can do absolutely anything. Look at the logo. Tell me I'm wrong as we round up into game number 1 to see who can get the party started. Look, I'll be honest. AL, I haven't casted them much this split, but I am looking forward to it. Whenever Xiaohao's on the Rift, whenever iBoy's on the Rift, you get entertainment. Regardless of what split it is, that thing stays the same. As we finally welcome you here.
And of course, the LGDs at the end of the JOs. It is tradition at this point. So, onto the Rift we go. Xiaohao, for those of you who are kind of tracking this player's progress in spring and then into summer as well, I kind of characterized him as the Lee Sin player, kind of left in the LPL. Felt like AL were finding some of those few and far between wins when they were struggling more in spring with those early game pressure junglers. But recently it has felt like Xiaohao's had a lot of value out of something like this Nocturne. Still allowing you to be aggressive, but not necessarily in the early parts of the game, more about that mid game. Crying's going to get a good trade here, gets the stun. In fact, going to be able to walk away even from any kind of counter trade. Gets rid of that bone plating very early from Harder.
That's the perfect way to start off, isn't it? Crying has been kind of the cornerstone of some of IG's success. Had some really big pop-off series, or rather games, I think even within some of the losing series this split. It's been nice to see as he's, you know, joined a squad that is a little bit messy at the moment. YS Camp inconsistency, to say the least, as some trading to start off this top side as well with ZDZ getting favorable. But him and Tianjin, I think, have been some of the weakest members of IG so far. As this time, Tianjin on something a little bit more normal, I guess. Walking away from things like the Rengar. Hell, we haven't had Ivan from him. We've had Rengar the most. We have had some normality, but there's the Lee Sin. There's things like the Poppy as well that go outside of that. The Kindred, a little bit rarer too. That Tianjin's tried to pilot, but to no success so far this split.
So, the Vi, it's about as easy as it gets when it's about when it kind of comes to what your play pattern should be. Everyone knows what Vi should do. Combo up with one of your laners and just lock down that first target as well as you possibly can. It allows you to reach someone even high mobility like the Ahri or as far into the backline like that of Aphelios. So Tianjin looking to combo up as well as possible, something which IG have struggled with. I think that's been one of their big kind of downfalls, is that their ability to combo as a team has been a bit off. It has felt like Tianjin just like, what is happening here, Xiaohao?
That's Xiaohao, I guess, but Crying. I mean,
what? They're like, how did he get there?
Yeah. Oh my god. What an absolute boss. What an absolute
I think he was trying to
baller.
see 30 years into the future. What?
He
What?
was indeed.
Huh?
Zora also just flashed away.
What are we
But
doing?
he's a prom. Dude, Flash is a philosophy, not a summoner spell.
It's also a mediocre movie that's just released, so that doesn't make it any less important in this one. I mean, what are we doing here, folks? I mean, I don't get it. Maybe having the level 2 to level 3 in the bot lane, Zora says, okay, I don't want to take that hook and take a bad trade before I have my... I guess he would have had Stan behind me coming up at level 3. I think he already unlocked his shield, so maybe he thought he would be in a bit of danger, but this is odd stuff.
Yep. But it is AL philosophy. Honestly, like, Xiaohao, I expect it. Of course, Zora burned his flash on our screen moments afterwards. But I will say, I remember Xiaohao's debut into the split. It's kind of like how I remember people like Bo. Who else do we have who was an absolute chat? Jeje. Game 1 on Olaf is harder. Always going to be flashed on by Crying. Here he goes. Tianjin's in, but Xiaohao covering, trying to kill Crying as
He doesn't
Xiaohao,
have flash!
a flash there would be so good. Now trying onto Crying, he won't die. Imagine if Xiaohao had flash for the play.
This is painful to watch a little bit. I just don't understand, man. I just don't understand. Normally, you could get an idea of what they're attempting. I suppose in the mid lane play, it was about trying to maybe catch Crying on a wave that he was pushing in with. Where is this replay going? Okay, it's going back to the start of the CBT. So Harder is the one who is punished for pushing in the wave. This lane has, of course, a lot of CC on either side between the Annie and the Ahri to set up. It's not level 6 just yet. You can see the value which Nocturne has out of his Keystone passive earlier, that lethal tempo. The Nocturne does have a lot of damage, but you just don't have the ability to stick to your targets if you don't have the flash.
True. He would just go up topside scuttle after the fact and walk through his camp. Still up in CS, but the kill went over to Crying for first blood. And Harder also burned his summoner, so... But Tianjin might be punishable here in the next 30 seconds, seeing if Harder overextends. And Tianjin can find an angle before 6, but very unlikely as 2 more minions. And Harder will just get the ulti. Crying, gonna burn his first, though. Nice timing window here, as Harder gets to half HP. Now finally has his own.
This is the nature of this matchup. It's one of the reasons, honestly... Oh, okay, ult's on top side.
the boys. Well, Wisecam just walking it out. ZDZ getting a good trade, and I guess we stop there.
So both of these solo lane matchups kind of doing the same thing and using the ults to stop the enemy laner from moving, because you have something like a cannon or an Ahri or the Annie in this case. I mean, the Annie's the one kind of initiating this trade, but sometimes you just drop your ultimate to make sure that the other laner doesn't have the HP to walk into river. In this case, it's not going to stop anyone's Legend heading towards their first objective of the game, and as we said, Nocturne does quite well if you're diving into him early because of that lethal temper, but Ibor's missed the memo a bit.
He has, but I think it's a bait. I think IG are the ones who should be looking at the memo, because why would you continue pushing that when jungle's bot side? You just saw them move down onto Dragon. Wink now loses his flash because of it and half HP. And just like that, AL looks like a safer start to Dragon with mid push, with bot push, and a free summoner.
That play looks very different if Iboy does not have Nerves of Steel, but he backstabs well in the bush. Means that the hook does not connect from Wink, and you walk away with a summoner advantage. Dragon is not going to be started up. I think that with kind of various resets coming through, I think that Xiaohao and crew feel like that was not the time, especially with Xiaohao so close to level 6 and camps on the board. He's going back towards Dragon now after getting a couple more camps. I don't think he's going to be interrupted this time.
No, look, the ward's still on the back of the pit, so at least they'll know on the side of IG, but as you were saying, AL feeling pretty confident to start this one up. Harder still having shoved towards mid. And this first Dragon just taken off the back of some very strange passages of play. Now, from this Dragon as well, let's just see, Xiaohao going to be level 6? That's the biggest question. Amira? He's close. Won't find it just yet. Tianjin should be 6 off of this? Yeah, absolutely. So top's in trouble.
Has flash, has ult in a couple of seconds. Wisecam doesn't have the best gap close right now without a flash of his own. It's going to be on Tianjin to lock him down.
Lucky timing. Tianjin was going for Tri-Brush at the time. Ward spots out the edge of his shadow as he just has to leave now, and ZDZ is going to stay safe from the play. You can see as well, Zora moving topside in Americas. 8 minutes, Herald is up, and AL putting priority into this basket. Wink doing the same. We're about to get our first fight, like clockwork.
And it is. Level 6 is on the table. Herald is typically determined by who has the best ultimates of the game before you have any of those items built up. Something like that by ultimate has a lot of value. It has to combo into something else. It is about this coordination between the teams. As it stands, Wink and Cryin, they have a really good angle here.
They do indeed, but again, slow from AL to start things off. At the very least, Paranoia used on top of the jungler. This time, Flash burned perfectly as Tianjin drops, but for Herald, you're still going to call that worth, especially with the only kill going down.
And it's also onto the Dark Seal, the Ahri bought before that first big fight of the game. So first ultimate gets 2 stacks, a little bit of AP built up for harder. And if you can continue now playing around this Nocturne Ahri combo and start snowballing, that is a win condition for anyone's Legend, despite the fact that they missed out on that earlier mid lane 2v2.
And let's not forget, Arn stayed bot. He didn't even go topside. AL committed resources up there, and Arn just stayed on bot side turret and took 2 free plates in the meantime. For the team that got Herald, that is ridiculous. That should never happen, Iberia. Like, how are they allowed to capitalize on both sides of the map at the same time?
Yeah, that is awkward. So despite the kill going over to AL, the overall passage of play probably does go in favor of IG, especially if you can use that Herald as a big power play to keep getting someone like the Xayah ahead. Because suddenly, if you have, big Xayah getting those plates and then also getting a Herald dumped into them later, this kind of dive combo into a fed Xayah does not look the same as onto an early level kind of vibe.
Just rough around the edges. IG have got themselves a first item on the Xayah now as well, so Arn in a good spot here despite being down a little bit of CS. That'll change once this wave crashes as Wink waits over the wall with his Hex Flash, wants to find a little bit of a pick, and when Tianjin coming in, should be easy, but a Winter's Bite to slow him down. Spotted out as Tianjin now still lies and waits. Gonna get the ulti. Iboy has double summons available with the depth charge. He'll be kept in place for a little bit, but he's so far away. So they just take what's in front of them, with Arn getting another kill onto Zora, as meanwhile Tianjin so close to dying. Xiaohao with no paranoia, and Iboy not landing the final burst. So IG again, another pick.
I have to say, I was quite surprised that it came out with as clean a kill as it was onto Zora. You can see the amount of turnaround damage. I think Zora maybe put himself in a bad position to get locked up by the Vi ultimate, knocked aside by that one, but IG, they walk away with the kill. It's more gold into the side of IG. ZDZ now ulting topside.
Yeah, he is. Mainly for the wave, but I guess damage as well. Can't hurt onto Wire's Cam, who just runs away. That's a 30 CS lead topside, by the way. That's just come out of nowhere despite the top gank attempted before.
I mean, I'm not going to say it's kind of expected to be like a 30 CS lead, but Kennen has always been a Jax answer. We've kind of seen the matchup go a little bit back and forth. In this case, the problem is your junglers just use bot side, and there's a Nocturne on the other side. Every time there's a hard trade, you have to ask yourself, is there an Ahri in my lane with a Nocturne alongside them as well? Because someone like that Jax is not nearly tanky enough to withstand a 3-person dive.
The great thing is, as soon as you get that Hextech Alternator as well, some of that poke damage, some of that trading becomes so hard for Jax to withstand. Merc trades aren't going to do much here, and even the Sheen trading you've seen isn't worth talking about. As ZDZ, now with the level lead as well, he saw YSKM teleport back in just to take half his health. I mean, Xiaohao now on the top side, Namira. Not going to be spotted out, but here, just in case, Tianjin is as well.
This flash on the cannon would be able to get them out of tower range. Lockdown's recalled, so won't be able to impact that play. So as it stands, Xiaohao not been able to have the impacts he would have loved to very early on into this game. That one kill around Herald was nice. You can see the blueprint for what you can do with these combos later on. Luckily, the lanes from Anyone's Legend are doing more than fine enough, particularly in this top side. This is going to be such a big problem. And because the cannon now has flash and teleport available for the next play, you need to be very careful about your next Herald play. If there's a ward behind you, particularly because Unleashed Teleport is available, see Herald being dropped.
Zora's going to check it in, but Depth Charge hitting Eyeboy again. That's a Gravitum to hold them in place as Xiaohao thinks about Paranoia. You can see that Harder's also willing to come in as IG have committed 4 members to the bottom side of the map. It is going to be match, and Nymera, as you said, Teleport is available there, while Herald at least giving some gold to Arn, who was already benefiting off that open bot site during the Herald take.
Yeah, still a win for Invictus Gaming throughout this play. Anyone's Legend couldn't get themselves the big turnaround play that they would have liked. I think they're really hoping for IG to overcommit and then for a teleport or a big Ahri ult to come in to kind of start cleaning up the play. Eyeboy already starting to threaten with his ultimates on the other side of things. So very interested to see where the next Nocturne ult comes in. Feels like with the Herald off the table, they feel a little bit more free to make a big play. They're starting up this Dragon, trying to hold the Invictus Gaming lanes away from the river.
Will be second one for AEL. Give them a good stack in this game as Tianjin wants to steal it, but over the wall, ambitious. He gets charmed straight away. Paranoia turns off the lights and he's nuked out of existence, but Eyeboy now in a bad spot with Arn free hitting him. Ignite, flash forward. Arn on the Zaya having a great old time as he now has to face the fury of Zora and pause that because there's none. ZDZ chasing up Wink and he comes in like a wrecking ball with Harder picking up a double. It's a 3 for 2 in favor of AL, and they got the Dragon. Somehow they cleaned that up nicely.
That is a great fight for Anyone's Legend. Harder is the big beneficiary, picks up 3 kills with the Dark Seal in there as well. 8 stacks. This is genuinely getting towards the point where this Ahri could be a huge damage threat. IG need to be very careful now if they kind of like throw a fight so loosely towards them again. Something like this Nocturne, again, if they go uninterrupted in these fights, does a lot of damage, gets a huge amount of burst onto the Vi very early on, and suddenly the Vi just doesn't get the follow-up Q onto Eyeboy. It allows him to put down a turret and get a little bit more damage. It starts off the snowball coming in from Anyone's Legend. That's before you had the cannon ult, which we saw just there. And while at least there are a couple of kills going back the other way, when the fights get more broken, it does feel like Anyone's Legend have had the advantage.
God, that solo lane synergy working wonders there. Is Harder 4-1, as you said, but might even be more. Arn has no ulti from the fight. Easy charm. 5-1, man. Ahri just smurfing on these kids.
I want to see a Medjose, man. I want to see it. He's at full stacks on the Dark Seal, and if you, this is the kind of game you want to do it with it, right? Especially with Anyone's Legend in a point where they are starting to snowball. You're using these combos well. You got max stats on that item. You have your mythic item already. It's a great cheap bump of power. That'll be so important for them. Harder really starting to take over this game.
Level 11 as well. Everfrost will be developing into second item shortly. Harder sitting in side lane completely by himself. Minion Wave will help him out in a quick moment to get that that bottom top tier turret. Holy crap, let's try English again. Bottom tier 1 turret. Holy moly, one language and absolutely flub it. I did do it. We got there in the end, but hey, I mean, Harder will as well. So Wisecam can't do a thing. Gold goes into his pocket alone. They are going to try and kill him. But Wisecam, as he comes in, his charm disconnects. It's hard. I mean, Spirit Rush, and just like that, you're out.
You had Flash, had Spirit Rush, had the Everfrost as well. So very, very safe in the side lane. Looks like Hard is going towards something like that Banshee second to just stop himself being completely zeroed out by something like an Annie on the side. It means that at least try and lose a lot of APC in this game. This is just electrocute landing. Great ability to trade through the minion wave. And what I've really liked from Hard in this game, and this is a, I'm going to paraphrase something that Azael says about World of Warcraft PvP, which is you use your less important cooldowns to force more important things from the enemy. And if you hold onto your charm long enough, it's not really like a huge trade at that point. It means it's just so guaranteed afterwards. Looks like a guaranteed kill here as well, the Nocta.
It is. Paranoia, nuke him down. I mean, Counter-Strike gives him a bit of time. Wisecam tries, but ZDZ is another fierce force. As Xiaohao showing us too, while IG try and break open the top side of this map, but there's threats everywhere else.
IG feels like they just don't have control anyway, does it? Wisecam, first pick on this Jax. We know he has a shallow champion pool, but he's been really punished this game. ZDZ having an awesome game himself, and Harder, the other solo lane, taking accounts into his own hands. So really, what are the options from IG? They're trying to combo up somewhere. They have a teleport and a flash from Wisecam should a player erupt somewhere after he has respawned. But Tianxian, poor guy, had himself an okay early play in that mid lane CV2 and a couple of the Herald plays afterwards, but the leads just haven't been there for him to combo on the top side of the map.
No, it really feels like the only person who's been benefiting off this game, having a clean performance, feels like Arn, I guess. I mean, the bot side got time alone. That's why you see Navori Quickblades picked up here by the Xayah, sharing some of the gold from the Rift Herald play. There's an advantage to say the least. So right now, Nomira, as third dragon comes up, we need to look at IG's 80 carry, maybe even Cryan aside that mix. What can they do? Because AL, they might not be in the same item parity for people like iBoy, but we know that that all-in is up again with ZDZ's flash, 20 seconds off cooldown with the ult. Xiaohao's ult as well, Harder, having summoners and his ulti too. There are a lot of easy tools that AL have been showing off so far in their fights.
Yeah, to bring it back to the question of, what do IG do? It has to start with trying to get into River first, or making AL's life very hard to get in towards it.
Oh, an attempt. Is that one bit? Okay, onto Zora. They're using things on Brom. Stun is now down. But as you said, getting a River first, I mean, that looks hard. Everfrost, poke, Wisecam at half health. That makes Dragon a little bit harder.
Yeah, you just can't allow AL to set up in the terrain. He has to teleport back into the fray now. There's a flank teleport coming in from AL, though. I think this is a great timing from ZDZ.
With Wisecam going to be slow to the punch, ZDZ is cleansing out the wards. IG are like, where is that little rat? As this Paranoia puts out the light, ZDZ, get ready, strap yourself in to the electric chair! Ooh, it's over. ZDZ will die, but AL will clean up the rest with Wisecam counter-striking, but no, it's an orb of deception, and AL clean them out.
Anyone's Legend are just so much more coordinated than Invictus Gaming. As soon as the lights go out, it feels like so does the EKG machine as well. Heartbeat stop for every single member on the side of Invictus Gaming. It is so rough. You're walking away with so much more gold to face against, and this is precisely why it feels so bad to have to walk into AL when they're already on the objective, and they're already on the river. You have to already go into a Braum, but you're opening yourself up to be dove onto by the Nocturne and the Cannon flying into the backline as well. Yeah, ZDZ dies on the backline, and at least there are some kills going to the side of YSKM, but you still lose the Dragon, you still lose the fight handedly.
Well, AL's coaching staff, just like, hey, it's a win of a fight. Harder, by the way, 7-1-2. Despite ZDZ, kind of shocking and awing. I mean, that was 4.1k damage. And he did die pretty quick, to be fair. So that's pretty good.
No exhaust, man. I mean, you don't have an exhaust anywhere on the side of IG. It's something that you'd love to have against the Cannon, but you'd love to just win lane as well. Clemson's going in.
Okay, well, trying to follow up on Zora. Cryan's also TP'd onto iBoy. Great target selection as Gravitum keeps him from getting near, but Paranoia lines them up as yet again Harder. Look at the angle over the wall. ZDZ's only a one-man. but harder, better, faster, stronger from the Ari. Yet again, ignores Wink, leaves for ZDZ. The ulti from iBoy doesn't connect, but the charm does. This guy, we do not talk about him this much, but today, he is in the spotlight for a reason.
And I absolutely love it when you see Ari players take that active role in the game, be the setup, but also be the damage. Harder is having a magnificent game on the champion, and it's really allowing Annual's Legend to take the initial burst of a fight and then roll over into these full clean aces.
Is this his best game we've ever seen in the LPL? I mean, I feel like I never talk about this guy. Look at the replay again, because Nymera, IG did TP for this. They had numbers at first.
They did, but they're delayed so much, and Cryan, despite him having, you know, the Annie, which he's had a lot of success on, he's only hitting the one target, and in an even game state, having that only one target being the AD carry, that would be fine. But you have another damage threat on the field at this point. You have several, right? The Cannon's part of that, the Ari's part of it too, and because Harder went towards that Shadow Flame second, there's a little bit more flat Magic Pen and more burst, and he has finally got the Magi's. I will say, this is one of my annoying points, he's going to immediately die now, it's the way of things.
Oh no, he is indeed. Golden waiting for Paranoia, hang on, he's got Spirit Rush. He might have a stack, he got a kill, he's back over. Everfrost doesn't connect, but onto Wink, he's a one-shot. ZDZ taking the kill, and Nymera,
this guy!
You might have jinxed it in a good way for him.
I gotta say, this is always the curse. Even the curse of the Magi's cannot stop Harder.
Tianzhen just trying to run back to base, but ZDZ gets a stun, and walking in has never been so easy for Xiao Hao. Now the Cannon lining up his stats as well, as 19-6, suddenly a 10k gold lead. AL are dismantling IG in very firm fashion.
Will say, one of my pet peeves is that if you get a load of kills when you're stuck at 10 stacks in the Dark Seal, you've effectively lost Magi stacks. If you'd gotten this Magi's the second time, you would be on 25 stacks and utterly flying away. Now, Harder's playing very well. It's not going to change the outcome of this game. But at this point now, you're up beyond those 10 stacks, has a Zhonya's to protect those stacks as well. I really love the aggressive thinking, the proactive thinking from Harder. This one's a little bit awkward, right? But he already had the stopwatch in inventory. Just sitting on the stopwatch for that one-use active is so important because it stops the full one-shot coming through. It allows you to get this first kill through. And when you have a lot of damage on Ari, damage is safety because it allows you to get resets more easily. Your heal on your passive scales off of AP and allows you to get turnarounds like that.
That's a good point. And as you said, I mean, look, 3 and a bit items. This guy is now going to be destroying people like Arn Cryan as they all in. I mean, even iBoy and Zora, what you'd say are the weakest members of this game, are feeling themselves as well. As AL set up bottom side, it's Cryan who's by himself in top. But the problem is that AL have the Baron. You are splitting as an Annie versus a Baroned up team. I guess IG are just saying, like, what else can we do?
There are very few options. You really would look for that AoE teamfight engage, but you don't have flash on Cryan. That would be one of your huge moments you'd be looking for. Tianzhen as well, also not had the same amount of ability to go towards that. Multiple inhibs falling. This is the moment, IG. That ain't the moment, IG.
Look at the synergy. The absolute synergy with timing. Thomas the Tank Engine couldn't even line him up that well.
They've all loaded into the Millennium Falcon. Punch it, Chewie. Go to hyperspace.
AL now sitting in brush. I mean, they're waiting for IG to walk in. YSCam, by the way, TP'd to that top ward and wasn't able to pull off any kind of flank. As this is Dragon Soul, and walking into an RE, oh, that hurts. They're going to get a dredge line, but to his death as Paranoia to fly in. Guess who's frontlining? For some reason, Cryan just standing there as ZDZ doing it again. YSCam flashes for the solo kill, but doesn't get that either. And IG are wiped once more with the teleport to seal the deal. And Harder 12-1-8. Remember this day. This guy has popped off, and I feel like he's getting some respect finally on Summoner's Rift.
25 stacks on the book. And I have to say, Harder, walking away from this game, it's the little things which I appreciate. Now, of course, I watch an awful lot of our replay. We all do now, because it's such a priority pro champion. But as an Ari main myself, I look at the way that so for instance, it's kind of like when you play Tristana, right? Where sometimes you will leave a kill and you'll jump before the kill comes in, so you get your reset to chase down the next target. He does that in that last fight. He's consistently holding on to his charm, saving it for the most important moment, rather than just throwing it out at random. Harder had a really good mentality in this game to be a carry, to also be that setup as well, and to take over the game.
Yeah. I mean, look, again, you know, it wasn't even through lack of setup as well. It was just some of those skirmishes, Nightmare, some of AL's ability to take fights, like ZDZ's angles on the cannon. I think as well, Xiao Hao, despite the flash over the wall in the early game, had a pretty good time once he switched on the ulti, once he hits level 6. So, you know, props to AL. Overall, you're so excited to see AL like this because they have a very difficult run ahead of them, and they have to show that they are way better than teams like IG, because, you know, they have struggled by teams like FPX in the past. They have lost to the LGDs, even the Ultra Primes, the WEs, if you want to put them on that same era, and the NIPs. So here at the end of the split against IG, it's a very good thing to see players like Harder even pop off, who, again, I think it's been few and far between since the last time I was talking about this guy.
No, and it did kind of feel like this team was fairly quiet. It felt like this three series win streak kind of snuck up on us a little bit, but suddenly, you know, this was a very coordinated game. It felt like the team fight instincts were very good, and particularly the solo laners, they kind of knew when the team fight was already won, so they kind of switched mentality into, okay, how do we start winning this fight, to, okay, we're already winning this fight, how do we roll it over into a clean ace? When those fights were starting to get won, you could just tell it was going to be a 5-kill fight. They were always going to chase down all those members, and that sort of coordination has been utterly missing from IG. And we've seen this for multiple series now, where I don't think it's necessarily a problem of just Shenzhen or something like that. I think that the Vi in this game didn't manage to achieve that much. I don't necessarily think it was for lack of trying. I think when you have a top lane that's fallen apart so much, and the rest of the lanes not really being able to proactively put themselves into the game, it's very hard for IG to put their pieces together.
Yep, you ask yourself, what can you do? I mean, Tianjin, one moment here or there, you know, crying the same. Like Arn gets solo time with turret, but IG, they've had this problem all split long. And it's been something that we've highlighted cast after cast. IG lack proactivity, Nightmare. You know, it's only when they're so far behind that they pull out this proactive move, and you're like, well, would have been great to see this 10, 15 minutes ago. IG are a team who I think are the least proactive in the LPL right now, or their decision-making is just completely off the track. So, I don't know, from what I've seen, and I have seen a lot of IG so far, and I've actually casted it, I feel like this team is just hitting exactly what we expect over the weeks. This was another game of it, as, yeah, not much to talk about from their end.
I now go into the second draft kind of with a mentality of saying, okay, we need to see some hyper-winning lanes for IG, particularly for YSKM. I think you have to remove something like a cannon if you're going to play that Jax. I think ZDC has shown that you will. It's a very risky and kind of bold draft move to lock in something which can be so countered at that point, especially very early into that draft. I think that you can fix a lot of proactivity with winning lanes and having individual advantages. I think even top esports showed that, even when they were suffering back in spring and parts of summer. And I see you've been joined by your furry friend again in the background.
He tries to get comfortable in his bed, but he like shuffles it. Look at him. What does that do?
All I have is like a couple of Pokemon on the shelf here. That's all I have. That's what I've got to contribute to this.
What is he doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
I think every League of Legends cast should have like a furry animal in the background. I think every cast would be added to by that.
He tries to get comfortable, so he like moves it into submission. I don't know what he does, but he's comfortable now. Okay. Whoa. All right, break time, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take 5 and then return with game 2 after this.
Oh my god, is that Neferi? Oh my god, can I get an interview with Neferi?
Oh, wow.
We're getting a dive. Tower here. What is going on? JDG! They're just trying trying to flex all over NIP here. Gaddafi goes down for a second time as Shadow has arrived. You get 2 kills for Ruler. Angel's here now too. And we got chaos early here, Kitty. As Knight's trying to make it away, does get Vault Breakered in the end. Angel has died to Ruler. One more auto. No, he heals. It's not enough. The fadeaway shot, and Ruler now has 3 kills out of seemingly nowhere. A magician with his hat.
Oh,
Can Shadow shut him down? No, give him a 4th kill, because why not?
Yeah, we're getting to the point now as well where Uzi, 4 items on the Ezreal, like, this is an absurdly fed carry with an Ocean Soul as Uzi flashes away from the Pop Blossom. Here comes Ning on the back line. I don't know if he has the damage to kill him. Uzi manages to kite it out. That was gorgeous play. Triple kill for Uzi as he looks for more. Fofo stealing the multi-kill, but EDG stealing the crowd here today. What domination in game 2.
Are kind of in a very similar boat where they have to wait. Oh boy. For a long time.
Hung's just going to get brought back there. There's nothing really he can do, but he's still taking up a storm. Is going to get the flash out. Not able to get it is Uzi, but Hope is going to take the brunt of Uzi's ire. And Uzi comes up big. We got to get him cut out here, though, as Iwandi's trying to take him down. He's healing a lot. He takes out another, and that's huge for EDG. He can't get the 3rd, though. Mako on the other side of Dodge, but it doesn't matter because WE have crumbled to dust.
The players as Ultimate's popped in the bottom side and LWX is here as well, but the Shy just jumps on top of him and turns him to pieces. The Shy is an absolute monster in the 2v1.
I mean, Cube, right? Guys, I'm complaining about Cassante, but Cube has still put on a clinic. Like, there is still a part of this game that Cube is still nailing. As LNG forces TP from WE because they're around this dragon. It's going to be dragon number 3. We begin with another 5v5 in a 32-kill game, as that was a blind arc to stop Hung. Gets him to the backline, though. That's only onto Hung. But the jungler's burnt down. Seeker running in. Needlework, number 1 doesn't connect, but it's an AoE. The kinematic future scout knocks him away so that he gets his own kills. Gala flies in, flushes over. Quadra kill. Gala is legendary. You know, it's Penta time for one of the best ADs in the damn business.
On the floor, baby, you and me. It's easy like 1, 2, 3. I don't care if it's day or night. We together make me feel alright. It's a feeling that you can't describe. We don't stop till the morning light. Please, I know what you want, that'll set you free.
Starts when the sun used to set and the night is drawing me closer, right at your side. You're calling my name and you're shining your light down on me.
It's easy like 1, 2, 3.
Pushing me, spinning me, turning me round. You drop me and then you catch me. You're freaking me, creeping me, making me scream out for more.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after AL kind of shellacked around the bushes of IG. We had a interesting start to game number 1 of this series with some mighty good flashes. But all I can say is that you missed out on AL really putting the pieces together and making short work of IG. And I think under 30 minutes in the end, I'm Asterix, this is Nymera. That is Bailey. And who is MVP, Nymera? Who got MVP?
Well, we have the dog. I've added a cat into the background, and the MVP was the fox in the mid lane. It was harder from the mid lane. That was a heck of a game on the Ahri. I think a lot of us are quite used to, myself in a very sad way as well, are very used to seeing quite passive Ahris that just kind of survive lane. They add an Everfrost into the play. That wasn't the case in this game. Harder really took control of the game as soon as even that first combo at Herald gave him that first kill. Felt like Harder just never looked back. Every fight, Harder was resetting and killing everyone.
No, I mean, again, one of his best games of his split, I feel like of his tournament life as well here in the LPL. Harder was so clean, and Nightmare, I mean, you are the Ahri caster out of anyone. Let's be real, like, was this top tier? Was this what you wanted to see out of this man?
When I think of pro Ahri players, in pro it has felt like, again, like it's been a very passive pick. In regards to pro Ahris, this is one of the better games that I've seen this season. I think there are a couple of different archetypes of Ahri players. I think you have like your Faker, Xiaohu kind of play, where you are there to get multi-person Everfrost, Zhonya's in the front line, use your HP as a resource, and make sure someone like an Aphelios can carry the game. Then you have your players like, particularly Knights, I think kind of springs to mind on this, and someone like Angel, actually, it sticks on this list as well, where you actually are the person who's resetting and being a damage threat. I think that this is more towards that second archetype, although there was a healthy amount of setup between the two of them. I think Harder really made the best of both worlds, because part of the time he was setting up for someone like Nocturne to get the fear down, part of the time he was just killing everyone, as we see here even, right? He jumps away from the initial kill because he knows he's going to get the extra reset, so he can kill the AD carry afterwards. It's that lethal mindset, which I really appreciate out of top-level Ahri play. I
mean, again, it was something that I feel like, coming into today, we weren't really focusing on talking about Harder. I mean, ZDZ had a great game, and I think ZDZ has had some very stereotypically top lane, top game games that we've seen so far this split, especially against YSKM, who has been struggling in summer. It's really nice to see ZDZ crush him, and even in the lane, it was domination from ZDZ. So again, props to him, and props to AL for coming into this series seemingly prepared against a bottom tier team. They are making that gap look massive right now. As going into game 2, IG AL going to be on the same sides here, Nymera. Let's see what's different about the draft, because Nocturne's banned away straight away. Xiaohao's Lee Sin banned away straight away. And that's 3 junglers already taken out in the first rotation.
In fairness, Xiaohao has had a fairly limited champion pool in regards to his top tier picks. Lee Sin and Nocturne are the 2 picks which Anyone's Legend have found the most success on. So removing those 2 picks feels very high value. Removing the Ahri away from Harder as well, so what he did in that first game. Now, the question is, I think as Anyone's Legend, you might also want to take away something like that Vi to stop the primary combo coming in from the side of IG. Instead, they say, no, we don't want to deny your combo. We want to have our strong combo instead. Particularly with the Jax Sejuani, very, very hard to survive that. You kind of have to lock in something like Cassante now to have a hope of surviving through topside.
Yeah, and again, look, Cassante, is it really the wheelhouse of someone like YSKM? Yes, he's played it, but we think about him on things like the carries. And I will say, he hasn't played it this split, actually. I'm completely wrong. YSKM has never played Cassante this split. He is Camille, the Jax, the Gwens, the Aurelias, the Fioras, Silas even, but no Cassante. So Nymera, debut here in this game on something a bit more passive for him. Maybe a better direction for IG to find carries elsewhere.
I think this draft has to call for it, though, because when you look at the Jax and the Sejuani, you look at that and say, that's really dangerous in a 2v2. What is one of the hardest top laners to kill, but still manages to be able to clear waves and be a threat later into the game? The Cassante falls into that wheelhouse. YSKM did play a bit of Cassante back in spring, played 5 games, so it went 3-2. It wasn't his specialty pick, but that was at a point where Cassante was much stronger, of course. A number of nerfs have come in since then. Azir locked in for Harder, though. That is now changing the equation a little bit. It's not double melee synergy coming out for the Sejuani, and it's still under threat from the Ahri Vi combo, because you can dash away, but you don't feel great about it. I think the way you overcome this is something that Chovy does quite often as well into this kind of combo, where you just build up Crown on Azir, and you hope that there isn't enough stuff to break the Crown. So you can still sit in a side lane, put up your temporary turret if you need to as well, and try and hope that that mythic item can buy you enough time for your team to come rally to your defense if that mid-jungle combo comes to your throat.
So my question to you is, do you think that Azir is a harder champion?
Sorry guys, sorry. They still tell jokes like that 30 years in the future, huh? Thought we get rid of them by now.
When I'm a father, they're gonna get so much better. I've got so many dad jokes lined up. My kid, might like kick me in the leg by the time they're 3 years old. That was good. Ladies and gentlemen, if I don't laugh at it, no one will. You just got to do that. It's not a band though. I'll bring you back into the game so you don't have to linger on this. At the very least, hey, this is an iBoy Aphelios angle
my
again,
worst one. My worst one is a League of Legends one I told recently, where you have two top laners which are just really envious each other because the grasp is always greener on the other side. I don't think grasp is taken by Jax. Sadly, it doesn't work in this game, but I like that one. Could you at least laugh a little bit? Is that okay?
Yeah,
no.
It's good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Right, cool. AD carries being locked in. Aphelios, long range. Suddenly IG are at a point where they are once again going to be diving into anyone's Legends composition. We saw that. The game 1 comp felt like IG were diving into anyone's Legend around an objective, and then they were getting reset on and ran down. This kind of game, it feels like, again, they're going to be diving into AL, and I'm looking at, again, something like those melee supports to help out. iBoy kind of survive the initial engage, because they do outrange. IG have to dive into them at this point, and picking that Nautilus definitely helps with that.
That's why, yeah, as you were saying, getting, part of that engage tool on the board, it feels like a very, not just a dive-heavy comp, dive hero, but a comp that once it snowballs, once it starts running away with game, is so hard to come back from. Like, how do you stop a dive comp from destroying you from the mid-game onwards, from the early game onwards, even at that point? But AL, Nightmare, we know what this comp's about, right? Picking some angles, but necessarily giving a front to back and an easy engage for iBoy to carry, with harder as well.
It's sit on an objective, sit on an area of the map, outrange, force IG to come into you, and just use your heavy CC from your jungle and support to keep your carry safe and burst down those targets. IG on the other side, they kind of need to reach a damage threshold where they can burst out those targets even through the tankier front line. Whether that is killing the first target of something like that Nautilus who's out of position, or actually reaching the backline itself, that's a matter of how the execution plays out in game. But at least it feels like IG have a more coherent composition and one with more answers to what AL put on the table. But the sad thing is, they still need to be coherent as players rather than just a composition. And that's been the stumbling block for IG.
IG, bring it all together. Otherwise, another 0-2 against them, where this has just been one of the most disappointing splits in a very long time. Even more disappointing than I think Mole was on the team, much to Lyric's dismay. That was one of the worst splits as well. Like, IG have had a couple of them in recent years, but this one is looking real rough around the edges. Will YSCam being on tanks change things here? Will more of a focus towards that bot lane 2v2 make any difference here? Is AL, their game looking pretty simple, to call it out. Harder had a great game 1 on the Ahri. This time he's playing the Azir, going up against it. AL desperate for the win here to make their near impossible run seem like a potential reality. Their schedule sucks, guys. It's so hard. If you haven't seen already, AL have to verse the top teams outside of BLG. They've still got Weibo, LNG, OMG Top Esports. Yes, they've versed JDG, they've versed BLG, but it doesn't matter. Oh, wait, the respect is real. That's how you know.
That's just CD saying, hey, no hard feelings from game 1, right? The 50 CS lead out, don't worry about it. Let's just have a dance.
What are we doing, bot? No moonwalking down here. Not at the very least for now. 100 games in the LPL. Wow. Actually, wow. Who was it the other day? I'm not sure if anyone can remember. 300 games yesterday for a player in the LPL, and it was someone who's been here since like 2019. I'm not sure. Was it Hope? No. But 100 games for Arn is actually kind of mind-boggling. That's a lot. In a regular season, let's say like we average out 2.5 per series. Sorry, Namu, are you going to say something?
No, I was trying to think who it was because I was trying to remember if it popped up during our game. But I was wondering if it would be either one of the BLG or FPX players. I just couldn't remember exactly who it was. It slips my mind for now. But level 1, potentially explosive here. Rakan at level 1, if you do get a two-man knockup, it gets really, really dangerous. But of course, you can get cancelled out of your knockup by the Nautilus with a well-timed hook. It's not the easiest thing to do. So onto the Rift we go. Cryan playing that Ahri versus the Azir. We've seen a lot of this matchup, particularly this time last year. But with the Azir changes, the matchup has changed a fair amount as well. It's less about the poke and flashes straight to bot side.
Oh, that was a nice quick flash as well. iBoy just paying the respect. And instant summoner from Wink pressing W. Remember, he also burned flash as well.
But he has the Hex Flash, and now this lane now becomes about if IG have push and control those bushes, you can Hex Flash out of the bush and have a very low counterplay and engage onto iBoy. So pay real attention to who has control of the bushes towards this bot side. I think Xiaohao doesn't necessarily want to be babysitting this bot side if it's all possible. Their best combination is their melee synergy towards that top side in that Jax. Yes, Nautilus has it towards the bot side, but Jax Sejuani, that's your premier combo that you really want to get ahead and allows EDZ a similarly dominant performance to get one.
IG obviously aware of this and just playing towards their strength of the map then. Wink scouting out, camps are gone, you know, jungler's top side. Bit of information given over to here to Tianjin. I like as well that Arn currently playing with the IG Jaculov skin from 2018 Worlds. Like, giving a nod to his predecessor as well. And it's nice, I mean, Gala did the same. We saw Jaculov on his own skin the other day as Turret for CDZ. Nice from WiseKM. But no, Mira, like, we've had so many good Kaisers over this week. It is just great to see the champion back because I think LPL Kaiser is the one champion I'd say that hits different. It is like, I think it's better than any other region, and people can fight me on that.
It's, when you have someone like Viper over in LCK, maybe you consider him and part of that as well. But of course, he was part of the LPL for such a long time. iBoy has no flash, potential of an engage down here. Wave is pushing out.
Oh, there's
that is awkward, buddy.
It is, but they still get the ignite down. iBoy is still a shot away, but oh, the flash from Arnie tried to angle. He tried to angle that Void Seeker down the line, and Zora flashed in front. What a bro.
Get yourself a support that puts their body on the line for you like that. Zora, crazy reactions. If you didn't know, here's your introduction for it. You can redirect the Kaiser W much in the way that you can do something like an Ahri Charm, where you press the ability and then you flash afterwards. You can put it around minions, you can close distance, you can change the angle of it. Tried to do the same thing with the ViQ, but it already hit the Nautilus, so it already times out the... I think that's what kills that combo. If you hit someone before you end up flashing, the ability goes off, and that one is just a little awkward, huh?
Anyway?
I think so.
Would have missed anyway, but hang on. Meanwhile, Arn is taking a 1v2, cleansed away. Zora is about to get second skinned to death. Rooted up, though. The shield's big as first blood goes to Arn in a solo kill versus support. iBoy just stands there while now he has to rely on his jungler. Gravitham's going to be there. Arn close getting locked up with no cleansers. Q misses from Xiaohao. The Arctic Assault still helps iBoy find the mark as it ends in a 1-for-1 trade.
And it ends probably being a loss for Arn, because look how many minions there are there. That's like, what, like 12, 15 being close lost to the tower at this point. You're going to pick up maybe the last 1 or 2 range creeps as you're walking back into lane right now, but that's a huge amount of CS to be losing, a huge amount of XP to go under that tower. So while the gold is there for Arn from that first blood, that's nice. This is a pretty big loss all in all.
Well, as you said, a bit of minions denied. iBoy going to be feeling pretty fine here with a good back timing as well. Look at the replay, because I'm just trying to wonder how this happened. I guess Zora was trying to hard push the wave, and look, just free damage for Arn.
So what this will be is a bit of a mind game about, okay, who's resetting when. You can see that Rakan's back from lane, right, walking from base. So iBoy and Zora, they think that they have the ability to get a free push in the lane, get themselves an extra wave in terms of gold for their first base of the game. And Arn makes the use of that and low HP bars to make something happen towards that bot side.
But nothing else happens throughout the rest of the map. It's just that bot side, as we mentioned, is Harder going to get charmed up now. Kind of trying to fluke that he was, not fluke, but bluff, rather, that he was going to use that Emperor's Divide. Cryan doesn't pull any kind of trigger whatsoever, holds on. As Tianjin does dragging down bot side. Now IG have priority down here. That's helping things out. But remember, Arn did lose out a minion wave before from the push from iBoy. So gold actually in favor of iBoy right now, it feels like. As this wave is just going to crash into his turret, and iBoy should be crawling out ahead if he hits all the minions, which unfortunately he missed a couple.
But you look at the bot lane matchup right now, and you still see that Arn is still very relevant in this game. Just would have been so much further ahead if they'd managed to pick up that that wave towards bot side and not die. And that 1 versus 2 play, which happened just before that point. But sadly, couldn't make that one happen. And we're now looking at fairly even game states. Level 6 is about to get hit by junglers. You can see it hit by Sinjin. Xiaohao about to hit that on the Sejuani as well. Very interested to see what happens around Herald this game. Last game we saw Arn sit alone in bot side, pick up some plates, and it does feel like with the wave working out for them and the lane working out for them, I think IG would really like to keep on bot side and keep this bot lane pressure up if at all possible.
Give him more golden advantage, but for now, Xiaohao, before that Herald spawns, wants to get something bot himself. And AL, all it will take as a hook here is Hex Flash going to be burned, Arn and Wink running away, Dredge Line not connecting. They surely should have some kind of idea. Xiaohao now is there, he's got the Glacial Prison available, but Arn and Wink trying to bait him in as information gathered, and IG should have first pick of the litter up in top side.
Level 6, of course, available for the Vi. I mentioned that just a little bit before, and if you can use that to combo in with your Ahri, of course, great value to be had there. Someone like Harder needs to be really, really worried at this point. This Azir is not safe from that combo. Not until you have your first item, really. And you expect that to be something like a crown, if at all possible. AL, instead, they're putting their pressure towards bot side. Xiaohao making sure that the Kai'Sa and the Rakan can't just continually go towards this bot side. You know something which I'm annoyed about? We aren't getting the Kai'Sa Rakan IG skins for the both of them. They could have had both IG skins, and they haven't used both of them, and that kind of annoys me.
That disrespect from Wink. Maybe he just doesn't respect Baolan anymore. He just didn't want to partner up. You're right, it should have been the combination. But, I mean, even then, you could have gone for the, wait, that's not Samsung Galaxy one, is it? No, that's a Cosmic. That's
the Cosmic one. And even then, even when we get Zyrakan, the amount of players that don't match skins on those champions also really annoys me. They're like the only champions in the game you're going to get that kind of interaction with. Like, come on, make the most of it.
I mean, again, you know, that synergy not there. And I have to say, I wonder if players still get the cut from when the skins played in Tournament Realm. I'm going to assume not, because I think when you win Worlds, you also get a sample of the skin sales. I have heard that many times before.
Yeah, I
don't
heard
know
that as well.
to what truth it is.
I know there are some of the bundles. There are some cosmetics that come with it, because like the icons and the emotes and whatever, they will put a certain amount of the RP cost towards that team as well.
It'd be good. It's like a little investment. It's like you have a timeshare in League of Legends to a degree as well. Very nice. As we are just kind of waiting for, you know, the next passage to play. Herald was taken by IG, as now Tianjin's just caught out and has to flash over the wall. Charm is buffered, and IG now starting to move towards mid, but hey, what are they going to do? They're going to set up for the next dragon in minute 30, and we're just chill until then.
You already see double Merc Treads built up for the Azir and the Nautilus, which is already kind of annoying for IG's primary initiators. You can see that that's a good hook.
Oh, and the combo as well, as Crine will get out of there for the time being. As he picks up the rest of this CS, Wink comes in just to help her brother out. I mean, this is just simple. Little play here from the support. But Zora tries to get the kill. Uses the Ignite, uses ulti for it. Won't have that available for Dragon, most likely.
Vi still has no flash, remember. There's potential of all-in happening towards that bot side, but I don't think with any of the damaging members nearby that was going to happen. Now Arn's going to miss the memo.
Dredge line all it takes, and that should be easy, but against the walls, the kite back, that's great. Killer Instinct helped out as well. Xiaohao ulting after the fact that Tianjin doesn't hit the mark. A little bit sloppy here and there, as now that ulti's down for Xiaohao, it feels like AL's chance of the Dragon. Just get harder.
That one's awkward. Of course, no Spirit Rush on the side of Crine still, and some key tools removed from Arn. I think that IG, it's not like they haven't burned anything either, but I think with some HP bars removed a little bit from Datafellos, makes it a bit harder for themselves to go towards it. Hex Flash over the wall, very nearly hits the target. Herald going to go down towards Arn yet again. He's going to pick up another healthy chunk of gold for himself.
Gets the gold, gets a push on Zora. Not much AL can do. Apart from just sit there and try and defend turret, I mean, it's hard. IG have static shiv on this Kai'Sa, and it is 13-12, guys, so still the wave clear is insane. As iBoy is left behind, he didn't back, he flashes away, but under turret, well, Arn's tanking it up, he flashes in the end, he survives, just out of range, as it was messy, but they still get the job done.
Why does he stay there, though? Very greedy to stay when the rest of his team had backed off. Dragon was still available. There was still interest for IG on the bot side of the map. It was always very likely that someone was going to be hanging around there. It was more than enough to see the fellow since the grey screen. So what happened here? We're getting a picture-in-picture. Okay, so ult for flash traded in the mid lane. Harder, no Emperor's Divide, but taking that flash away from Crime will be very important if someone walks into the mid lane and dumps a dredge line or a depth charge towards their direction. Now, without that flash, see if they feel bold enough to go towards this dragon play.
I mean, they're doing it very, very slowly. Harder still without an item. And remember, IG based because they got the kill, had to reset. They're now coming back out, and Wink still has his ult, still has flash available.
Teleport.
TP playing AL in a bit of a trap as Wink running forward, getting a quickness onto 2. Zora left by his lonesome as YS Cam now an angle onto iBoy, who has no summoners from the last play. iBoy just in no man's land again, man. AL bit all over the place in this bottom side.
And ZDZ doesn't have teleport, can't join the play, at least gets a whole load of plates towards top side, but I mean, I would take the lead on the Kai'Sa. You're going to get yourself first turret on the bot side of the map if you stay for this, which indeed they are. Going to give that solo gold over towards Arn. Should be an easy turret race win, I think. There's no demolish proc available for ZDZ, and instead he's going to get himself a good reset, deny some minions to that tower, just as Arn is doing on this bot side. So AL, they're the ones which are kind of flubbing the first couple of fights in the game this time around, and Arn is in a very good spot on the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, watch again though, because AL, I mean, talk about flopping the fights. They're splitting up here, Nymera. Some members want to run, some want to stay and fight, and it's just a weird angle.
I think part of the reason they're split up is the fact that Wink had a really good Rakan combo, comes out off of Vision, very good flash combo over the wall, kind of separates the team up with the charm and the knockup, means that they can't form their own kind of phalanx to fight back. No Emperor's Divide either. Next time you try that though, Crown has been built up for Harder. It's not that easy to remove that from range. Typically you're looking for something which is, you know, very spammable from long range to try and just poke that Crown off. There isn't that much really on the side of IG that can take that away. So Harder can be much harder to shut down if you go for a burst combo again. Okay, okay. Thank you, Arn. Proving me completely wrong with the Kai'Sa W. That's the one thing they could do it with.
Yeah, it's so annoying. But ultimately, IG in a 2k gold lead in this early game. Dragon was picked up by AL in the end, so they've equaled one apiece. But IG now looking for top Herald, while AL are moving into position with some of those ultis up and available again. Remember, iBoy is still without a flash. He's been caught out a couple of times now. As he walks in, and IG making the move. This time the Q flash does work with Charm following up. Nice from IG. Wink backline again onto iBoy, but the depth charge was massive onto Arn. He'll die to a permafrost as Zora manages to climb out of there as well. Crying trying to jump back in with the Spirit Rush, but Zora sidesteps. YS Cam meanwhile dealing with ZDZ in the top side, and Herald will be theirs with a beneficial trade.
And you know that Kai'Sa W that took away that crown probably wins IG that fight in the Herald. Harder was very close to being able to ult and flash away, but very bold positioning, greedy positioning really from the Azir around that mid lane, knowing that there were so many flashes available to close down that distance. CGZ is walking in towards this Herald again. I don't think there's much he can do besides just be a spectator as they take that one away from the Rift. Back into the replay though. Pink Ward in the river helps them have some vision, but it's just not nearly enough. Tianjin not going to fail that Q flash 2 times in a row. That'll be, of course, for one of our first plays of the game. Doesn't manage it in that case. And Wink on this Rakan, getting huge value again. Rakan was banned away in game 1, not able to be picked up, but Wink having a great game in this game too.
Yeah, look, 0-0-5, almost 100% kill participation. Alongside Arn, it's been a very explosive bot duo, and that's what got them ahead. That's what got them a bit of a lead down in the 2v2. iBoy again keeps getting caught out. Nymera, it's this flash that when it's off cooldown, iBoy just a sitting duck. And they're really abusing this man in this game. And on top of that, let's be real, as you said, you know, Harder was caught out there, wasn't able to do much to the play. IG using these pick tools very, very well as they're trying to do so again in top.
Yeah, they have the ult. Good amount of damage, but misses the Q. I think that'll be the end of that play, so ZDZ gets out for free. See, another Merc Dreads built up for that Jax, so a lot of ability to get Tenacity down. And looking at the side of IG, because it is the AP Kai'Sa, imagine is this going to be at a premium for anyone's Legends, so waiting to see if Xiaohao, ZDZ, and Zora can pick up a few more defensive stats to help them outlast that initial engage. I think if AL manage to survive past the initial engage, that's where we'll really see that combo start to come alive. I think that IG, they need to kill the first target cleanly.
Well, as well, you know, AL need a bit of time too. You know, we talked a lot about how this team fight would work out, how AL as well, you know, we've got some hard scaling here, Nymera, Azir, Aphelios, even Jax in the side lane eventually. We know that AL need a bit more time in this game number 2, but they are falling behind in gold. Should be able to capitalize on this with harder getting top turret, but Xiaohao's coming in, a Sun turret goes up. Meanwhile, Zora's caught out, Everfrost, and bopped around. He doesn't get to move. Caught in a jumping castle, and IG are now just going to push mid even further.
Yeah, that heralds a big power play available for them. Harder put down the temporary turret towards that top side. It's going to be here towards mid. Doesn't have his crown again. That was popped by YSKM, even though it cost him his flash. Now Tianzhen, chance to make a big ult play on the turret.
Okay, well, an attempt is there. Boy, ult doesn't work. Xiaohao, ult doesn't work. And ZDZ's like, guys, I would have TP'd in and probably made a difference here in this game if one of you landed an ulti.
He had no cleanse as well. That was a perfect time to go towards that play, but not quite there on the distances. Boy having a bit of a shocker in game 2. Part of it's just because the amount of focus he's had on himself, but part of it's been on the execution as well. Top side, as we saw, Harder takes the turret, puts up his own, and YSKM has to get the heck out of dodge. He's had an easier game in this game 2 compared to game 1, not hard counted as the Jax versus the Cannon. Look to see if he can have more impact than game 1 later into the game.
Well, Dragon goes down, and IG still maintaining their lead here in this game. Wink going to stop back as well. ZDZ in a bit of trouble. He was caught shopping there for a second as Everfrost and Counter-Strike to save the day. Leap strikes over the wall, but in flies Arn. Free kill, caught snoozing. ZDZ definitely not having the clean game he had in game 1.
He's in the shop. He's in the shop. What else do you say? Just really awkward back location. And he's not even in a bush. He's perfectly envisioned for Wing to stop that back. And AL, you know, in game 1, we were talking about them being really on pace for the game. They were really on the same page, playing their combos very well. And so many individual uncharacteristic mistakes from the last few series anyway. I mean, this is not the same AL from Spring, where it felt like they couldn't do anything right. It felt like they were struggling incredibly, but why are you recalling that, dude? Just why are you recalling that? It's so greedy. Felt very unnecessary. And yes, you get a couple of ultimates at the end of it. That's something. 3 ultimates for 1 kill, but every death in the side lane stops AL being able to stabilize, and by that time they need to come online as scaling carries.
Yep, keeps the game nice and difficult for them. 4,000 gold against them. IG are slowly building this advantage. Tianzhen this game has a majority of the kills as well, 4 for him. So might actually do a lot more damage than you all expect, as we know Arn is the other carry that is really going to be popping off this time around too. 2 items here with the Nashes on the Kai'Sa. Hell, even YSKM having a good time on this Cassante. ZDZ, is he in trouble? That's the question you want to know, as this follow-up will continue. IG trying to move up as Cryin, picking off the pieces that move from AL. ZDZ drawing a lot of attention, while IG still a 4-man stack towards top side.
Tianzhen finds the Sejuani, no aftershock.
Halving. You know that they're all top side. Quickness going to be used by Wink. Charm not connecting. Zora now caught out. AL, what are you doing? ZDZ just walks in as well. I mean, why would Xiaohao walk through his own jungle when they had no vision? They knew IG were moving top side. ZDZ even knew. What? Now Baron starts. What?
It's past 20 minutes. You've lost complete control of the top side of the map. Maybe that's why Xiaohao path towards top side out of fear of Baron being started, but it's going to cost them an awful lot. How do AL fight this?
Well, Xiaohao needs to steal it, especially if it's going to be flipped around as IG getting poked out at least by Harder. Done a bit of damage already. iBoy doing the same. Wrong guns, but right movement as IG just walk away from the Baron. We're going to get a replay in a second, guys. We know we are. And let's just kind of watch why AL decided...
Let us observe what has come to pass in that strange passage of play. I really hope we get a replay, because there was some weirdness happening there. I think IG, you know, we said that they struggle to be proactive in game one. They're one of our least proactive teams in the LPL, but they have individual leads to play around now. That kind of papers over the cracks of that, because just by existing on an area of the map, you're kind of proactive because you're forcing a response. It's very hard to not be proactive when you have such a strong initiating jungler like the Vi ahead of the game, and then something like the Kai'Sa being able to follow up. Not sure we are going to get that replay now. It's been a little while. I was hoping for that because we could ponder the nature of whatever the heck AL did towards that top side. But with them surviving that last period of play, they are at least in a position to get some more gold on their carries.
I will say they're probably not replaying. They're just like, we don't need to show that. Everyone knows that that shouldn't have happened. So, I guess respect. The bot lane is 7 out of the 9 deaths right now for IG. I mean, they've had a really rough go of it. And even game 1, Arn and Wink with a shining light for IG throughout the majority. But unfortunately, you know, the rest of the IG map was crumbling. This time, that's not the case as Baron started again. Arn is in control, especially on Baron. This is going to get shredded. ZDZ's in the right place, but look, Harder has to back away, teleport in. AL are late to this show.
But IG, they don't have the tanks there. They don't have YSCAM to make sure they can be healthy while they're taking the Baron. Tianzhen losing about a third of his HP. I think that's what ends up calling it off. They end up getting the teleport out of Harder either way. That was their goal all along because they don't want this Azir to just soak up farm in the spot side, get towards 3 items. He's gone very defensive for his first 2, Crown and Zhonya's. And while we have seen Kai'Sa remove that Crown shield fairly regularly, very importantly so. No, please don't recall Envision again, boy. He's got to stop. I was actually wondering if that would lead towards a play somewhere else on the map, but IG were on their own resets. But yeah, I mean, once you get to 3 items on the Azir, AL's team composition actually has damage again.
Well, we're almost there at the very least. Not there for iBoy yet. He's only picked up 2 items. Harder, though, trying to converge in. Xiaohao making an ambitious play. There's 3 members here. Harder just going to get out, but still hover around as Sun Turret goes down. 3 members spotted topside. Pings are now going for Dragon as Tianzhen is already 3/4 of the way through it. ZDZ walking up as YSCAM tries to zone him away. That's teleport from IG as well as Tianzhen will just find this on the back of the pit and then look to run out or maybe look for the fight. iBoy grabbed him. There's the ulti onto this Aphelios and overflies crying. It is the nuke squad again. The dive buddies just jump on in as Zora knocks him up. But AL are so split, fighting in a choke. Versus this team ain't going to work out as Harder's still alive, doing quite a lot with ZDZ. Sololand is coming into fruition, but there's not enough damage yet. They walk into the baited arms of IG and they get punished.
Why are they contesting before they are ready to fight? It's such an ill-advised play. They lose 4 people for it. There's a pause coming out. We'll figure out what that's about in a little bit. We'll give you information as soon as we can, but that is a very awkward play, and you can see how anti-fun it is to play in a low mobility AD carry into something like this Viori combo. It's not been picked up as much in recent weeks, and I'm not exactly sure why it's fallen completely off the priority, the Ahri Vi, but when you see a fight like that, what can you do as that Aphelios in that situation?
Absolutely nothing. As again, this game, it's kind of been the case for, you know, what iBoy can do in any given situation. I'm just kind of surprised as AL, you would choose to go and move to Dragon when you know that Tianzhen is not on the top side of the map. 3 members spotted out and you're like, well, obviously this Vi is bot. Trying to get numbers that late into the play when ZDZ gives information, and AL just overcommitting massively here in this game. IG picking up some, you know, much needed kills, a potential for a game 2. It is looking very promising for them. But IG, Nomura, I think they need to kind of wrap this game up in the next 10. But even then, it's not like their scaling's horrible, right? Like, they still have great tools to find picks all game long.
Yeah, especially because they are reaching the back line. If it was the case where they could only really hit the front line, maybe there's a point where it's something like we kind of mentioned in draft as well in game 2. It feels like with a dive combo, with any dive combo technically, but with a dive combo like this, when you're throwing so many people into the fray who aren't necessarily that tanky, you do need to reach a certain damage threshold where you kill the first target, you can roll over the rest of the fight. They have so much damage though, and so much access to the carries in the back line. It's much easier to kill the back line and the front line, and they have so much gold that damage threshold has like been doubled at this point. It's so easy for them to reach the carries at the right points.
Now, just a side note, we are paused because YSKM has reported an in-game issue. They're investigating, as you can see, officials behind him. And then we'll get right back into it. It does look like we're about to start up again, though, as players are touching buttons. No, never mind. No,
well, if it's also if it's YSCamp that's reported an issue, I mean, it's unlikely that we're going to have anything completely serious from the side of AL, at least.
True.
Which means that, sadly, they have to sit here wallowing in their own grey screens being extended by the pause timer.
For a game that, again, should be their win. I mean, IG are in a pretty good spot for a team that, you know, wants to kind of disrupt the flow of AL. But remember that AL, late game. We're talking about the scaling that comes through window when they finally get damage on this Azir. When Aphelios catches up as well. Let's see if AL get to that point, because it's just been a far cry from game one. You were saying it a little bit earlier. AL in game one looked really clean. They were dominant. Game two, this has just been like, it's like going to a KFC in the middle of the city. Like, it's just a mess.
What does that mean?
If you go to Sydney, if you ever go to Sydney, go to KFC near Town Hall, right?
Okay.
Anyone who lives in Sydney will know. You go into that KFC on a weekend at 6 p.m. There is crap everywhere. It is disgusting.
Okay.
KFC, fix up your shop.
So, Baron's gone. You see, for me, I went to university in Sheffield in the UK. West Street Live would be our version of, like, the hellhole in the city. I'm sure many people out there have had their own experiences with that own little dive. But either way, AL, they're funneling a own little piece of home for me at that point. Because this is just like, what are they doing here? It is an absolute mess. Like, you're out on a Friday night, you don't know where you've ended up being, and suddenly you wake up back in base because you've been completely deleted out of this game. iBoy doesn't get a chance to really do anything here. Like, I mean, what do you do? The engage range is far too strong. It's far too long range. And IG, they have the follow-up at this point. Despite the fact that the Azir gets to stand and fight, it's a very low damage first two items. It's not enough to carry these fights as the sole carry, and we're back into a pause. And Harder has now disconnected.
I bought the wrong items. Well, we'll just wait and see on this one. Pause number 2. This is the most pauses we've had, like, in a couple of weeks.
In 30 years' time, have you done away with pauses yet? Has there been like a 30-year chrono break in
30 years' time, time is no longer linear, right? And so I'm going to share a theory. I was listening to Joe Rogan, right? Whatever, you judge me, whatever. There was a show, someone came on and talked about... Yeah, of course it can. The invention of time machines, right? And time, like, they can't come back to this point because their theory was when time machines are invented, that's when time is no longer linear from that point onwards, right?
So
the
thing is,
dispute.
So time. So this is where I get to use my physics degree. So time and space are fundamentally the same thing. They kind of like all interwoven and stuff like that. We technically have invented time machines. They just go further forward in time. They just can't go backwards. If you travel really fast, like around the sun, you could do that. In fact, I think there was an experiment where there were a set of twins. One of them went to space and one of them came back, and he was minutely older than his twin after that point, which was crazy stuff. It's just going backwards is the hard bit. Which AL, they would love to go backwards in time. They're not going to do that. They're going to sit here and watch it happen again.
Because
ZDZ has altered.
ZDZ just altered. Yeah, that's just it. Yeah, okay. GG, go next. Of course, you know, not the best theory, not the most, I guess, the smart. I don't know about the theory, but still fun. As AL don't have a Jax ulti. Let's just go to the next one, I guess, because IG are 9,000 gold up. AL have looked shocking this game, to say the least. And IG have really cleaned up their gameplay. I think that's a good positive.
It has been, because they've struggled with proactivity. We both called that out. And now having those individual advantages really helps. And that is just a tickling from the Infernal. It's not what they need. AL, they clear out a wave, but they are sorely bleeding out here.
Yes, they are. They're just struggling to hold on to their base. Top side's broken. Mid, close to as well. And IG just picking up some of their last items, it feels like, before they either get towards this dragon or they run into the base yet again. AL still without their third item on that Azir or on that Aphelios either. IG have come back in using teleport for YSCam to now break open mid. And here we go, Tianjin in. iBoy, what has he done this game? Ladies and gentlemen, absolute smashing. And a good ulti from Harder, I guess, but there's no chance. AL have just been creamed this game. Like, this is over. We're going to a game 3, but man, I hope AL, like, show us what they showed us in game 1 again so that this game, with IG's new form, looks competitive.
Yeah, they've been turned into cream of panda soup. Never tried that one before. They don't particularly want to try it either. It looks pretty ugly in this one. Anyone's Legend really just pasted, as you've been saying. IG, struggle with proactivity, but when you have so many early game leads and aggressive diving picks, it really helps you in regards to that. So Anyone's Legend, they need to really take a step back and particularly figure out what happened around that bot side, because it felt like iBoy being left out to dry, either being like sorry, the shades have completely broken my train of thought, buddy. What's happening over there?
You'll find it again. You'll find it again. Yeah. I'll throw in some. I decided to wear some.
But so to say, like, just like after the third pause, is I'll be back. Don't. It's like game 3 comes in, Terminator mode. But iBoy was left out to dry so often, man. And part of that was just not recalling at the right points, not resetting at the right points. But it did feel like the whole team was not really helping iBoy survive.
Do you reckon, you know, like Dr. Disrespect, do you reckon his eyes have to adjust? Because, you know, when you take off shades at nighttime, you know, he games with it. He sits there on his computer and he games with them all the time. When he takes them off, when he stops streaming or whatever, man, his eyes would just have to readjust. It would be the funkiest, I don't know, funkiest thing. Ladies and gentlemen,
I'm tired of this.
They won.
I can't see my
Yep. You can't, can you? You got to get used to it, though, after a little while. I was casting the whole series in it. Casting the whole game, sorry. And it was, it's good. It's like it's not a blue light filter, though, is it? No, it's not. Answer my own question. So, let's bring up MVP or Gold Grab. I mean, this is just dumb. How can you cast this seriously when AL, like, what was iBoy doing that game? What was iBoy doing?
Yeah, I think that's the real point of concern, right? Because iBoy looked really, at least fairly solid in game 1. Managed to kind of commit to the team fights in a good enough way with that Aphelios. And I think one of the big things in difference between game 1 and game 2 was the Braum ban in second round from IG. Now, in game 1, they even chose to take the Nautilus knowing that the Braum was likely to get locked in. I think that Braum has risen up a lot in priority. We're seeing a couple of other teams across the world pick that up too. G2, notably, in LEC, picked up a lot of Braum, and they've even been blind picking it. They believe in that pick so much. And, you know, regions have different metas, and we've talked about that ourselves on cast before in regards to the differences between priorities between regions will definitely start to fluctuate. But in a game like this, if it is about dive combos succeeding or failing, something like that Braum, I think it has to be considered in a lot more value in this series if we see game 3 being similar to the first 2.
Well, at least a change in draft, that's all I could ask for. I will say ZDZ and Wink did the same damage practically. Wink did 100 less damage than a Jax. She's a Ricard. Wink did 5,400. ZDZ did 5,500. I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. I don't need to wait for any cue. Please, at some point now, Mr. Producer, send us to a break. We need to refresh. We need to get in the mindset of a game 3 that just
Mr.
blows
Hysterics
our mind.
needs a break.
Please. Something better for game 3. Let's go.
A Meaning, Shuhari que hace el aguante desde la distancia, saca en medio del sacrificio. Ojo, teleportación.
No va a alcanzar, no va a alcanzar. No hay torretas en la base Six Arma. No creo que alcance. Sería imposible que lo haga. A menos que Shuhari haga el milagro. No te lo creo. Segundo intento, Dorus. Esta es la buena. Esta es la que brilla. Ahí está Magda gana. Ahí está. Y cuenta Valero.
Oh, they're just going to pull him in. He can't ult if he's dead. That's what the LG say. But they all die as well. Scout doing so much work as Gala jumps in to finish off that double kill for Gala as he looks for Bin as well. That's GA, but no reset to try and get onto On. He can just auto him though. The Hex Splash is too slow. But Bin turns them into shreds. Triple kill instantly on the Renekton, and that's going to be game.
I was everything that they wanted, been loyal and ride
vị trí của Binjay, và Binjay đã phải nằm xuống mặc dù mất luôn cả tông biến. Người tới ở phía sau là cô Tịch, anh ta làm kén không được ai và khả bắn đến từ Artemis là có rất thấm máu. Cô Tịch đã phải lùi về rồi. Phía bên kia thì vị trí của Sogen cộng với Rocky đang chơi khá tốt, dứt điểm thành công được Rory. Artemis cũng đang bắn tốt bên phía sau. Artemis có được double kill, Artemis có được triple kill. Artemis đang cố gắng bắn hết lòng double kill và đây sẽ là nó không phải là beta nhưng là quét sạch cho tuyệt wheel.
Tried to strip that purple from Golden Guardians, and Hugi might lose it. Boogie goes in the back with the twisted advance, and Licorice swings away to get a lock on the Chime, who flashes on forward. Lots of hits from Gory. The damage is good. Licorice coming out. Stixxay manages to blast one down. No turtle here for no more damage. Stixxay one into lock eyes with Gory. Upon the members of TSM. Triple kill. Stixxay with the quadra body. Stixxay wrapping it up with a pentakill.
Pra buscar essas lutas, tinham condição de novo de executar isso e não fizeram. Vamos ver se vai agora.
Ui, pronto, o round ultimate. Meu Deus! O engage do fluxo é mortal! O Brace faz o triple! Quadra kill!
Que iniciativa maravilhosa do House! Conseguiu pegar todo mundo, logo em seguida o Tai Flash Ultimate, triple kill pro Brains, que conseguiu depois correr atrás.
If he doesn't get that ult off, I think Vitality might wipe them. See, Perks looking for Caps.
Caps with the pushback, not quite under tower. Yes, he is under tower, getting locked up, but it's just
stands there hitting them. Look at him go! What the hell, Caps? Oh! What? Yeah, stop push. Maybe if you pressed it, he could have lived, but my god.
It's all the way up, we gonna make it. The party won't stop until we break it. I head for the top, we gonna take it. Tell me, are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? We want it all, we cannot fake it. We're standing tall, it's time to break it. We go for the cups, we do the kingship. Tell me, are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? We got the body and snow in the future, you know. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? We got the body and snow in the future, you know. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Come on, let's get up and let it go. The vodka is up, come on and drink it. The moon's in our cup until we sink it. I head to the club, come on, get wasted. Tell me, are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? People won't stop and girls are tasty. We're over the top, girls getting hasty. Still not enough, we make it big time. Tell me, are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? We got the body and snow in the future, you know. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Come on, let's get up and let it go.
Welcome back after AL got blasted from IG, who game 1, nah. Game 2, yeah, not bad actually. Through bot especially, you know, their strongest lane it feels like this series, and I will say also overall throughout the split has done a really good job. Even YS came on tanks, no mirror. Was nice to see. As for game 2, I didn't actually catch who got MVP.
Tianjin, jungle. Yes, it was. Good guess. I'd have to say, on kind of like a baseline level, on an emotional level, I do like seeing struggling players getting these kind of real key games, these player of the game performances, because it can be very hard, particularly in the jungle role, stepping up to a new level of play with some of the greatest players in the world, in the hardest role to play in professional League of Legends, because jungle is so dependent on so many things about the meta and the way that your team plays. But Tianjin, despite his own struggles in the split so far in summer, coming up from LDL, this was a super solid buy game, kind of always finding the right target and making iBoy's life unplayable.
True. I mean, he was a big part of it, wasn't he? And Tianjin, first MVP as well. Had a real rough split, as you were alluding to. As we go through, I mean, some of the Qs not landing with the flashes, but still, right target selection, right timing. And, yeah, I think his best performance by far, really, this split so far.
I think that's hard to argue against. He's had some rough games, but as we said, might have failed the first Q flash and laning phase, but doesn't do so again in this mid lane. Manages to combo on really, really well. And I think now, if the name of the game is going to be about these dive combos, you have to be so more aware of that in the draft. It feels like both of these teams have prepared for that today and been successful at that today. I don't necessarily want to see one of these sit back and wait compositions from AL again. I think that they showed their own their own flaws when they weren't able to be proactive themselves, then they couldn't stall out the game long enough. I want to see them either lock in something which is much harder to dive into in terms of that support role early on into the draft, don't let it get banned out in second round of bans, or they go towards more dive themselves.
Or giving something a bit more priority to Harder. I mean, Harder had a great Ari game number 1. Xiao Hao and Harder this game pretty much non-existent, as all they could do is sit there and watch IG run over them. Harder on this is here as well. We talked about itemization. We talked about the fact he never got to his 3 items. It was really rough watching him play after having such a good game number 1. So, yeah, hopefully there is an adaptation here for AL, because they need this series. If they're going to try and make a miracle run to playoffs, this is the series that starts it. This is the series that they bare minimum need. Otherwise, IG would just take a freebie here. And even though IG practically out, not technically, but practically, if you're an LPL person and you've seen the standings, you say, well, it's just to be a thorn in the side and end your season a little bit better than you maybe would have expected with how they've gone. And it's also about developing for 2024. So there's a lot of things to take away here from IG, but no, Mira, let's just hope that we do get AL who step up to the table as well, so we have a final good game 3 to finish the series.
Yeah, you know, most of our teams have played 11, 12 series thereabouts, and you play 16 series in total. So you've got about 4 or 5 series left. Currently, playoffs benchmark is 5 series. We're expecting that to go up to maybe about 7. That's what it ends up being at the end of the split a lot of the time. That's how it's often gone down to. So you look at anyone's legend, you see them at 4 wins, and you think, oh, that's maybe not that bad, especially if they walk away today. They could maybe work that out. But then their end of split schedule is so rough. With many top teams involved in that, they need this win today. And they will need to punch up the table to get themselves any semblance of a chance in playoffs themselves. And as you said, while not mathematically eliminated IG, they don't even have that kind of glimmer of hope. But they, for them, for a team which I think at the start of the year, it's kind of easy to forget at this point, they were one of our unexpected real contenders for the first half of spring. They had such a great amount of charisma. They found a new way to play, and this band of misfits and players which were sort of overlooked coming together to make something really special for a period of time, but they couldn't keep that level of form. For them to end off this split at least with some victories and get themselves some important kind of results to walk home with their own player development in mind, that would still mean a lot to them.
Yeah, it really would. And again, for both teams, just about how they've round out the split, I think can be said quite easily. Is Tianjin, first MVP of last game, of the split, I should say, in last game. And it is nice to see, considering how much we've kind of ranted about him. He was a really high prospect from the LDL. On IG Young, this guy was the jungler that other LDL junglers paid respect to. I mean, the LPL, very different story so far. He has been outclassed. He hasn't really synergized with the new IG either. Last game was a really nice addition. So let's see how they go. As same side yet again, IG consistently on blue this series and AL on red. As Xiaohao gets the bans once again away. No Nocturne for him after game 1.
And this is a conversation which we really need to keep on having as well, because Xiaohao looked really good on his Nocturne and has had some great Lee Sin games before. But we're starting to, again, question what lies beyond those two champions. What can you really pull out beyond that point? They gave over the Ari Vi combo in draft number 2. That was a very disastrous decision for them because their AD carry could not play the game. I think it would be in their best interest to take away that fight this game.
You give it a Xiaohao, and LeBlanc actually open. I noticed AL have left that open. Tristana got instead, but they want the Azir again.
Again?
Surely not.
Yeah, color me surprised.
LeBlanc.
I don't like this from AL. I feel like they need more proactivity. You've given over the Sejuani Jax, and while you might be able to lock in something like a cannon towards that top side, which helps CDZ, and that is a good lane matchup, that's good, don't get me wrong, you're still against, you know, a proactive mid lane champion from Cryan. Hard is not going to be able to impact the game in the way which he did in game 1, you have to imagine. And Jax Sejuani, even when you're playing something like a 1v1 lane counter in that cannon, kind of sucks. And that means that they're not even going towards that. They say, look, if we lock in that cannon, there's still the chance you get burst out in early game by the Sejuani melee synergy. Cassante has to be the way to go so we can survive in the top lane 2v2. But it's not proactivity that we wanted to see from them.
No, not at all. I mean, look, at least this time flipping the matchup in top side and comp still makes sense, but when LPL has prioritized things like LeBlanc, when we've seen really strong synergy, especially Vi LeBlanc as a 2v2, it's not what gave Xiaohao and Harder success in game number 1, but we'll digress. We'll get towards that bottom side now because that's what's left standing here as iBoy and Zora versus Arn and Wink has been a matchup mainly favoring Arn and Wink as AL ban away the Draven against Arn, which is standard practice.
Now, really have to wonder whether something like the Kai'Sa is going to hit the ban list soon as well. That was a very important part of game 2. Felios still on the table, Zyra Khan still on the table as well. I think Wink on the Rakan, unsung hero of game 2 for IG. I mean, we mentioned it a couple times in the cast, so maybe there was a little bit of a tune or a melody in that instead of being completely unsung. But I think maybe removing that Rakan or picking up the Zyra themselves would be handy for them. Instead, it's going to hit the ban list.
All right, well, let's just see how it rounds up. So far, we've had things like the Varus open, but no Cigar, or at least taken away. Aphelios for iBoy, 3 games in a row. That's what it feels like. You know, it's going to be the direction here from anyone's legend. And it's kind of a shame with all the other 80 carries in the meta. Surely iBoy says, let's not do Aphelios. There goes Milio. Here it comes. No mirror. Oh, take away the Kai'Sa this time? That would be
you know,
better.
I love this. I think it speaks towards it. Like I know that today has been it's been a trying day for you, traveling back from the future so far into the future, and you know, having to witness anyone's legend kind of digging their own grave a little bit in game 2. But I don't think you have to set yourself up for failure quite so often. I think you can afford a bit more optimism because we do have that Kai'Sa now coming in for iBoy. It's a bit more proactive and potentially a bit more safe as well. Really have to wonder what the support matchups are going to be though at this point. You got the Aphelios. Nautilus rises up in value on both sides now because you want to take that away from the Kai'Sa Nautilus, which is so good at stacking Plasma even at the level 1 mark. On the other side, though, Wink has a really good Rakan, so it might be a bit of an arms race in this bot side, saying, okay, could take away that Nautilus as a takeaway, or we could just go for something that is a lot more comfortable for our support.
Great sync up with Sejuani as well, so you've got your jungle, but this is another pick that has actually flown by through the draft today. And AL, again, it's one of the few top-tier supports outside of the Nautilus you already mentioned, left standing. Completes the engage potential, strong 2v2 with Kai'Sa as well, and would give AL a bit of a different direction, maybe a harder direction as well. Lock it in. No Nautilus Zora. Zora's Nautilus last game. Absolutely. Okay. Well, third time's the charm.
We might be looking at a 3 Nautilus loss series. Lost in game 1 against the Braum, lost in game 2 as it was just completely shut down by the dive combo from IG. I think in this game, it helps that you have the aggressive AD carry able to follow up in terms of kill lane from the Kai'Sa. I think it's harder to shut down that Kai'Sa the Aphelios in the second game draft, especially with a huge amount of dive. I am a little bit worried for anyone's Legend again, though. It feels like the Cassante will eventually lose out on a lot of value, particularly because Jack Sejuani. You can't ever really 2v2 that towards the top side. Ari will be much more proactive than that Razir. And even towards the bot side, Kaiser Nautilus, it's nice in terms of kill combo, but the Aphelios Rakan, you expect that to get at least wave push early on.
I will say, like, at least this time, you're right, you know, that Kaiser is in the hands of iBoy. There is a lane that feels like you can play through here for AL. It's not just, you know, 3 lanes, well, 3 losing lanes it became in the end for AL. There is direction this time, and maybe it's going to help them as we go into Game 3. IG on the other side, playing as disruptors, really, as they've taken away the Ari. They've made sure it doesn't go into Harder's hands again. And Wink getting the Rakan as well, a big pick. As we go into the final game of this series, just a note, LGD WE that is being played in Xi'an in WE's home arena will be delayed, but we'll be playing it live without break. Well, rather, at a delay without break to catch up. So, you guys remember what a break feels like. We're time traveling forward with you all.
Got to
and
go
we're going to be doing like 3 games in a row.
Gotta go back to live hysterics.
Oh, no, we're going to go back. Oh, classic.
Sadly, no great Scots being chanted out by the crowd. That would have really fit it. It would have been very odd for them to do so, but it would have been maybe if it was time travel was possible, maybe we could have implanted that message into the crowd. That would have been great. But could have also told them about the level 1, because it's briefly coming in from AL. All it is a ward and potentially scouting out this bot side stop. They won't see anything onto the buff, though. They will see the Raptors, should they be taken in any particular order by Tianzhen, though. So they'll have some information on where the Sejuani is on the map partway through their clear.
YSCam just walking up past the ward, and information also given over. And a simple one placed by him. He just wants to get in the way. Counter-Strike, level 1 Jax. Always just the way, isn't it? He's not starting red, no. He's just walking past it as he goes to wave.
There are a couple of champions from top lane that can really disrupt first clears, particularly with something like Vi that loves to start something like W, so you don't have your Q or even your E for a quick auto-attack reset as a good trade. You can really make a mess of a couple of those junglers, should they be alone on a buff. Not going to be the case here, though. Just information that Xiao Hao is heading towards that top side, clearing bot to top, and IG, they're not going to see Tianzhen's pathing here. This is quite interesting. He's gone buff to buff. Might do a reverse clear after this point, so we can go from bot to top to respond to Xiao Hao on that top side of the map. But AL don't have information on where this Sejuani is right now.
See if he finds an angle. Bot side push out heavily because they've hit the level 2 first. Dredge line in as well. And Wink takes a pretty unfavorable trade from Zora and iBoy. But Wink still has everything available. So let's just see what the Sejuani does in the end. As Xiao Hao spotted going towards his top side, so he is on vision.
So, as a rule of thumb, the way that you clear your camps tends to determine the way things go later into the game, but Tianzhen gets his early level 3 off of vision. AL, they really don't have information where the Sejuani is. He's skipped out on all the walls right now.
Wink, 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 Wink needs to go in. Force the summoner onto iBoy. Thinking about it, there's the W, there we go. Doesn't want to burn any of his own. Instead, Ignite comes out, and ZDZ and YSCam fighting it out. 1v1, we get an action. Oh my god, YSCam playing with fire a little bit there. And that Jax actually losing out as he has to back away.
It's very close. YSCam, one of our solo king gods in this top side. He's got so many solo kills. Xiao Hao had more information on his clear. YSCam, he has a flash, but he has no HP to play with.
I mean, he's on 10 CS. If he dies here, it's going to be lights out as he's bopped against the wall. Counter-Strike flashed away. It's Matt. Oh, my God. I guess that's why we don't dive Jack. Scissors, YSCam just holds strong. Gets a kill, jumps in. He's got double buffs. He's got double buffs. And with the flash from ZDZ as he matches it, now he takes them away. YSCam bit off way too much.
Oh, that's a horror story for YSKM. That was a tragedy. You just got those double buffs. You could have come back in with teleport, but as you said, just gets a little too overbold. Dies and gives double buffs right the way to his lane opponent, who also picks up a kill. So it's not like you're ahead in gold now. It's not like, You have those combat stats ahead of your lane opponent as well. The initial dive out play, really important. Counter-Strike gets a lot of value. We'll see that now on the Pro View. Only has 200 HP to work with, less than that, 100 after that Q lands. But because the Vine needs that auto attack to come through to get that press the attack, did not manage to get out of tower range. Really well played in the moment by YSCam.
Just jumps a little bit too far forward, gets a burst trade here, but then has no summoners, nothing available. And yeah, there's way too greedy there from the top lane Jax. Able to catch up some of the CS, but remember, this wave's getting pushed in right now. As ZDZ, close to getting 6 himself, has this wave to play with, and Nymera, with this wave pushed in, I mean, ZDZ should be 10 CS over him, thanks to the denial where he got the kill, and the wave was at a really bad spot for IG's
And
top.
he's going to have, like, red buff regen as well. Like, ZDZ has got so much to work with. It's a really awkward moment because it felt like IG, when they had individual advantages in Game 2, they really ran over the game. Similar could be said of AL in Game 1, right? ZDZ, individual advantage on the Cannon versus the Jax. Harder on the Ahri in Game 1 as well. Really making the most of things. But just look at this. I mean, YSCam can't even walk up to the wave.
True.
ZDZ complete control of that. Tianjin worked his way in towards bot side. No flashes on the AL bot lane. This could be an option.
It is, double grabbing him as well, and there's a wink knock up iBoy. Burn his flash before, and AL's bot again, a core weakness that IG are abusing. Permafrost, Zora without a flash, and just like that again, IG's 2v2 is set up to succeed.
Our MVP from Game 2, Tianjin, having a really good early game in Game 3 to stay off of vision. Level 1, we talked about that ward being put down to kind of spot out the Raptors partway through clear. Level 6 hitting top side.
It is indeed. I mean, the damage is there. Takes the turret shot. Does it matter, though? Does it? No, of course it doesn't. Cassante. And no TP available. Holy crap. YSKM is deep in doo-doo.
This is up the creek without a paddle. YSKM giving over the early double buffs leads to an awful wave state. Can't walk up to the wave. ZDZ sets up a huge crash of waves and gets the solo kill afterwards. Huge CS lead, and despite the victories on the bot side of the map, you have to start wondering what IG can do about this top side.
Meanwhile, ult use mid. Respond here from Cryan at the same time as well. It's just going to be ult for ult trade as top. That wave is going to be caught only by the end. It will be still about a 20 CS lead, but a second kill for ZDZ as we look at the replay. It's actually bot side we look at first.
It's because Tianjin, once again, just off of vision. I think anyone's legend, they need to get a lot more information on where the Sejuani is. They have not had a great job of being able to combat jungle vision and just stop themselves falling apart through this bot lane. It's not been the first time we've talked about this bot lane being abused by IG and getting gold through onto Arn. Arn is now, once again, going to be a scary threat towards this bot side.
Yep, so bot versus top. Again, I mean, like, ZDZ last game didn't do much on his Jax, but like game number 1, the 1v1 matchup has just been succeeding. Even with YSKM, I mean, getting the dive denial on Xiao Hao, you should think that YSKM this game should be in a great spot, Nymera. He outplayed, he played so well, and then just that greedy play seems to have backstabbed him heavily. And I don't know what more to say. I mean, YSKM has been really disappointing this split, unfortunately. After his hype-up spring debut.
Oh, iBoy.
Speaking of it, iBoy is a little bit DPS flash available, but Zora maybe has to burn. Here's the stretch line, gets him out for the time being. Ulti flashed away from as Xiao Hao comes in a little bit late. Harder now, challenging Cryan with no ulti available, but Cryan is just poked out.
Harder at least getting some value in this mid lane. I think one of the benefits from kind of the map being focused on side lanes, with AL getting advantages towards the top, IG getting advantages towards the bot, means that Harder has been isolated in this 1v1, and Cryan has not joined the party yet anywhere else on the map. So this Ahri not really getting the value that they need to. Tianjin also not able to get anything onto Harder yet again. So this is kind of the missing piece of the puzzle, I think, for this game, because the Ahri needs to be proactive. Both of these mid laners have done that in their respective wins this series. But in Game 3, it feels like Harder has found a spot where this Azir can get to usefulness.
Well, with a charm, I'm not going to say that he is as ulti comes through yet again, but look, Wink in the right place. That quickness not landing What was their hitbox there? Wait, what? He like touched him on the shoulder.
I wonder if there was some Mercury Treads shenanigans going on there for some tenacity. Either way, that means there are a couple of ultimates down for this Herald.
Well, IG still on it first, or rather pushing AL off first as the Herald goes down.
Right.
But iBoy stays.
Gets those plays towards the bot side. Okay, so Merc Tread's built up now by Hardest. We didn't have that tenacity beforehand. I was wondering what could
Did he
make
just
sense
not?
of that
Did he
CC.
get hit earlier and I just missed it?
I don't know. There were definitely a couple of CC bars above his head. I'm just wondering which one loaded first. Maybe it was maybe he was hit with the second CC during the duration of the first, so it made it look less. But
yeah,
maybe it just didn't connect either. Either way, he gets out, and IG credit to them. They try and get some proactivity through that mid lane we were just asking for. It just doesn't lead to anything, and that's kind of awkward now because once again you're without an ultimate. You're bleeding out a bit of CS through this mid lane, and Harder has those Merc Treads now. Next time you go towards that play, it's going to be harder to make it land.
It is indeed. And whether we see it or not again, probably hit earlier or just regardless, wasn't hit at all. But hey, ignore that because time being, more important things to talk about, like how that CS mid lane, that advantage is not really enough considering top side is 30. 30 right now. A ZDZ styling as that 1k gold lead is surely coming out of mid, coming out of top. Even bot keeping up with CS despite the pressure IG have been putting on that 2v2 lane.
Considering the top laners we have on a couple of our mid to bottom tier table teams as well, it's worth having a conversation about a couple of the standout ones because you know, we've had players like Cube on Rare Atom last split and then moving on to WE this split. We'll see him next series of the day. Him, ZDZ, Xiaoshu. We've had a couple of top laners which have started to put their names into the conversation for really strong individual players. You see that ZDZ, when he gets a winning matchup, he has some real ability to play through it. And in this game, 2 kills, multiple CS advantages taken throughout this series as well. He's really setting himself up for success.
Yes, indeed. And as he joins, it's going to be a hell of a shock for other players in this game as Iceborne Gauntlet has been picked up. Dredge line into a minion. Okay, Zora. iBoy has static shift, so he should be able to fast clear. This is Wink, jumps in again. And this time, all right, no problem. Quickness does connect as teleports there. Xiaohao for the re-engage onto Arn. Tianzhen blocking, though, with an ulti. As Harder jumps in, he gets the ulti onto Arn. But still, there's not enough damage there. I think Tianzhen was a genius. AL couldn't get past the big pig. And IG capitalized again.
It is very bold from anyone's legend, and that boldness does not work out in their favor. IG, they get to the play in time. They channeled their own teleport, and without the huge multi-person CC from AL landing in response to IG's own, that knock-up huge to start things off from Wink. They just can't see out the rest of that fight. It felt like AL were at a pretty good spot in this game. Suddenly, after giving over that gold and giving over that dragon, maybe we have to revisit that question again. Starts off in a 2v3 with Tianzhen just in the corner of the picture, but the Infernum, the big combo from Rakan, gets things off starting very, very well. You're absolutely right. This Adjuan just becomes such a pain in the ass as soon as they kind of put this bulwark down. iBoy doesn't ult into the play, doesn't want to throw their body into the fray, and they probably would have died for it. It's a good decision. It's not exactly iBoy's fault. AL just bite off way more than they can chew.
And again, AL's bot lane not able to do much, as you mentioned. Not only iBoy, but Zora was actually taken out by Tianzhen in the end as well. Harder jumping into his death, and gold is even for IG with double dragon yet again. Remember that it's only ZDZ that really now feels like they're doing a lot of carrying in this game with bot behind. With mid, yes, CS lead, but thanks to that play, a bit more gold went over to IG's carries. Or even Tianzhen as well to pick up some of that. Main thing is, Nymira, I mean, this is just like, it's to and fro, but it's not like AL have a really strong lead outside of the fact that this Cassante is 2,000 up on YSK.
I think ZDZ is looking at the rest of this game going, team, guys, why are we dying here?
Yep.
Because he's like a solid 1,500 gold ahead of the next highest earner in the game, which is Arn on the side of IG. This Cassante is going to absolutely kick people's teeth in when he actually arrives to that play. He's finally broken down that top lane tier 1, which is important. First tower bonus going over his way as well. He's almost at 2 items. This champion is absolutely off to the races. Lane assignment is going to become very important now, though, because EDZ about to get his teleport back up, but he doesn't have a tower to pin YSKM2. He'll have to push him down into enemy territory, and I think he is strong enough to survive a 1v2, or survive. I don't think he'll get a kill in a 1v2 if IG decide to commit members towards that top side. But I don't know whether he's actually going to get enough advantages to kind of make it worthwhile keeping him in the side lane. I think he wants to be probably transferring towards bot now, especially with second Herald coming up soon. You want him on bot lane, hold that TP, potentially allow him to hit that bot lane outer turret, and then finally get himself teleporting into the play. You have a couple of wards deep into the top side of IG now, one in the lane, a couple in the jungle entrances as well. That's what we need to keep an eye on. ZDZ is ready to enter the fray now.
There's going to be a longer lane as Tark goes down to Cryin in the meanwhile. ZDZ, as you said, is doing maybe what you suggested, is turret should be dropping. Cryin just takes a cheeky trade, but finds that in the end regardless. A lot of grouping up now from IG towards mid as they're covering for Wink and Arn, but hovering between the lanes themselves. You mentioned Herald, that's up in 15, Dragon 2 minutes. Gold pretty much even. As I'm just going to wait and see what items we're dealing with for this next Dragon, because it feels important to talk about iBoys here, as he's only on the first with components in the midst. Harder still without his first item 15 minutes into the game is kind of surprising.
Stopped off towards smoke treads, that's where some of that gold is gone. AL, they are starting up this objective. When you're on red side, it can be a little hard to disengage from the Baron Pip. You have enough mobility to escape out the back of it with ViQ, the Azir combo as well. They shuffle out the back of that pit. So AL get themselves that Herald fairly painlessly. Don't think IG are going to be able to do that much damage to this mid lane outer turret either. So that's a winning play for AL. I think if it had come down to a big fight, there was a chance that potentially they were in a difficult position with the terrain working against them. And IG now, as much as they have on in a good spot, they need to find a way to leverage that themselves right now. They've slowed down a little bit. And this is where some of those questions about proactivity once again come into IG. Feels like they do have the gold and the ability to fight, but they're not able to pull the trigger right now.
At least they have been better in some of these early games, Game 2 and Game 3. You know, playing towards their comps win conditions, you know, this time around. We've got Jackson the side lane. We still have a Sejuani with an Aphelios. So, not like IG are really going to be struggling at this point. But 40 seconds till Dragon. I guess we're going to get their answer, because it would be third for IG if they can pick this up. And right now, they have a teleporting side laner who is applying pressure here and trying to draw out Harder's summon a spell as well.
Yeah, so we did see Cryin able to take the bot lane tier 1, and that was fairly important. I think we can see that Ahri is safe to be able to push in the side lane in which ZDZ is playing towards as well. So I think if IG can allocate the Ahri into the into the Cassante lane, I think that's very helpful for him, and potentially allows YSKM to pick up some waves of farm which would have been denied elsewhere. You can see that currently YSKM is able to get some gold, has a stopwatch for the next fight as well. Despite the Jax failing in the 1v1 a number of times, is managing to cling on to relevance currently. Teleport behind them now too.
IG pulling the trigger. Harder's ulti comes out. Arn using his own as well. iBoy is a slither his way. His quickness is there. YSKM now rolling in, but only finds a target on the jungle. Zora dies as well. Double kill over to YSKM, and he's done enough as iBoy decides death is better. And AL losing their bottom lane again. That is a classic.
How does that happen? They see YSKM on the flank. He walks over Vision on his way into that mid lane. It feels like AL, they were in a position to actually take themselves a fight, stand their ground, use the Cassante for the first time in this game, but IG feels like they get away with absolute murder. And YSKM walks away from that, not just surviving and picking up lanes and some farm in those side parts of the map. He actually gets a couple of kills from this too. So how the heck does this start off? You have the root from Arn. Have to imagine it starts with that big teleport coming in towards the back, and it's a couple of ults that have invested onto the group members of AL. At this point, you know that YSKM is here. Xiaohao kind of wastes his Q a little bit. Maybe he could have used that to isolate the Jax on the side. And iBoy completely, once again, misses the memo. Very awkward couple of games from this AD carry.
What is he doing? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Man, I mean, just walked back like, oh, dear Lord. Okay. Well, at the very least, AL didn't lose more, but IG still picking apart the pieces, still in a favorable position in this game. A small gold lead. They got Dragon. They are on sole point now. And despite bot lane of AL, we still have a fed Cassante. We've got Nazir who's got Leandres this time around, no mirror, and is going for some more aggressive item choices. So we'll see how they go, because AL still trying to defend their tier 1 and keep this game going a little bit longer.
Doesn't really matter which items you have on the Azir though, he's just dying that easily in the fights. Saw that the crown didn't really help in game 2 for the Azir. In game 3, yes, you managed to stand and fight great amounts of damage, but don't know if you're actually going to be able to do that. Once again, this Cassante has such a huge lead, just not been able to leverage it. So AL, some serious questions being posed to them about what they're doing with this top lane matchup. We've seen Cassante absolutely ruin games in the LPL. It was 100% pick and ban for the longest time in the summer split. ZDZ not really able to achieve much outside of 1v1s.
Well, Tianjin flying the ulti. Boy's going to get out of there as Baron is just sitting there waiting, and AL have position first. IG trying to threaten as well. There's Everfrost harder, jumping in, crying with the ulti himself, though, to get out of there. It's just such a strange series. Overall, I am perplexed. Like, I don't know what to make of AL. I don't know what to make of IG sometimes as well. They're just very strange teams with how inconsistent they can be. I think that's kind of the word choice for it, especially,
yes.
You know, like these teams is why they're near the bottom. Even though AL are 4 and 7, you know, this team can make a miracle run to playoffs, but they also can't because they're versing 4 top teams after this. And if they need 8 wins, like 7 is so risky. They need 8 wins. They need to beat either Top Esports, LNG. What are the other ones? I'll bring it up. It's really hard schedule. Well. OMG or Weibo. Weibo maybe. That's 6. How are AL going to beat OMG, Top Esports, or LNG? Like they have to. All those teams have to run it.
And look, we know that OMG can lose a game 1 here and there, but AL, this is the problem. It's the Zombieland rule 1, right? Double tap. Rule 1's cardio, but you have to double tap. Yeah. Like you can't just win 1 game. You need to take them down twice, and this is the problem here. You look at game 1, AL look great, look awesome. They're proactive. They're playing very well through harder, and they can't replicate that again. And inconsistency is the word, because, again, look, you're playing in the LPL. You're not a bad team. You're not bad players. The LPL has such a high floor for all the players playing here. But trying to last out an entire best of 3, it can be very difficult. And you can see now that both of these teams have struggled in kind of pulling off plays in the timelines that they want to. It feels like the plays, particularly in games 2 and 3, or particularly in this game, I suppose. In game 2, IG were actually pretty good at pulling the trigger when they needed to. It has felt like it's been more about this game has been more characterized by the mistakes rather than the big plays being made.
So much more so. At least now, though, we are gearing up for neutrals again. 40 seconds. This big team fight could just end it all, as it feels like one big fight should be deciding a lot at this point as well. With a lot of standing gold up and available for both teams. Count that down, 30 seconds. IG trying to hop it between Baron. The threat there is AL need to stop the Soul, but also need to make sure that IG don't sneak the Baron as Crying ulti's out. Zoro flash for that, but at least he gets that ulti out early from Crying.
YSKM split pushing, going to take down some gold in this top side. Will have himself a teleport. What teleport options has he got? He's got a couple towards bot side. I think there was a ping there even. I don't know which team it was on, but with Baron spawned, I mean, IG say, well, who cares about Dragon? Yes, it's a Chemtech Soul. Who cares? We can go towards this Baron and maybe force AL into a risky fight.
Arn out of Shurikens, though, running out of the Severum too to make it easier. 5k, Xiaohao behind the pit. There's a dredge line to start it off, knocked up. And remember that Crying has no ulti, so frontlining's not great as Xiaohao jumps on him behind the pit, but it's taken by Tianjin. No one there for the time as YSKM keeping them all busy, but Xiaohao with his ulti unable to find too much as ZDZ does, though. The carry of AL, the Fed member now kiting away, running for his life. He's killed the AD, but he'll die for it in the end. Over the wall, YSKM's also found one more. AL's jungler getting caught up. Ladies and gentlemen, the Observer just saying it's over. Going to wires cam a little bit too early, brother, as Xiaohao will die to a minion in the end. AL are the ones who lose the Baron, lose the fight, lose a bit of sanity here with Tianjin dying to Harder. I don't know what this series is. I don't know what this game is. But IG are now looking for Soul too.
YSKM has done a very admirable job of becoming relevant in this game. He's picked up a lot of waves in side lanes after ZDZ had his individual advantage. His team has allowed him that, especially with Cryan winning his own side lanes. And then he gets some big plays like this. That Jax was absolutely monstrous. Sora, I don't know why you're here, buddy. Like, you know, Flash, no ultimate.
How did that W
goal
not
for the
connect?
I don't... A fine question indeed, Hysterics. Alas, it is not one I can answer for you. It's always going to be claimed by IG.
It's probably elevation stuff from the river to the rest of the rift.
This is how the fight started though, around that Baron, because it looked pretty okay for the first time. AL, they get a clean first kill, but they're walking into the rifle turrets. Rifle turrets do so much damage for Arnon. He walks away with a huge amount of damage, and this is where things get absolutely huge. 4-man stun, Zhonya's away from the Emperor's Divide as well. That Zhonya's allows YSKM to stop himself getting shunted away. He's in the right place at the right time, and that is so much more value than the Cassante getting just, you know, one kill on the back end. Yeah, it ends up being a 3-for-3 after Harder ends up taking down Tianjin. Death on live, though. iBoy goes down yet again.
Yes, he does. Well, Harder's just pushing while mid is getting destroyed. Minion wave thinned out quite a bit. Baron's still there, though. It's Wink who needs to help out the minions. But IG, as they clear this next wave, another one impound, as YSKM just does his own work in the top side, having the Baron buff himself.
This is a capitulation from AL. That Baron feels like the real death blow from such a dominant Game 1. Game 2 was awkward in terms of draft. Game 3, they had their own individual advantages, but they couldn't leverage them. Now the Baron is so valuable for IG.
Well, YSKM taking a 1v2. Ulti from ZDZ, but Turret's taking way too many. Just a free shutdown. AL managed to defend. Mid's going to go down, but Inhibitor stops there. As YSKM just overreaching a little bit here. So AL should be happy that they don't lose much more than they should have. But Baron still opens up their base.
There's still a 3,000 gold power play from that Baron, just about. What happened here, though, was while we were in a replay, this happened. It's just iBoy being very greedy in his positioning with the wave. No cleanse, no ults, no flash to get away from that kind of situation. Completely zeroed out. iBoy's positioning in games 2 and 3 has been very, very suspect. IG, credit to them, they've punished him with the engagements they have. I think Tianjin's really had his number in games 2 and 3.
Yeah, indeed. Just been the sole target as, again, trying to find iBoy in the back. He's got the ulti available. iBoy just has to go a little bit further up as Wink also chasing him down. But should be getting out for now. As ZDZ holds bot side wave. We're just waiting for the next objective. Baron in 220, Elder in 330. IG looking to make sure that AL don't even have a slimmer of a chance of making playoffs. Be down with the mess hall with them.
So, does feel like Elder is last chance saloon for anyone's legend in this series. And let's be honest, their playoffs race kind of hinging with that. Talked about their strength of schedule. If they were to lose today, it becomes that much more daunting. Very hard strength of schedule to end out their last few series. They need a lot of them as wins. So IG looking towards that Elder, hopefully looking to reprise that team fight performance, particularly from YSKM. He has himself 3 items now as well. That Guardian Angel gonna give him that extra life for potentially the most important fight of the game.
What other items we got? 3 on 80 carry, 3 on iBoy as well. As you mentioned, that GA for YSKM, I want to mention that we've got a Randuin's on the other side for CDZ with the Stone Plate available as well. This Cassante in the last fight, pretty big at taking down Arn. Probably the most fed member at this point as well, as Harder is close to getting the Rabadons. On that note, this time his 3rd item is going to be huge, but can he get there before the Soul, before the Baron is up and available? Can this Azir match iBoy? Because it would be 3 items on these big damage carries that might be able to turn the game for AL. They're not even that far behind. They're only 3,000 gold behind here at the 29-minute mark. And the Soul is not that valuable. As we all know, the Chemtech Soul is just the worst. So let's see how we go. Time's are ticking. Harder not getting too much in the way as a goal. They're just going to try and play this in front of the Baron for now.
Yeah, so Baron's coming up. Elder's not too far behind it. Flank teleport coming in from Jax. YSKM crying. They have the pin.
He's going to do it again. Well, Zora dragged him in as Harder now separates, but without that item, he's not doing too much. The range big from Arn. Here's the Cassante ult, but it doesn't do much either. AL have been taken out, and iBoy is just a remnant of that. IG's perfect fight. It exists. They'll get a numbers advantage. Zora's lucky to be alive, but just like that, IG should be getting a free Baron.
It's a bit of a mess from ZDZ. Tries to be the rear guard. Rear guard has ult, has flash, but the ult doesn't take him over the wall. The flash doesn't get him to safety either. Very awkward moment for that Cassante. Harder, lucky to get away with his life too. Just about takes down Cryan. This is one of the better case scenarios for AL. It felt like that could be hugely game ending. They get away with their lives. They might be able to have themselves one last hurrah around this Elder, and maybe iBoy can have himself an actual fight where he can do damage in. It felt like once again he was out of options and out of position too once again.
Yeah, look, I mean, I'm not sure at this point, you know, what the worst is. I'm not sure if iBoy is just caught up in the team at this point. I don't want to, I'm trying not to rip on him anymore. I've got to let that ship sail. I feel like he's having a rough day of it.
End of the day, he's 3 items on Kai'Sa. He has a chance to turn this fight. There's a lot of value on him. Sins will be forgiven if he can walk away with a win at this Elder.
Well, how do they pick anyone off? Zora right now not getting too much here with the Nautilus. As Elder in 10, you mentioned it. They've spotted out as AL go over the wall. They've just found themselves a target. Wink ran into trouble. That enhanced blast cone may have just opened things up for AL.
Maybe YSKM, no flash for this fight. It's going to be harder for him to get into the backline. And without the Rakan there to reach the backline, this is now an Elder fight, which is looking pretty okay for anyone's legend. I think there is. Got to be perked up around this.
YSKM got to try, though. Arn with his ulti. Now it's up and available. Needs a big hitter as the ulti misses here from Tianjin. IG are not landing anything. Crying without the Everfrost. As the ult from Hard is not too bad. It separates as Cryan is running amok in the back line. They've managed to take out iBoy and Zora, but now in the pit, the ulti used well by ZDZ. IG trying to get their numbers back on in, though. They're still strong enough as Tianjin gets flipped. YSKM and ZDZ now fighting it out, but Cryan over the wall. They've taken themselves off the Elder. Elder's like, what are you doing over there? This game is yuckity sucks, and Elder's just going to be started again.
ZDZ might have saved the game with that last kind of 1v3 play. Manages to disengage the Elder long enough that I think the waves are just going to not be able to reach the base, so AL can respawn, defend that. Elder is going to be claimed by IG. It's a huge victory for them either way, but again, it's not the game-ending fight. IG not quite able to cleanly close things out. iBoy clean sidesteps, Everfrost on the charm as well, but he gets absolutely obliterated by Arn as soon as he comes out of his own confrontation before this. iBoy, half of a good fight, is not quite good enough. You can see that after that point, AL, they just lose a lot of their damage. Harder, iBoy hit the ground. ZDZ does what he can and takes down the jungler at least, takes away that smite, takes away another member carrying that Elder, but it's not enough to win the fight completely.
Again, I mean, the stone plate shield, just massive. Crying, lucky to be alive. I guess then the Chemtech Soul was helping out massively. As IG reclaimed the fight, AL close call. But Elder picked up now by 3 members. One of them is Arn, actually. Actually, Wink has it as well. So, never mind. 4 people with Elder on IG as AL getting aggressed in 2 sides of the map right now, mid-bot. YSKM level 18 Jax with 4 items. It takes a lot of attention from AL to be matched.
So, huge gold lead now. It's late game, so the gold lead matters less. That's an ult being thrown through.
And it is Elder. ZDZ has to back away. YSKM free access to inhibitor because of this push as IG break down the last inhibitor turret on this side of the map at least. Top the last, at least for this game. Now up to about 10k is IG over AL. And with 45 seconds left on this Elder, look at the burst damage. Arn running in, just getting freebies. iBoy's going to get crying as Tianjin almost burnt down himself, but Arn's still alive and well, and Elder is popping them through. iBoy, of course, he's caught for the 7th time. Great ulti back as AL are getting dove deep in their base. They're trying to deflect the damage, but running through it's not enough versus Elder Buff. YSKM is making up for game one. 12-3-5, and IG just stop AL's run before it's even begun.
Might be a bit Route 1 to reference his name, but I mean, how could you forget about You Should Know Me? He had such a rough early start to this game. That over-bold play after he just won those double buffs in that denial of the dive very early on in topside. Felt like that had set him behind for good, but he manages to avert himself from from the gaze of Cassante, stays out of his lane, picks up waves where he can, and the lane allocation allows him to get to a point of power to be important around the first big fights in mid-game and into late game as well. That Jax was absolutely huge, and it didn't feel like there was a good answer for it coming in from AL, and they walk away from this series presumably heartbroken. This was in their hands, and it slipped away from them oh so easily.
Man, YSKM, I mean, good rejuvenation from the start of the series. As you're saying, even from this game itself. This top laner, few and far between, has had great games this split, so it is nice to talk about him in that positive light. As IG getting another win on the board, it won't mean much in the long term, but it will stop AL from having much to say here in this split. Max they can now reach is 8, but their schedule is too hard. I think just like that, we say AL, you know, this is the series they'll look back on. This is the series they'll reflect on Nymera when they don't make playoffs.
I think that's the way you have to look at it, sadly. Again, we've talked about it a great many times. Their strength of schedule is very, very hard. If they'd won today, they would have ended up going up to a 4-win streak. They had been on a good recent run of form. I think particularly with Xiao Hao being removed from his two most important champions in the Lee Sin and the Nocturne, I think some of that proactivity and some of the mid lane jungle combinations really lost themselves from Annual's Legend. They didn't have a plan C, we'll call it, right? They had plan A and B, which is Lee Sin and the Nocturne. Yeah. They didn't have the third string of champions. And if you can handle that in your first round of bans, and the other OP champions aren't enough to carry AL through to strong drafts, that's now going to be a large, gaping hole in the draft phase and a blueprint of how you beat this team.
I'm really curious when we get to interviews, if AL have anything, if IG have anything to say about AL's bottom lane. Like, I'm just so curious because versing Fireboy and Zora, like all three games, despite game one being a win for AL, all three games, Arn and Wink really diffed Fireboy and Zora. Right now, that was just...
They didn't even need Draven.
I don't know what...
Didn't even need Draven.
Not even.
Like, I think that bot lane
really
from...
curious.
Yeah, because I think it's difficult, right? Because you do want to be fair to Fireboy and Zora and say, okay, well, you know, there were a couple of times where it looked like it was more of a communication issue in regards to who could be bot side. And part of it is praising players like Tianzhen for getting bot lane off of Vision so regularly. I think there are some factors in that which make Fireboy and Zora look a little less coordinated and a little more out of position. But when it comes to those team fights especially, and a couple of times where Fireboy died in mid lane and in very important situations in the game, but you have to look at them with a critical eye because it felt like the top side of the map was doing more than fine from Anyone's Legend for the majority of this series. It really was those leads through bot lane which they couldn't recompense.
Harder at least doing some damage, but you're looking at Arn, you're looking at YSKM. Real driving forces of this game. No point where AL able to secure a lead and run with it. Bit of a messy one. 34 minutes of a bit of a mess, honestly. But hey, look, at least we got through it, folks. At least together, we got to see IG dismantle AL in the last two games. I'm looking forward to the next series. I'm not going to lie. I really like watching WE at the moment, despite them being a mid-tier team. So I'm just going to say right now, really happy that we're going to the next one shortly. We'll be at a delay, but we will be getting there shortly. We do have to interview players from IG. But I'm just curious. I really want to know what they thought of the bot lane of AL this game. Not sure what else to say.
Well, the thing is, when you come to interviews with a lot of these players, I think rightfully so, they focus more on their own selves, right, and figure out their own performance. So, I mean, it'd be very interesting to hear either way.
Crying, standing by with Wendy over in Shanghai. We throw it to you. See what we can get.
Thank you so much, guys. And crying, a long time no see. Congratulations on today's win. And also for today's game, you guys were able to end it up the winning streak of AL. And I want to ask you a bit more about adjustments made after the loss of game 1, because you guys were able to have a very clean victory for both game 2 and 3. 那首先恭喜你们今天很漂亮赢下比赛的胜利，也是终结了你们的对手 AL 的一个连胜。所以说也特别好奇，可能在第1局失利之后，整个队友进行怎么样的一个调整，能够在第2、3局打得非常的漂亮呢？
第1局打完，其实觉得只要掰点梦魇的话，很确信就可以赢得很轻松。
To be honest, after the loss of game 1, it feels like if we just ban out Nocturne, this champion, we can easily get a win. And I totally agree with that because it's a very one-sided game 2. And in game 3, you were able to just grab all the early game tempo from the beginning. But still, I want to talk a little bit more about game 3's team fight around the Elder Dragon, because actually it's a 4v5 fight, but you were able to kite so well to help the team to win the fight and also got the Elder Dragon. So tell us more, what happened there? 那其实你们的第2局和第3局都是打得比较顺利的嘛。其实从第3局也是前期就一直能拿起节奏，但是还是想问一下第3局的一波远古龙团之前的一个状况。其实当时你们是一个4打5的情况，但是呢，你的阿里也是能够非常好的拉扯对面，然后呢赢了团战也拿到了龙。当时是发生了些什么呢？
因为那个远古龙团辅助比较意外阵亡了嘛，但是因为优势比较大，所以说4打5也比较好打，就是然后3局的时候运气比较好，拉扯了一下。
Yeah, I must say before that Elder Dragon fight, we just got an accident. Our support player Wing just got caught by the opponent. So actually it was 4v5. But because we have already got a very huge gold lead, we were the one that in advantage. So it feels like we don't need to worry about it. We can still win the fight. And I must say I'm quite lucky. So after that, I can kite so well to help the team to win the fight. And also, Crying, you joined into this IG, this split. You have very experienced, you are the veteran, but inside the team there's so many rookies. So what's your role inside the team, and how did you manage to use your experience to maybe help the team to build a better synergy? 那其实你也是这个赛季加入到 IG 的嘛？那其实你是队伍里的一名老将，也是比较有经验的选手。但是你们队内其实有一些是新人选手，所以说你可能加入到 IG 之后，你在队伍里担任的是怎么样的一个可能说担当，然后同时包括你怎么利用你过去的一些经验来帮助队伍能够很好的成长，来磨合呢？
因为队伍内就可能是有一些新选手，然后也有一些跟我，比如说辅助跟我差不多一样有实力的选手嘛。然后，帮助的话，其实我也提供不了什么帮助嘛，就是平时生活中就相处的好一点，然后大家一起分享意见，正常交流。
Yeah, it really feels like in this IG, definitely we got some rookies and fresh blood, and also we got the veterans like me, like also Wink. We are very experienced, but to be honest, I don't feel there's much help that I can give to my team. But normally, maybe in the daily life, we would like to just build a very good atmosphere and maybe share more things to try to build a good synergy for the whole team. Yeah, I totally agree with that. And also for the following matches, you still got 4 matches left for this regular season, and including some strong teams like JDG or WBG. So which part do you think the whole team can still make some improvements on in order to have a better performance in the future? 那其实说到你们的夏季赛、常规赛还有4场比赛嘛，其中也包括可能比较强的一些对手，比如说像京东啊、WBG。你觉得队伍可能哪些方面可以再继续进行一些提高和改进，能够在未来有更好的发挥呢？
我觉得我们队伍只要在打架的时候把操作处理好就可以了。
Yeah, maybe I think the part that we can make some improvements on is we can have a better mechanics and have better details in all the team fights. So this is something I would like to share to all of you. And thank you for the sharing and congratulations. 后面继续加油。And back to our casters.
Take it to Wendy, take it to Crying. Good reflections for a man very experienced for his team. IG with a 2-1 against anyone's legend, and MVP of that final game was YSKM as well. Again, few and far between when we've talked about YSKM in this split, so it is nice to be highlighting a man. I mean, like Tian Zhen, yeah, more so, but YSKM has been back and forth. I mean, this is his first MVP. That goes to show you with IG, who else we've been looking at.
Considering how strong YSKM's start to spring was, start to the entire year. Yeah, it's been a while since we've managed to talk about him in that same kind of regard. He pulled off a solo kill or two, and his team fighting on Jax is still immaculate when he gets that gold. I think what really sold me on his gameplay in this game was the way that he managed to claw back from the early deficit. This was the good moment, and then we cut away from his mistake just after that point, which throws it back. This fight gets the teleport at the right time, and this is before he's really into the game just yet, but, you know, picks up a couple of kills, and, you know, AL kind of a bit awkward on the retreat. But every time he went in towards one of these big team fights, that Jax was a huge damage threat, which AL didn't have an answer to.
Definitely was. I mean, again, flanking angles, consistency there this time around. YSKM showing up massively, and it is nice to see, especially since the Jaxes this series haven't really been that impactful. ZDZ on the Cassante, a good attempt, at least towards the very end, but Crying and YSKM dismantling as IG with the 2-1 over AL. Folks, we don't go to a break here. Instead, we get ready for the next series. We're going to be going straight into this one. LGD is playing over in Xi'an. Started at 9 p.m. my time, which is 37 minutes ago. So we are going to be going back-to-back, no breaks whatsoever until we get up to live. So with that, game one, I'm assuming draft will pop up on our screen shortly. And Nymira, we can talk about this one a little bit closer because, yeah, look, WE 5-4. This team is a playoff potential team. They haven't played nearly as many series as anyone else. Their schedule is very approachable towards the end of the split. And going up against LGD today, who are our 17th place team, this should be WE favored.
I will say, though, specifically in game one, LGD are like the anti-OMG, where game one, they are on it. They've prepared well. They have a really good ability to take games in game one. They took games off of BLG. They took a game off of BLG. They took a game off of JDG. The problem was the double tap. They couldn't get a second game in pretty much any of their series. They've only walked away with just the one series win for themselves, but can they hit home in game one? It's a specialty of theirs, Team WE. They need to really start stamping home their own authority because they have some wins to pick up themselves.
Well, WE are going up against Ziggs today, and LPC pulling out something that really Gala has been favoring a lot here. Jackie Love a little bit as well. It has been quite common practice when we've had a Tristana in the mid lane, Nymira, and they've just needed to fill in some of that AP damage ratio.
I think particularly when you have Tristana on the table, I mean, the first thing about this kind of composition is if you give over a Herald, say goodbye to your turrets. It doesn't matter which lane you throw it down in, someone is going to be able to absolutely shred through those turret plates. And that's a great way to snowball the game. Tristana has been a mainstay of a team like LNG, not just because Gala plays that Ziggs, but also because Scout is a very good player of it as well. So Haichao will have to show what he's made of on this champion. Jace, the other AD mid laner, which can enable this kind of composition. But it really is on this Tristana and the Herald plays to snowball ahead of this game, which makes this composition so disgusting to play against.
I mean, already LGD are going to get a favorable trade here. Haichao starting E. Shanks just having to walk away as he's on the wrong side of the map to get back into his lane. Haichao still willing as he's trying to play for that cooldown. One more second. If Shanks comes in, it's just E again. Shanks has to be so careful as no trade going to go further than that. LPC dragged in. This is a much spicier start as Hope and Iwandi getting an okay trade, but Iwandi left on his lonesome in the lane as no AD carries or AP carries are able to pick up the first 3 minions.
Now the thing is, it's not necessarily about the gold, it's about the XP in this case. You can see that in the mid lane, Shanks has to back off. Leona taking big damage as well. If you're out of range for XP, level 2 becomes that much more threatening. It means you have to potentially be at risk of a level 2 or level 3 dive under the turret. Hun can hit level 3 off these Krugs at this point. This can be very dangerous.
God, Iwandi, just as soon as Q's up, he must press it. Always going in as Hung is now level 3 himself, but 2 hit, the pressure there. Medium walking down, but he'll be on an entry ward that will give WE the information if they want to continue this dive.
Okay, they're level 2 under turret. I think that's safety. I think level 2 is safety. They couldn't get the wave crashed before level 2 was hit. That would have been a huge moment for Team WE. So they're going to walk away with a bit of trading onto the enemy bot lane, but not a huge win. They don't deny that many minions. It's hard to deny Ziggs farm unless you're consistently holding him outside of auto range. And they're going to be able to stop Hope and Iwandi also recalling at this point. So Team WE's early plans not necessarily coming to fruition, especially with mid lane falling behind as well with those early trades going in the favor of Haichao.
There's Ignite though. Jin Zhao has to flash away. I mean, iWondy's hooks have been on point so far. LPC up next as the stacking damage from Hope is huge. Wait for another volley. Hope's got flash available, but he won't pull the trigger. LPC's going to have to back away, and I mean, this duo is nailing down the 2v2.
Yes. Luckily, on Ziggs, you do take teleports. You can get back under this tower, manage to collect that wave. It's not like you're going to lose absolutely all of it. Also means you don't have a combat summoner to survive those kind of plays. LPC, nerves of steel. Level 3 hit by Hope and iWondy before the level 3 of Jin Zhao and LPC. At least they're able to deny a little bit of CS that time. But again, LPC and Jin Zhao still keeping themselves in the lane.
But I will say, plate goes over for Hope. And that's a very big deal here, already starting out in a great 2v2 fashion for WE. Hope has been someone we've looked towards consistently. You know, Cube's coming to the roster and we've hyped him up, but let's be real, Hope and iWondy have been a really fun lane to look at. As WE now, topside could be an advantage here. Decade with the flash on, or rather it's Hung who does that. The flip doesn't connect, a little bit too far forward he is. So Decade survives that, but has to burn his flash to get out of it.
So it's HP away, flash away, Cube gets to keep his. So Cube going to have the individual advantage in the 1v1 and also have an extra ability to survive a Jack Sejuani combo should it come in. Earlier in the day, we saw a couple of Jack Sejuanis not really play towards the top 2v2. Sejuani is here now. I don't think there's a great angle to go towards top lane though. That Maokai having no flash though removes some ability to play around 2v2s elsewhere on the map should LGD run into that Maokai again.
Let's see where he goes next. So far, pretty proactive here from Hung, trying to pick up the level 3 dive towards bot side. The setup for top after burning his flashes you just mentioned. It's been a very busy game for him as Meteor now coming back out on the map after his quick reset for a double Ruby Crystal. Both junglers going to be on the bottom side here as bot seems to be the juiciest lane with lots of CC to boot.
So junglers back out onto the map after that first clear. As you were saying, hey, Ruby Crystals for both of them. So, what does this mean? What are we looking for in the next couple of minutes? I think control of bot lane means a lot because that also means the control of the ability to roam up towards Herald. That means these plays are very important.
Cleanse, Satchel Charge actually doing the opposite of what LPC wanted. Dredgeline for the re-engage, trying to slowly bait this in. Hung is walking his way down, but Meteor's still healthy enough here as they've got an inkling that he was nearby. And 3v3, maybe now commencing. I'm not sure if you win this with a Maokai against the Ziggs. LGD a little bit ambitious as Zenith Blade's taken. Jin Zhao playing with 5. And what I want is the flash comes through. Hai Chao numbers gives him a massive advantage. And he picks up his first kill of the series.
You can absolutely understand why the focus is towards the bot side of the map. If you win these bot side trades, it gives you the ability to leave bot lane easier when it comes to the first objectives of the game. I think both these teams have to understand that Herald is going to be a huge objective given the amount of tower killers on the side of LGD. Either denying that or claiming it for themselves is very, very important. So, as it stands, this play, as it kind of fizzles out with 1-for-1, it doesn't give that huge opening just yet, but what of course does matter is the fact that you don't have that flash on this Maokai to lock down that first target quite as easily. The hook does it just as well. It does mean the retreat is much harder from the side of WE. Hung can't stick around any longer, can't stick around for the second round of cooldowns. It means that Hai Chao gets free reign to walk in and get himself a kill for himself.
I have to say, I mean, iWondy's hooks though this game have been so good. They've been on point. They've been slick, and he's hit pretty much everyone that we've come across. So for WE, despite giving that kill over to the Tristana, we've got a kill on Hope in this bottom lane. Let's see how it shifts gears as Shanks with a good trade here mid in the meanwhile. Just kind of abusing the fact that Hai Chao, it's rocket jump or nothing with that flash down and available as well. Or unavailable, I should say. 500 gold lead here in the early game. Dragon set up for Vision for WE. Now we kind of just wait and see if there's going to be a handshake deal here because it's coinciding with the Herald Spawn that you talked about. That's going to be so important for LGD. And surely as WE, you have to call this and say, well, we cannot give away this objective so easily to this pushing squad.
iWondy is recalling, so I wonder where he will head on this reset. See that Meteor would really love to hit level 6 for this Herald. Really needs it, honestly. First ultimates of the game. So impactful around that Herald. So it is going to be the case of both supports briefly leaving lane. You've got the map hacks coming out of Hope, though. As the Hawk shot goes across the map, we'll see Meteor just having cleared that buff towards that top side. supports aren't there just yet. High Chair will be the first mid to the play as it stands, but Shanks gets into the river instead.
Shanks still feeling pretty strong. Triple longsword there as LPC's walking up. Hope stays in lane, but Hope will have the enchant across the arrow to fly across as Iwandi gets out of there instead of getting on top of Jin Zhao. Great ulti from Meteor as well. Shanks now caught between 3 people and LPC's ulti, which picks up the kill as Decade in a bit of trouble. Flash is burnt to get away. Cubes was about 5 seconds from picking up as he forces out top lane, but Herald still starts again with LGD finding the mid lane kill.
It's a split decision. We still have the Maokai ult. Cube just about to run out of his ult form, though. I'm not sure if this fight is completely over. WE do choose to retreat, though. That will be the end of that. And LGD, this is their moment. They're getting themselves that Herald. They have a Tristana. They have a Ziggs. Whoever they manage to throw that, whoever's lane they manage to throw that Herald into is going to be under a huge amount of pressure beyond that point. If it's within Satchel charge range to destroy the turret from Ziggs, or Tristana gets to walk up with a bomb, that tower is completely gone and the plates are going to go with it. Here's how it starts though. It does those support roams which come out very impactful. Jin Zhao combos up with his jungler. Jungle support getting all the CC down. Shanks on that Jace. Really nothing you can say about that. That full CC combo, it's not something that a Jace can survive.
Insane follow-up. Really, really good stuff from LGD's LPC. I mean, picks up the kill from afar. And so now your 2 pushes have an incredible amount of gold that's just been given over to them. Incredible, or a decent amount, I should say, as they also picked up Herald and Dragon still on the menu. WE weren't able to make a trade in the end, so as Dragon sits there, Meteor now trying to flourish with the idea with his mid laner and see what they can pull off.
We have that first ult of the game for Nautilus now up and available. Jin Zhao doesn't have level 6. That's an important discrepancy to factor in. If LGD are a little too careless about where they put this Herald, there's a chance that a big play comes in to counter that. Cube doesn't have ult right now, so can't take this fight quite as nicely as he would have liked to. Decade on the other side managed to escape that 2v1 towards the top side, of course, in that last play. Burned his flash and his ult to do so. You can see how aware WE are of the power that LGD currently have. They're playing reactive. They're trying to just keep man marking available so they know where LGD are moving across the map, but they can't really afford to commit to a play right now. If they end up losing a play, that's Herald with it. That's a full tower with it.
It's going to be so quick as you're talking about it, whether it's Tristana lane, whether it's a Ziggs lane. Either way, it's just going to be gone. WE still hovering over this Dragon, though. I mean, control in the back of the pit by LGD, so they know. And Meteor hasn't left the bottom side. He continues to hover. And there might even be set up towards mid here, Namir. I mean, getting the Dragon, as you're saying, it's just a flip here. LGD are going to get so much in return.
So the thing is, because Cube roams down, they will have an ability to stop the bomb going down. Problem is, that's like one auto attack from a Ziggs and a Satchel away from death. So if LPC teleports in, WE will have to station 1 or 2 people there for for as long as they want to keep this tower alive. I don't think they can keep this mid tower alive. What have they got? Maokai ult, maybe that can help them out. I don't think they're ready to fight though. They might just have to let this go.
I love this teleport play. I mean, again, just so well set up. Satchel, there you go. LPC teleports in. Dragon might go to WE, but gold is now 2,000 in favor by LGD. And look, this is looking like a great early game, Nymera. This is looking like a really solid early game from LGD so far.
It's the anti-OMG. Game 1 is their like bread and butter. They always have one of these strategies for the first game. Typically, it's been something like a double AD carry with Kindred or Graves in the jungle, and then LPC, of course, on his own right as well. But this one's a little bit different. They've innovated it again. It has caught WE a little bit off guard. It felt fairly obvious that the Herald was going to be where the hammer blow would fall, but they weren't ready to receive that one. They got smacked in the face with it instead. What the hell, there's things to do. LPC also gets a free auto attack on this turret. Ziggs has so much tower damage. His passive doing so much damage to it. It's going to be another couple of tower plays going down towards him.
So close to getting the next one. LPC wave clear with Leandries now as well. Absolutely huge. Sometimes we've seen, I'd say a lot of times we've seen tier come through from Ziggs, but LPC this game, not even optimizing for it. Just looks like it's going to be pure damage central, away from some of that stackability. And Namira, I think we are just going to chill out here in these lanes for the next 3 minutes or so, or even 2 till the next Herald, because of how much wave clear LGD has and how hard it is for WE to force.
Yeah, WE, they have a couple of responses. They have the Ash Arrow. Of course, that's something that we need to be really aware of. If you have that especially if someone's grouped up and funneled into a Maokai ultimate, you can kind of corral people into the right place to get an easy arrow, and that leads into a shock blast and everything else. So W, it's not like they're without options. They would love to get some vision first, though. It's hard to get that vision because of that wave clear you mentioned. So WE, I think they're waiting for a vision slip up from LGD, and then they can start thinking about using their own ultimates to punish LGD.
Bot side is their pure focus right now. LGD have got it covered in spades. WE, their vision in this early game, I mean, they've got a lot of control wards in the inventory. Yeah, I mean, it is.
How many spades do you think you need to cover a whole side of the map?
At least 3 at this point. At least, well, maybe all of them, as WE might have a pick, but High Chow is already backed away. So, WE just going to push their way in, and early game continues to be a little bit slower after all the shenanigans, all the action we had earlier. And to be honest, I am still trying to recover from IGAL. I admit, it's quite difficult. It's, you know, it's like someone being let out of a rehab facility into the fresh air, and they're like, I don't know how to react anymore. I don't know how to be. You know, it's very difficult.
Did you ever watch Cowboy Bebop? Great classic show.
I tried to get into it, but I never did.
That's fair. Well, there is one of the main characters very early on where, like, they've been frozen in cryo sleep because they had medical issues they couldn't solve with today's technology. And they were frozen for a great many years. And then they came out and well, maybe Futurama is a better way to look at this then. That's another thing, right?
Yeah.
You've been in cryo sleep for forever. And then you come out, it's like, wait, everything's changed. What do I do now? We do have, however, this new series to talk about. It's very different, luckily. Very different compositions, at least. We're not really seeing W manage to pull the trigger yet on their own one.
No, hovering around. I mean, Herald's just going to be started by LGD here. Look at where Cube is as he shoves in bot. He's going to have to teleport in if they want to contest this. But, yeah, the arrow hasn't been seen this game yet, has it? As teleport on the backside, arrow finally flying through, hits Meteor, but he's not going to be stunned up long as Herald goes down. It's actually over to LGD as WE look to lock down. Decade picks it up before he dies. But now LGD in a choke, and Cube almost gets the opportunity. He's chasing this one down, but just out of range after burning his flash. WE managed to find some gold, but it is still LGD who win out.
They get themselves the Herald, and of course that is very valuable. It is, however, on the top laner. It's a little harder to rotate around a top laner with Herald, and getting to put that down in the correct lane. Decade, of course, on the Jax. Pretty proficient at hitting towers himself, but it really is about the Tristana and the Ziggs opening up the map as much as possible. Mid lane out of turret, getting it with one Herald, that's already very valuable. You don't often see a mid lane turret taken down with just one Herald. So the second Herald, this is not a situation that we see that often in current pro play, where you have to choose a side lane turret to chuck it into. Dragon's up right now, though. That will delay Herald musings. Maybe look for a one fight into a Herald push.
Cube does have ulti, though, and as my voice cracks like a 12-year-old, Jin Jiao could be in trouble as he's being turned off for the time being. Good knockback. The ulti doesn't get much out of Decade as he all in from Hung. It's in and out as Shanks might have an angle as Hope is stepping up. The 80 carry out of everyone is just walking forward. Hope has no fear as the engage helps him out. Look at this man. That's why we put faith in him in the past. Quadra denied, but Shanks cleans it up. Ladies and gentlemen, WE have Hope again.
LPL AD carries, man. Hope's on the list of one of our best performing AD carries when he's on his game. This Ashe has been a little quiet for the early game, but that ult around the Herald set them up for success. And in this huge fight, LGD, they were just very lazy about how they approached this bot side of the map. They'd set up for the Herald, which meant that they didn't have vision towards this side of the plate. They were going in towards this river, but you're going into a river with the Ashe, Maokai, and the Jace following up as well. Yes, you have your own range to work with the Ziggs, but if you're not really comboing onto someone to have a big Ziggs ult, you're not really doing the same amount of damage, particularly when Hope and Shanks start to free fire across your team. And LGD, they just can't play on the defensive like this.
Look at his auto spacing. It's just great. Just Hope having a field day here. A quick triple, Quadra denied. Great stuff from the ex-JDG 80 carry. There's 4-0 and 2 now all of a sudden. Now, while we're in a replay, Decade also died. So WE have a 1k gold lead now. They've got 2 dragons. And even though LGD are picking up turrets and do have a turret lead, the fact that gold is even, well, Haichao might prove my point wrong in a second, is just a testament to that one opportunity they found that put some of these carries back in the game.
I think Decade died with a Herald push in top.
Yeah.
He did take a top lane in a turret. It is worth mentioning. So he's gotten a lot of value out of that. I would imagine that's what he did on his lonesome. I'm not sure if he did that with anyone else, but suddenly WE have no structures outside of their base besides one bot lane in a turret. However, it is completely right what you're saying though, the gold is even. That's a problem. The team which I keep referencing in regards to Ziggs plays like this is 2018 KT Roadster, because they love playing bot lane Ziggs. But even though they were one of the best teams in the world at that point, I think it's particularly in spring before they kind of started popping off in summer, they would stall out around the inner turrets because you'd push down all the turrets that were easy to get. But that's all the standing gold you get. You need to continually be able to push up the tempo of the game, force Team WE into a situation which they can't respond to, and then take a one fight and end the game. If you can't do that, this team will stall out.
As Arrow flies through close on the Jin Jiao Hung, actually might die. There's Solar Flare, the explosion, the Mega Inferno Bomb. LPC picks up a kill as WE tried to play it deep to get the punish on LGD.
So kill in place. That's nice. It gives LGD a bit of a reprieve. And when someone dies on WE now, they don't have the towers to keep themselves in a good state of vision. Blue buff still comes through. Team WE, they need to kind of be playing like this now, though. They need to be pushing LGD back, because if they are not pushing LGD in lanes, they don't have any towers to help them win the vision game. And that's a very difficult scenario to be involved in. How this starts is, of course, a bit over-ambitious. Hope's not there for damage. Shanks doesn't get himself a big combo either. Maybe if they'd locked down Jinja a little longer, the Shock Blast would have come through. And Shanks with 2 items can add so much damage to the fray, but this game is, again, not done for WE.
No, not done for LGD either, though, as we've seen, as LPC and Haichao with the earlier turrets have made sure that they're keeping up in gold. As LGD clearing out their own jungle now, preparing for the potential Baron. More likely the potential Dragon that's up in a minute 30. It's a Cloud Dragon for number 3. It's a Cloud Soul, I should say. So for WE, when they have an Ashe, when they have a Jace as well, remembering that movement speed applies every time he changes forms, it would be so nice for WE, who have already stacked it up to pick up this Dragon. His teleport's going to be burned, and this is showing that WE want to get themselves the potential start or the bait in to find a pick in this game.
It's really difficult for LGD. If they don't have vision and they are forced to go towards that Baron, Jinja's caught.
Depth charge, though, on a support. He's pretty far away. Shanks doesn't have the empowered Shock Blast, but they do find damage on the support. Are WE going to translate that into the Dragon or the Baron? I mean, it's too far away. And just like that, their teleport is going to be down after that engage.
It is, but taking away the Leona Flash is valuable, because the way that the game is playing out right now, WE have vision, and they really need like a Flash Leona combo to combo into Tristana and Ziggs, absolutely removing someone from the map. No Flash on Leona, harder combo to make. WE, it's a sizable victory for them. And with both objectives coming up on both sides of the map, LGD, maybe they'll have an option to kind of split objectives across the rift, but I don't think they can afford to give up that Baron.
Not at all. No one can. It's 15 seconds till Dragon. No eyes on bot side as Cube, he's still pushing bot side wave. And WE have flooded out the vision from LG as Haichao has actually just burned his teleport for top. So LGD trying as, wow, wait, weird buffer as Iwandi gets the hook in. Good ulti from LPC, though, as the ult from Hung flies through. It's the engaged counter from LGD, though. Iwandi's dead first, but Hope is still alive. Watch this Ashe. The spacing's got to be massive again, but Haichao's angle could be bigger as Decade looking to run in. Can't get the range. A volley again. Hope kiting away. This Ashe is pathing away in slowly but surely, but hit by a bouncing bomb. Even more big as Haichao the new threat. Shanks with range. LGD low, but not low enough that they can't still threaten the Baron.
Gonna get themselves a teleport back in from Decade. They don't have great HP bars. One more Shock Blast in the right spot, and that's a lost fight for LGD. That's why they're not bold enough to go towards it. I think they think, look, if we just reset now, yes, we take the smaller loss of losing the Dragon for nothing, but at least we're not giving over our lives completely. The time is not yet now for them to really kind of like pop off in this game. It feels like maybe you get a third item on Ziggs, a fourth item, maybe the situation changes a bit because you can just one-shot Hope or Shanks on the backline with a good enough combo. But it does feel like LGD, like the way many Ziggs bot lane compositions find themselves in, it feels like they're stalling out. WE are really curtailing their options in this game.
Still trying to utilize that range, though. And now with Soul Point coming up, or rather Soul itself. And we'll go back and look at the replay as WE forces engage. Again, onto Jin Zhao, who can just absorb the damage.
And Zio, I think if that Maokai ult connects in as well, that's a very clean kill. Leona is very core to this composition. I understand why they're focusing them, because you need that CC combo for the Ziggs to not be skill shot reliant anymore. You just hit the stun target. It's very easy. Jin Zhao, though, without flash again, WE removing as many tools as possible.
Shanks going to be clearing out mid as LGD make their way around the Baron once more. Decade isn't here, but has the teleport available as WE move into River quite calmly. They've got 5 members towards this lane, or rather towards this worm. And for now, Shanks looking to match as we keep dancing around Baron. It's back and forth, and again, I guess both teams just don't want to give it away.
I think both teams have an inability to tank the Baron against the range advantage of the other team, because like, as much as Jace is really long range and Ziggs is really long range, neither of them want to be sat in the pit getting hit by the other one. That's the difficult part of it, right? Both of them can answer to each other, so Baron is not going to be easy to take. You need to win a fight first, and then the Baron's yours. When you take that Baron, I think the game's pretty much over. Trying to survive a siege against these Baron sieges is so annoying on either side of this coin, so neither team wants to be the team to make that mistake around the objective.
Well, LGD now forced out yet again. Could be the timer here for WE, just playing it nice and slow until that dragon when they get a natural flip anyway. As Meteor might be spotted out here as well as he goes over the wall. It's a little bit ambitious. Cube is the one who's caught out for the time being. That TP, as you mentioned, is Decade in a good counter-strike spot, but Cube still keeping the team at bay as the Mega Inferno Bomb does work, but look at Hope free firing again. Shanks finally jumping in with Renans in a tight corridor. Hope gets value, but WE are the ones who are chunked a little bit more. It's LPC who's untouched and continues firing away that WE threatened by.
That's a top draw depth charge to aid the retreat, though. Iwandi, he's had some great hooks this game. That depth charge arguably saves his team. Felt like that should have been at least one kill going the way of LGD. Could land the kill, though. Shanks now caught out.
Oh, man, trying to jump in, change it, almost kills Haichao, but not with Meteor there. There's the mid laner down. Haichao's low, but he does have teleport to reset here, Nymira, if, again, they want to threaten.
Well, you don't have the Jace to poke out around the objective now. What do? You've lost a load of your ultimates. This could be the moment for LGD. They're being a little slow to start it, but I think this is the right call.
Okay, that teleport does come in now. Last Whisper picked up by Haichao on the way back as well. The Tristana, a big source will watch for damage. A satchel charge starts us off at 5k over the back of the pit. WE now need an angle, need a steal here. Smite from Hung. Needs to be on point. They're looking for the fight. Jin Zhao runs into the back. LGD say forget the Baron. They're running in because Hope's been caught out. It's the all-in as LGD find the mark yet again. Solar Flare predicted too. Jin Zhao having a game of it as well, as LGD might be last place, but they are playing like they're first.
It's LGD in game 1, baby. The one time Jin Zhao has flash to use it aggressively, WE suffer for it. Shanks is back. He can get a shot blast into the right place. This is still a little dangerous.
A little bit if they can get some burst. Hung is going to try and make this 2v5. Haichao's the one hit at 3k. Flash available, but Hung now jumped on to zone out. Wants the kill on Haichao, and Baron will go down, but they at least take one. WE looking for more chases. Shock blast enhanced. If only he saw those squishy carries running away. Shanks still wants to follow this up with Cloud Rip, but Baron enhanced recalls make it difficult. As Shanks yet again won't find any priority targets, and Baron goes to LGD.
That was a dance and a half. LGD, they knew that they had to go towards the Baron at that point. While Shanks was not there to dish out the damage while they were sat on the objective, it still gets close. Really, really close. With WE, they used too many ultimates in that retreat and that kind of lost fight just beforehand. LGD pounce. And again, it's them in game 1. They've always found ways to come in with a different strategy to upset teams in the first game of a series. They've been very successful at that, regardless of their 1-10 series scoreline. We are going towards Soul Point, though. 10 seconds until that spawns. WE. What can they do with that?
Ooh. I will say, Haichao with that teleport coming late to the show. His pick off at the end maybe gives WE Soul, but we'll have to see. It's going down fast. Poke from Shanks hitting into Meteor means nothing here as Iwandi is zoned away. Cube now doing his own zoning, but Soul just goes over as Cube is left on his lonesome. He's going to be permafrost and dies. Solar Flare on the way out as well as Mega Inferno Bomb does a bit of work, but it's WE who find themselves Soul in this game despite being down 4,000 gold.
That is a pretty awkward moment because you are still against the Baron, and this is two Demolitionists with that. You have to be very aware that if you are allowing LGD to hit turrets with the Baron buff, they're just gonna explode in seconds. So WE, without the top laner, what can they do to defend against this siege?
I'm going to be caught out. Zenith Blade over the wall, but I mean, he can turn this. Jin Zhao's team isn't there yet in this range. As he goes golden, he might still be dead, as now they can just push it forward. Depth charge onto Meteor. It's a 4v4. Support now down part of the engaged tool, and Decade trench lined. Counter-Strike comes through, and Iwandi, man, he's working for an MVP if WE can win this.
That he is. He's been on point with all of his skill shots. His impact in teamfights has really been felt, but that is not the Baron power play which LGD would have wanted. They never really managed to get up towards those towers, and now they're going to have to wait realistically until the next Baron. That's not really what they wanted. They went a little too far forward without the Ziggs ultimate, so while Jin Zhao went over the wall, there's nothing really to combo with it. Meteor misses his ultimate too, a bit of an awkward moment from the Sejuani. WE feels like they've survived the worst of what LGD potentially could have thrown at them.
For now, at the very least, Baron is going to wear off 15 seconds, but Soul lasts forever. And WE are still with the Cloud Soul here in this game. We've still got hope with an Infinity Edge as well. So I'm just keeping my reservations here about this game for now. There you go, final wear off of the Baron. Iwandi with an angle, but WE, I believe they've been spotted here. They know at least hope is here as well. Hai Chao comes from the other side, and they're still trying to push for mid with the amount of wave clear they have. But hey, the poke from Shanks dismaying them to go up to the top side as Cube. Is he caught out again? Hai Chao chasing with Meteor as well. Permafrost will be there. Cube taking a lot of damage from this Tristana too. As Arrow, almost landing.
Looks like that ult is going to fizzle out into nothing. And that's the combo you're looking for, trying to corral LGD into the Arrow. Use that Maokai ult to force them into the path of that big ultimate. Not able to pull it off at this time. Both teams playing the disengage fairly well. It's been pretty hard to land a lot of this damage, but Hai Chao to get a huge shock blast. If you don't get that good disengage, you can see the damage which lands very quickly afterwards.
The damage from Shanks all game long has been relevant. 3 items now. Not Atma's Impaler. Wow. Serralda's Grunt has been picked up here by Shanks. As they continue looking for a pick, Scuttle going to be taken by Meteor as he just Arctic Assaults out. Luckily, his flash was not available. But still, 3k gold lead. Baron in 145. Elder is not synced with that timer. So we're just going to have to track these items, Namir. Track these items that are going to make or break this game. And leave it down to that last team fight, it feels.
Got to track those flashes as well, particularly Jin Zhao's. WE have put a lot of effort into removing that Leona flash, and it makes a lot of sense, right? When you draft a Ziggs, you either draft it with Nautilus, Leona, or Rakan. Anything that can push like 3 or 4 buttons and make sure someone doesn't move for like 4 or 5 seconds, so the ult is guaranteed to land. If you have that flash, it makes it much more easy to start off that combo. So WE, watch for them trying to catch out Jin Zhao if he's going on warding missions again. On the other side, LGD. Watch how close Jin Zhao is to Ziggs, because every time he's caught, there's every chance that he flashes into the enemy team and someone gets obliterated.
Very, very true. Decade now with an angle. As WE still this game, I mean, it feels like so far we've just been playing around with fire, waiting for some of these core carries. Hai Chao quite large and in charge, but LPC has had a great game on the Zig so far. Hope there's been very few arrows thrown out, but I guess the opportunity has always been synced up with people like Iwandi, people like Hung. So there has been really good coordination in that sense. But now 20 seconds till Baron, a minute 30 till Elder. Let's see how long this can be drawn out and what angle they want to pick, because Shanks is just sprinting it towards Decade in the bottom side. Try to get numbers advantage here with the double TP they can use afterwards.
It's a hull breaker on the Jax though, level 17. Jax is one of those champions where every single ability when maxed out is incredibly powerful. Sylas is one of the other few like that as well. So you get up towards later levels, he is that powerful at level 18 when everything is maxed out. Hullbreaker, hard to even take a 1v2 against him. 2v1 in that case. We're going back towards mid lane now. Mid lane priority gives you a much easier entrance into River.
Dredge line as well, but the engagers are onto the tanks. Iwandi has to flash away. Decade positioning as well is going to be fine as Counter-Strike rolls in. Iwandi is out of the fight, but Decade is not. Maybe the TP wasn't good as Hope is now spacing with Jin Zhao too. Haichao jumps on in, and WE have just taken the fight out of the palm of the hands of the Just in LGD. Cube zones them out while this will be enough health to start this Baron.
That is a lethal turnaround by Team WE. That teleport was way too deep. Disables his Hullbreaker as well, too close to his teammates. Not sure even that would have saved him. In the depths of 4 different people, Team WE, they get themselves their first Baron of the game. LGD couldn't do much with their own buff. WE, especially with Shanks, buying up a Elixir of Wrath as well, coming out of base. He knows the time is now. Arrow onto Jin Zhao is not the most valuable. The Maokai ult, similarly, doesn't get the huge amount of damage that you really want. I think that Ziggs ult's where this fight changes though. Shanks, Hope, they're not hit by it. They're not taking the huge amount of damage that can come out of the combo from LPC. And that's where the fight really turns around. Hope goes on the aggressive, Shanks on the aggressive too. LGD, they just cannot stop these carries once they start getting rolling.
Massive disrespect from Haichao, but we're going to pause on that because WE have already started off the Elder here with Baron buff in hand. Hope not even hitting the Elder. They're looking for the fight to try and end all fights as Arrow connects it in a choke. WE playing with fire against the Ziggs, but they don't care as Cube runs to the backside just to die. Now LGD have numbers equal, but LPC's run out by Shanks as Hope has to run from the Meteor Ultimate. Zonya's in the nick of time as Red Buff might take him out. It's messy. LGD are turning it around. Haichao's getting resets. What are WE doing?
They just got completely mullered by the Ziggs bombs and the burn afterwards. There are so many items on that carry that it doesn't matter that he's dead halfway through the fight. The damage was already done. Team WE, what have they done? They've completely thrown the game.
15 seconds for Iwandi, 25 for Cube and Hung, but it's a Tristana with a tank. They've got a minion wave as well. It's just going to be over. No way!
It has to be at this point, right? You've got Hullbreaker to keep your cannons healthy. You've got Tristana. LGD from the jaws of defeat, snatch victory.
What the hell? Iwandi trying to delay, but he can't do anything. LGD. Well, that's one way to win a game one.
Yeah. And honestly, I think you can tell the difference in the fight that was just lost before that Baron, and then the fight around the back of the Elder Pit. The big difference is who does the Ziggs ult hit? The Ziggs ult in the second fight, the one which they end up losing so horribly on the side of LGD. I mean, both of their carries got hit by the huge Mega Inferno bomb. That puts the Leandri's burn on it. You got the Void Staff and everything else ticking alongside that as well. And what that meant is just like one extra bomb, one extra shot from someone like Haichao has so much more value because you're not trying to one-shot a carry. You're just trying to take down the last half of the HP after one skill shot is landed from LPC, who walks away unsurprisingly with highest damage of the game. That's the nature of Ziggs when you have so much CC to make your skill shots into point and click, it feels like, in Team WE. They were not prepared for LGD Game 1.
Not at all. Look at the gold crap. What are the games tonight? What are they? How did WE lose that?
I wish I had a clear and concise answer. The thing is, for most of the game, they did pretty much the right thing against the Tristana and the Ziggs, because they realized that the core of that composition is not necessarily killing the Ziggs. If you can do for free, absolutely do it. The core of the composition is removing the flash from Jin Zhao, and they did that for the majority of the game, and then somehow they just still run down the throat of the composition and get completely blitzed by it. Haichao in that last fight as well got those resets, really clutch in the last play of the game.
Yeah, real clutch. I feel like LPC maybe missed out a little bit here. Let's be honest, Jin Zhao too. Jin Zhao had some sick moments on that Leona. Sure. I think Jin Zhao deserves a bit of a shout out there, but we're not taking a break. Game 2 is coming up. We're going to go straight into it. We are going to catch up to live. I don't know how far in. We are apparently live now, meaning we've probably just started the game. Yes, indeed. Nice. We are live. People can be let out of the jail in Twitch chat while, oh no, oh no, oh dear Lord, I wonder he's walking into it. Peekaboo! Decade's gonna flash that, of course he is. The follow-up, and WE get a warm welcome into this second game.
Oh, that is just the worst possible start. No cleanse on Hope, no flash on I1D. Once you get back into lane, LPC and Jinzhao are going to have an absolute field day. This is not the Ziggs Leona, which is going to be pushed under turret for the first few levels. We saw what BLG could do with the first kill in bot lane very early into the game. LPC, Jinzhao, they have an opportunity to once again roll over the game in a bot lane that can go aggressive against WEs.
I just don't know. I don't know what to make of this one. I will say, Hope and Shanks on the same picks. Actually, it's the exact same comp. That's hilarious. It's the exact same comp from WE. Let's run it back. It wasn't the comp. And to be fair, it wasn't the comp. I like this draft, Nightmare. You know, it makes a lot of sense with how they want to play it out. And especially with a comp that goes all in as well. Spacing is going to be huge yet again. As we're just going to find out how this one goes. I don't know. I've lost so many brain cells tonight. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore.
It's been a rough journey 30 years into the past year, hasn't it? Maybe forgotten the way it was. Hook lands at level 1, but needs to be very careful now. And as soon as level 2 is hit by Jinzhao and LPC, no cleanse on Hope means that there's a real chance of Ignite being thrown down and easy kill being put through.
Now, the only thing I want to say, and the only thing I want to look at this game is Meteor yet again, who I think had a pretty decent one as Jinzhao. Close to turret, but not there. Not there at all. Ignore my point. It doesn't matter because WE's 2v2 this time around is getting beaten quite well, and LPC and Jinzhao smacking down. This is what I was saying. Game 1, Jinzhao's Leona was actually pretty hype. It was a beautiful display of talent from this support. It's really nice to see, since I think I have said many negative things about Jinzhao's support in the recent history, considering his role swap from AD carry.
And again, like, kind of talked about this in regards to Tengen's tower shot there onto Decade. This is a little awkward now. How many cooldowns has Cube got left? Not enough to chase that for the kill.
Decade did burn Flash for the Counter-Strike at level 1, by the way, so just worth mentioning that he does not have Flash if anything goes wrong in his lane.
When we look later into this game, though, you talked about the composition being exactly the same from Team WE. It's fairly different from LGD because the way you get your backline access is very different from LGD this time. You're not necessarily looking to throw an ultimate over the top of the team. You're throwing your bodies into the fray instead, because Meteor will be looking to Cyclone the backline. You'll have Hydra doing exactly the same thing with the Pop Blossom as well. LGD, they still have huge threat onto Hope and Shanks, so their positioning will need to be immaculate. The vision control will have to be immaculate to stop these combos coming in so easily. 3v2 in the bot lane, though.
And Hung is down here first. As you said, Jinzhao has been ignited, but the damage isn't there. He gets out again, and Meteor just comes in to capitalize. A second kill for LGD is now for Meteor. Thinking about how he can turn it around, get away from I1D's grasp, as Jinzhao is low, but not low enough to find his own pick. Nymera, this early game, LGD crawling ahead again.
This is very awkward for Team WE. And remind me, this is a team that went, what, 4-0 before they went on break and went over to the Road to Asian Games qualifier. We had high hopes for this team, despite the fact that their first couple of teams they played were amongst the easier ones in the LPL. It wasn't the hardest strength to schedule. But to slip to 5-5 from that start would be disastrous from Team WE, a team that we had assumed great things about.
I'm so optimistic considering how strong their bot lane was. As Decade's about to get ganked. He does jump full on in onto Cube, but I mean, Cube actually might be able to take it by himself. Is it a solo kill? No. Well, Decade making it difficult, and he finds it. Hung comes in front of his face. Take that, you weird tree.
That is disastrous for Cube. Wait, that was gifted to him. Burns the Flash, loses his life. It's not like you're going to have Flash on the same timer as Jax at that point. Going to go back towards a slightly more typical replay towards this bot side. Has felt like the flavor of today, and maybe the week, of trying to get towards bot lane unseen as a jungler and gank through the lane. It's not necessarily about going through river. The W can't make it work. LPC has himself Flash and Cleanse still. You need to be very careful about walking up to this. Hope and I1D, they are in a very difficult position when it comes to the damage coming out of LGD. At least they have Flashes back on both of their laners.
I can't believe Cube flashed for that. I can't believe Cube had to flash at the end. That's real rough. Real rough. And I will say, Namira, CS is looking good up there for Cube, but still overall, kill went to the Jax, not to the Cassante. So Cube now without anything at all after the play. And WE behind 1,000 gold here at the 6-minute mark. Everything looking quite nice here, especially in that bot side we talked about. CS lead plus the kill. Noon Quiver already picked up. And we'll say CS lead through mid as well. Hi, Chow. Having a good time versus Shanks today.
Nico is one of the stronger early laning champions, particularly because you kind of go in towards that alternator as a component as well. It means that single tag off of an E or a Q is really nasty, especially when you're not particularly tanky in that mid lane. So Shanks will be waiting a little longer for him to gain true relevance in this game. Did a lot of work in game one, just wasn't enough. It was not necessarily a fault of his own that the team fights fell away from him. And now looking into this game, Haichao getting that CS lead, Decade picking up more gold than he was potentially supposed to, given that solo kill. LGD finding themselves a decent amount of advantages to start mounting their first couple of fights of the game from.
And I will say, for WE, I'm kind of surprised here. Hung has just gone for tank, so Bammy Cinder picked up with Giant's Belt. There's no AP on this team, Namira. None at all. So, I mean, you're looking at a team that is full AD. Kind of interestingly enough, I guess you're not running against a hard tank, but Leona does become tanky as the game progresses on.
You got Wukong passive as well. It gains a lot of value thinking about it. You have Wukong,
True.
Jax gets a load of resist. I mean, Ninja Tabi have a pretty huge amount of value, of course. I mean, maybe that'll be an interesting conversation too, because of course you have Ash Arrow, and you have the Maokai ult as well to keep in mind. LGD need to really pay attention to how they use the Wukong clone to block out that. Fight the top side again, Decade going ham.
But mid might be more important as Pop Blossom going to flash, finds the tip of Shanks as well. Look at the burst coming through as Meteor's bopped away. They don't find the finishing touch. I mean, Cyclone comes out a second time. Meteor not able to flash and follow up on that kill. Shanks lucky to get out.
Hung off of vision right now, and that Tribrush Decade does not know he's there. We'll have a bit more information with that ward in River. Has flash, has Q. Have to see if he uses that Q. Cooldown counting right now at Team WE.
Let's hope it doesn't happen again. For Decade, this time going to leap strike away. And Cube does have a knockback as Hung twist advance, counter-strike there. Stun still comes out, but both ultis are now burned. They will not make the same mistake, Nymera. They will make sure this time the kill is given over.
That's also going to lead in towards a Herald. Of course, that was huge in game one because of the Ziggs and the Tristana. Not necessarily the same case at this point. So LGD caught napping a bit towards this top side. That Decade goes down for the second time this game. So WE, they get themselves a chance to use this Herald in terms of a big power play. They get to open up the map, very important for them. Because again, LGD, they have a lot of ability to dive forward and get onto the right carries. Much harder to do that if you lost a lot of towers and lost a lot of vision with it.
LPC moves down to bot while Herald is being taken. Just get some of the farm and be able to absorb maybe a turret play, but Hope is going down there to match, excuse me. This Jin Zhao just backing in a cheeky position in case anything happens towards mid. But it is WE who pick up the Herald here in the early game. So we'll be able to climb some of that gold back before this next dragon especially as well, which is coming up in 2.5 minutes. So LPC not getting too much down here while the game state almost even, despite some of the crazier trades we've had.
Worth noting as well, this isn't going to be... actually, no, sorry, completely take that back. It will be the AP Kai'Sa because the Kerchi Chub, because means you're going towards that Shiv. I see the Noon Quiver, I'm like, oh yes, that is a Kraken Slayer. And I'm like, no, it's absolutely not. I forget my AD carry items nowadays. Kai'Sa builds weird. So we'll wait until that comes out.
Yep.
And that's important to note, because if you get to fairly high amounts of items in the Kai'Sa, the poke will be considerable. You land that onto pretty much anyone on the side, that becomes a bit of a factor. Big roamer towards the top. So Decade has just been under at this game, man.
He has, and every time he overextends, Hung has been here to punish. And again, Bramble Smash there, he has to flash, but Shanks also here. Good counter-strike, great timing. Shanks unable to get anything more. So Decade gets out of there with 3 members top. This means LGD are trying to make a play towards mid.
Get into the enemy jungle at least, get some vision down. Again, talked about that vision being really important for LGD. Popping out a Fog of War with a number of different options to engage. The Herald is still there on the side of Team WE. Need to wait to see where they'll put that one down. They'd love to get some gold onto either Shanks or Hope, if at all possible. Hope on that Ashe in game 1. Can't really forget his impact as well, despite the game being very hard to play as a backliner against the Ziggs Leona combination. They did well when they were given space to do so.
45 seconds till the next dragon, and all I can think about is the fact that we are not at our first items outside of Cube. Surprisingly enough, Static Shiv actually picked up, and as I'm saying that, maybe I should shut up because we're just getting first items pulled out.
Hey, you said it on
Divine
me. You said it, I was being kind. I was going to let you just go on with a point, maybe lightly touch up on that later.
But it happened while talking, and Static Shiv now picked up by LPC. Maybe LGD feeling confident here as Pop Blossom going to be used onto Shanks. Well, the knockback actually. Shanks able to get out of that one, and now a big ulti down for this dragon play.
It is. Shanks still no flash, so it's not like he's still the safest person on the side of Team WE, but with that Pop Blossom down, absolutely right to call that one out. Have to see what happens to the Cyclone now.
No use yet. Flash is still available. Zenith Blade attempted as here we go. Nature's Grasp flying through. Hung trying to get someone with that ulti. Meteor getting low, but the Cyclone finally flies. And speaking of flying, LPC just landing everything. Great ulti. Shanks now the next target, but it's taken by Hai Chao. As WE move into position 2, it's Cube by Wandy and Hope controlling the river, and it's also Cube who found some cheeky kills, but he's left top open to Decade.
Is this it? Is this the legendary game 2 from LGD? We've only seen game 1 for them go positively for them. But, I mean, Team WE, they're taking a couple of really bad fights in a row. LPC using his early advantage well. He's joining the fights now with his first item spike before Hope can do so. Hope is going for the Triforce build this game. You can see that half-bound axe in inventory. So it's not like he's going to have the huge kind of crit power spike in that same regard, but this looks a little bit awkward because typically in the Maokai Wukong matchup, you want to block the tendrils of the Nature's Grasp with your clone. You can see that Nico does it with their own shape splitter, but you didn't have that in that case. But they're still not able to close down the fight quite quickly enough. LPC gets to start racking up huge amounts of damage across the backside, and there isn't really that much to clean up afterwards for Team WE because LGD managed to successfully split ways.
Getting a bigger advantage as well, LGD. Loses Rift Herald push, as you would expect, with a bit of plating going over to WE, but still they hold the gold lead here. And remember, Dragon wasn't taken, so we can do this dance all over again. With Hai Chao this time having his ulti, with Meteor close to getting that Cyclone back up and available again. LGD more confident in their tools, especially since WE burnt a lot in that last trade, and their cooldowns a bit too much to talk about.
Decade wandering down towards mid lane to see if there was anything to be found around that point. Despite the amount of pressure that this Jax has been put under, Jax is still fairly relevant at their first item. Going to be behind individually against Cube, but we saw earlier what Jax can do from Wisecam. Of course, he's one of the better players of that champion, so maybe not fair to compare the two, but Decade has the chance to at least soak up farm and be away from the attention of Team WE for one of the first times this game.
Let's see if Iwandi gets anything in the bot side. LPC just playing cautiously is control ward spots Iwandi. But Double Dragon for LGD. Worth mentioning that they are able to deny Mountain Soul from WE if they continue this way. I hate that. It stays longer because you emote. Like,
yes.
Why is that a feature?
That's what you know what? I'm not going to question that. I'll just wait to see if it's removed in a future patch, though. It feels like it's way too strong for pro play. It shouldn't be. Like, I don't mind it when it's like Annie Tibbers or something like that because you're using an ultimate for it. But when you're using like a basic ability on a fairly low cooldown to be a fairly long-range battle ward, that feels really strong.
I'm just waiting for a Nico to like stand there and emote and pretend it's a clone and then just ulti, you know, get like that's a perfect bait, right? Like we've already seen Scryer, Bloom, Nico's, but that would be next level, you know? Like the old Wukong tactic where you pretend to be the clone as we'll see this fight break out though because LGD are moving in.
Jinzhao caught.
He's just dead. Arrow, he's just dead. Flash away, Hope and Shanks getting out of there, but Hope still kiting back as they just pounce.
Wow.
Cube, ultis, and LGD take him down for it.
Yeah, I mean, Cube, he's on a one-man mission that does blow a couple of abilities to get across that wall. Decade flashes, LPC ults, but it ends up in a 1-for-1. Herald to the side of WE. Again, very important to see where these are used because WE haven't been able to break open any of these LGD towers yet. They had that first Herald, couldn't quite get enough out of that one. Decade's going to happily return to a side lane now, and LGD still remaining with the gold advantage and stopping WE getting free wins across the map. Starts with Jinja getting caught. Here's the Leona though, tanks up enough damage, and tanks up the Ash Arrow as well. Like, that's a lot of stuff used on just the Leona. Sure, if this had remained a front to back, maybe WE walk away with the win just because Ash has started to really start free hitting with lethal tempo after that point. But I mean, it's a lot of cooldowns used just on that Leona.
God, again, Jin Jiao probably laughing like he was last game, it feels.
Yeah.
With this Leona pick. It's 2k gold lead still for LGD. I just can't believe we're at this point where WE are still not finding too much here in this early game. Yes, Nymera, they're farming up. We've got Hope still in a decent position, but he's still 20 CS down to LPC, who has a bounty. We've got mid 20 CS down to Haichao, who's almost a second item. Decade has caught back up, has taken plates here in this early game, has taken turrets by himself as well. This Jax is in a decent position, and LGD overall should be pretty happy with how this game is playing out.
On the other side, Team WE, feels like this team promises so much. In spring, they even looked like they had a decent run of form, and they, of course, made it through into playoffs first round, and then they just got completely bounced out of it. In summer, we thought that they were on a great run of form, despite their easy run of schedule towards the start of the split. But then they took their break, they came back, and they've just not been able to keep up the level of performance which we were hoping for them. And now they might be sliding to 5-5. That would be such a big backslide for this team.
True. Even though they have 6 more series to go after this, like, WE schedule ain't the easiest. As Herald goes down, we'll talk about that in a second, just to see what WE get from this push, but turret's not low enough, so Herald won't finish its job. And it's just standing gold, sitting there waiting. 50 seconds until Dragon as well. It wasn't even synced up here, Nymera, as it would have been great to give WE their first objective, but now LGD have the choice of coming in here and setting up the play, or at least finding something else on the other side of the map.
How much wave click can Nico do? I think this should still be tower going down. Haichao, he has no one. Everyone's backed.
Yeah, everyone just dives on in as he goes. Golden still under turret. Meteor gets something done. Pop Blossom is late, so Meteor has to flash away. He's lost his mid laner. Disrespect from Haichao, and WE just take him away.
It's a big miscommunication. LPC had second item on the base, and maybe LGD were thinking, look, we can give up a mid lane out of turret to have second item on good timing for this dragon fight coming up. But now you've lost your flash and your ult on Meteor, you've lost your life for your mid laner. I think that's going to be dead all the same. W hits on the Hope. I was wondering if that would come through. We've seen stranger things.
Yeah. If there's Lee syndrome, there's, I don't know what you call it, Kaiser syndrome, but pressing the R button when you shouldn't. Is it going to be a Jackie Love level performance? Well, for WE as they start up Dragon, they're getting zoned away by Decade. Solar Flare was just thrown out here by Jin Jiao, so WE move back in with numbers advantage as well. Haichao has to walk all the way out here. As attempting a steal, LGD being ambitious. I mean, Meteor wants it, but at 1500 it is secured by Hung. First Dragon hit by WE, and it's a Mountain taken away as Cube has to flash as well, but for the Dragon and for those valuable stats, WE should be happy.
Awkward last minute of play from LGD. The kerfuffle around the mid lane out of turret with LPC's back being stopped, and the late teleport from Haichao to try and survive. Every time this W says, the observers really want to see it.
Oh yeah, they know, because Shakes is dead. Instant Captain Jack Sparrow from LPC.
That is slick as you like. They were on point, the observers. They could smell it in the water. Blood was there. It's the blood of Shanks. He goes down, and even though the setup for the Dragon was really poor from LGD, that win in the mid lane maybe opens them up for a chance to take down mid lane out of turret. They're not staying there though. LPC, I think he's a little low on mana and wants to get himself his own recall in. It's not going to be a mid lane out of turret taken at that point, but still, returning to the wider map, Haichao might be able to take down top lane out of turret instead. Going to go way back to... This is way after the Dragon fight's happened. Thought we'd go back to maybe what happened around that mid lane. No, instead we're going to get the eye candy of W's landing. Of course, you've got the AP Kaiser, so if you keep landing those W's on champions, they're off cooldown a lot. Lands a lot of them, and the Captain Jack just to finish things off.
That was slick as anything. Didn't even stop at his paces. Look, this Kaiser from LPC, it's not just his champion this game. I mean, the Ziggs last game as well. A beautiful performance. Today, LPC is firing. And another LDL player who's really stepping up and this time actually hitting the hype. Even though LGD are a team at 1-10, today they are fighting almost like a 10-1. As WE are a little bit all over the place, but LGD are making it look that much more obvious. Now in front of Baron with a 3k gold lead, trying to threaten WE into their quarters and trying to use their gold advantage to win another fight.
Considering that WE had 2 Heralds, this is not a very well-controlled map from them. Normally with double Heralds, you're expecting large ingress of vision into the enemy jungle because you've taken towers early and you've managed to control the map. That's just not happened. LGD haven't allowed it to happen. They've been getting picks where they could, at all possible. Well, of course, the mid lane outer turret is down for for LGD rather. WE haven't really managed to capitalize that much on trying to get vision into LGD's side of the map.
It's just a complete dark meta right now for WE.
That's a range creep. That is way too obvious, man.
And as he goes past the ward, yeah, probably should have gone melee. As I will be honest, like now, pro players are in the habit of counting their minions. It's something that's definitely being shared. Count your minions is being said to the players consistently these days.
It's like, you know, when you go to sleep, it's like, count your sheep. I think this is trying to avoid a nightmare, though. It's not about trying to get to sleep. It's trying to avoid the worst of things when you're asleep. Haicha, though, has himself a lot of gold in pocket, even though he did die in that mid lane outer turret happening. There's no exhaust for him. We talk about it with Cannon Quad a lot, but something like an exhaust onto it. What is happening there? That is an arrow.
Okay.
Goodbye.
That ward from WE, at least that one ward, has given a lot of information to them. But minions are winning mid turret. Thank you. Okay. Awesome stuff.
You might question why no one was around for local gold there. That's partly because LPC needs to be on the map at all times, so he needed to recall to be as strong as possible. So he went back for the Rage Knife and the Pickaxe. He just needs to be around because Baron's up. If you don't have your AD carry around when Baron is around, there's a chance that Team WE pounce, they take a big fight, and then Baron comes off after that point. LPL in particular has been very good at taking fights even from behind when Baron has spawned. It felt like I was calling it the LPL Act 2 for a while because it felt like the Act 2 of a Shakespearean play, tragedy comedy. It's something all the way, but you know that fight is going to come around that Baron. But LGD, wise to the state of the game right now, they're not giving WE time alone towards that top side of the map.
Well, they're definitely not since WE are going for the engage first. The Xenoblade going to catch Wonder. He's by himself a little bit. WE trying to disengage. His arrow helps that, but flash away as well. Nate just grabs his high chow. Going to be spotted out. He's pretending to be a Wukong, but a Pop Blossom over the wall. He finds two. It's a little bit disconnected, but LGD still picking apart the pieces as Hai Chao has absorbed the damage, but now for WE, even Cube has to flash away. This is where they lost the game in game number 1. LGD, welcome to the party. If you played like this all split, man, this team would be looking near playoffs.
Turns out they can play in game number 2 like they do in game number 1. They were always great at entering a series, but they couldn't double tap. Feels like they've got their iron sights locked onto WE, though. This is a very odd position for WE to be stuck in, though, because you really want to be taking fights slower than this. I get trying to defend the river and trying to defend a choke point, but they don't have the vision control necessary. They've moved very quickly from top side of the map where they were setting up Baron vision to bot side. Baron has gone down in the picture-in-picture as well, and also Cube is dead again. So LGD, huge series of plays, Dragon into Baron, into presumably a series win.
A 2-0 as well would be so clean. And you have to remember, WE, like, this is now getting worrying for them. This team that we expected to fill in... No, it was not. No. You're right. So,
I missed
LGD
that.
have to walk into this. No, but Baron was. You were right on that mark. So LGD now walking into Fog of War, but they know WE there as the arrow does connect. But look, LGD's position is huge as Hai Chao again Pop Blossom is all it's going to take, is waiting for it as the turn is huge. Here it comes. Oh, no. Everyone dying again. LGD can do no wrong as LPC almost landing that Void Seeker to get the final pick onto Hope. But Dragon will be taken. And WE, this loss streak is about to turn into a third.
Hope's on vision. It goes from bad to worse. No flash, no cleanse, no life bar.
This is a stomp. WE are getting stomped. They're going to be 5-5. Can this team still make playoffs? Oh my god, this could be the nail.
Sad story for Team WE. Again, this is a team which we were excited for coming back from the break, and rightfully so. It felt like coming out of spring. In spring, they had some issues with top lane. It felt like they never really found the consistency around that role. Cube comes in, a player which we have a lot of respect for. He's a player which has done pretty great things on Rare Atom, even though the team hasn't found results itself. But looking at a game like this, I mean, game one was hard fought. It was, I suppose you could put it down to luck and a bit of clutch decision making from LGD and some heat of the moment mistakes from Team WE. This is just a stomp, though. There's very little you can say about this one. WE, they've just been outplayed.
And what I will say is, like, on my point of them making playoffs, yes, they've still got 6 series after this. But, guys, they're going to verse Weibo. RA, okay, RA should be a win. That makes 6. They're going to verse RNG. JDG. FPX, okay, maybe that's 7. Then BLG. They haven't versed the 2 hardest teams in the league. That is an issue. WE, when we talk about this biting them in the behind, I mean, this is truly a series that they needed to win to get to 8 comfortably. They have to cause upsets now in the LPL. They have to make miracles happen to get to that 8 wins, and even then, that's not guaranteed. LGD have come to play today, though, our 17th team, playing better than IG and AL from last series. Let me just say that. It's insulting, but I mean it to be. LGD today have been on form, and LBC returning over Envy today, something we didn't get to mention.
Hook lands.
I mean, he's performing out of his mind. I wonder, it's a good one, but it's on to LPC. He's gone golden. A double knockup. LGD might be in trouble as Hope trying to free hit, but the Pop Blossom again. High Chow locks down 2, and now Hun can't do a thing. Decade running in under turret. He'll be taken by Cube, but the rest of LGD will be here in a moment's time. Shanks and Cube running for their life now as LGD don't lose a single member in a turret dive and break open the base.
The hook is wonderful, but there's a stopwatch. That's the luxury item that LGD can buy up at this point. There's only 2 alive from WE. They're looking to win. They want this 2-0.
Minion wave getting thin, though, quite easily by Shanks, by Cube. As that teleport comes through, they're going to have to wait for the next one. LPC doesn't have ulti, otherwise maybe he'd do it. But WE managed to hold on. However, LGD in a 12k gold lead at 28 minutes into the game. Miracles do happen. And they happen because of LGD.
That's a great hook. Awesome hook into the arrow, but cleanse, stopwatch brought up for this as well. And that's 2 ultimates brought up already by that point. The damage can't come through after that point. Haichao's ready to re-engage, so is Decade. Stopwatch, real MVP of this fight, but that's the luxury item you get when you're so far ahead. And you have to check those inventories. You have to. There were 2 very important ones in this fight. 3 even. Decade's got himself, of course, going golden there too. It allows them to break open the base. LGD, they can't end the game even though they teleported in for it, but they're walking back out onto the map with a death cap for Haichao. They're walking out with the makings of a Zhonya's for LPC as well, so it's not like he'll be stuck on a broken stopwatch for that much longer. LGD in prime position to take yet another fight.
All it is one more fight to win the game at that as well. One more fight. We'll just end this right here. And our series that we're expecting to be so WE favored, so easy for WE, will just be over. This team, disappointing to say the least here today. Is now, like, what can you do? You're so far behind. There's a 4-item Kaiser with Zhonya's, 3-item Nico with Zhonya's. GA, Zhonya's top of the Jax. Everyone can come back to life or stall. WE are just going to be left with a lot of empty hands by the end of the next fight.
Even Jinzhao and the Leona has 2 items. Locket and Knight's Vow, they do work in this game, because if you're killing the Leona, you're not killing the carry. So it doesn't matter if Leona is not necessarily as tanky or whatever. I mean, they're still good items for the Leona, but if you're going onto the carries and they've got an extra couple of shields on them, you're already having a hard enough time. You're almost certainly going to buy time for them to get through to their Zhonya's especially with LPC's cleanse coming up shortly. We have a slight window of time to work with that, but it's getting ever shorter. Both objectives on the map spawning very, very soon. Soul on the table for LGD. That'll be enough for them. Baron on the table, that'll also be enough. They shred both those objectives. And as it stands, WE, they're late to the Baron. They're going to have to walk into enemy territory.
Well, Baron begins, and WE are walking late, as you mentioned, into the territory of LGD. Open arms as Hung has to ulti out. Decade starts spinning, but he gets a good one. Haichao up again as well. Look at the all-in. LGD are way too far ahead as Meteor is just soloing 3 people. It's an easy over-the-wall maneuver for the rest of the team as Cube has to run for his life. But just like that, as my dog decides the strangest time to jump on me, WE are taken from a winnable series. And LGD, with everyone left standing, are going to run into the base one last time and make WE regret this series loss, a 2-0, an absolute stomp, a quality series from LGD as well, their best yet in the split. And one that WE are going to sorely miss the win from when it comes back to bite them if they try and make that playoff run.
You know it's truly over when even Bailey the dog knows it's over. Jumps in, knows it's the end of the series. Nexus goes down, and we have to revisit a couple of things that we were saying. I mean, where was this LGD, this entire split? We saw it infrequently. We saw it in game ones. We saw them take games off of JDG and BLG. Those are not small achievements, particularly in the way that they beat JDG. I remember it on the day. It was baiting out the Milio first pick, locking in a Blitzcrank. It was a great combination with a double AD carry comp as well for them to roll over that game. But it has always been about the consistency within the series. They had enough ammunition for the first shot, just not the second. But Team WE, they are on the wrong end of this gun battle as they walk away 5-5. It's a sad story for them. It really is, because it feels like this is one of the remaining nails in that coffin. Yes, there are series left. We have to keep prefacing with that. But this is not an easy run now. There are a lot of teams currently on 5 wins, and there are a lot of teams with easier schedules than Team WE to make it over that playoffs finish line.
What a shame when this team looks so good. I mean, Cube, Hope, Awandi, like this was such a fun team to watch, especially before they went over to Asia Games. But yeah, ultimately, just like, it's just an absolute crazy. Sorry, I'm just completely distracted. What is going on back there? Hello? Bailey.
It's not even the bad this time. It's not even the bad. Like, I think at this point, you know, Bailey is sat there going, look, the games are over now. The important stuff is done. I need the attention. And the way that all dogs do.
It's just absolute distraction. What are you doing? He was a WE fan. I get it. I get it. WE fan, upset about today. Yeah. I mean, Nightmare, honestly, today was just wild. Overall, was just wild. Like, what more can you say?
Oh, gosh. Because, I mean, the first series of the day was... It's very difficult, even from a spectator standpoint, and then I was kind of spectating it on the microphones as well, in terms of how do you approach commentating on that series when you know that both those teams have potential. We've seen them do great things, and even a team like IG, I mean, they 2-0'd LNG. This is a team which has done great things recently, but they haven't been able to find that same level of consistency, which we've been asking for them. We know that they were a team that started off the year with a great amount of charisma. They were one of our teams with a real identity, playing through YSKM's very unique style with a very small champion pool. It was great for them. To see them kind of struggle in that first game, then AL, who had a 3-win streak, not managed to see that out. It's very difficult in that sense. But in the second series, it's wild in a different way, because LGD, they showed us what we always wanted all along. It's kind of the mirror of that first series where we kind of didn't see what we wanted to in that consistency. LGD finally found it, but it's way too late in the split for them.
Way too late. I mean, again, look, just it tells you the story. LPC, this series came in massively. Like, what a series from him, honestly. I think if you go back on the VOD and you watch this AD carry, you think it's a completely different player, because LPC earlier in the split, nothing to really rant about.
He did exactly the same thing as Gala did in his last series, playing the Ziggs into the Kai'Sa and absolutely wrecking face on both of them. He turned nameplates off in LPC. I mean, again, it's another LPL AD carry doing great work.
It is indeed. I gotta say, LPC Haichao MVP. an easy vote, isn't it? Hey? Got a bit
I think it has to be up there, right? I mean, I think Decade kind of like has honorable mention for taking a lot of pressure in the early game and turning things around. I think it's not easy to play from that kind of standpoint. And I think Ginger, this entire series, if you were to look back at one player from LGD, there's a very important distinction about what it means to be a tank. Sometimes it means taking damage. Most importantly, it's about taking cooldowns. And Ginger did a really good job of that. Does Bailey have a vote for MVP? We got any opinions from our local friend?
Who do you want for MVP? Bailey. Bailey. Hello. Hey, MVP.
I think Bailey has taken conscientious objection, because as a team WE fan, you know, like they're not allowed to have an opinion on this anymore. They'd rather no one gets MVP because WE sadly didn't walk away with the win.
True. And look, you know, Doggo's not playing today, so it's not like we can go
True.
bias.
Neferi's not released yet. Don't have our next dog champion. No Warwick.
That's also true. What else? I feel like ultimately Bailey would vote for only one person. That's LPC. Let's be real. LPC had a day of it. Also, Jin Zhao. What a banger. Jin Zhao today had a great day. I don't know what happened with LGD, but their mental looks incredible.
And they seemed a lot more coherent as well, which it's been the word which we use for bottom tier teams, because it encapsulates a lot of different things, right? In terms of how are you approaching fights, where's the vision control, what's your decision making mid fight, and it feels like LGD, that's the word which I would put towards them today. They were more coherent, especially when you compare it to some of our other teams that were struggling towards the bottom of the table.
Sorry, I'm completely distracted today. I'm just
Bailey MVP. Actually, I changed my mind.
Yeah.
Bailey MVP.
Yeah, there we go. Let's hand it to him. Let's get our production team. Draw up a graphic.
Yeah, that's it. There's nothing interesting on screen anymore. Dog's gone. Put something else on screen.
Yeah, give us something else. Give us something else. Today was wild. I think there's just days like this in the LPL where nothing makes sense. Like AL versus IG, nothing made sense. And this series as well. Like, how did LGD body WE? How did that happen?
They brought their game one form to game two. It's been what we've asking for the entire split. They had enough ammunition finally loaded up to land a game two, and we've been asking that for a long time. I mean, yeah. So speaking of that, was the easy vote. LPC walks away with our MVP. Great series of games from this AD carry today, and LGD, considering that they played two very different compositions, which relied on LPC doing a lot of damage in both games, I think it's a very important series for this AD carry.
11-0 and 8. And again, if you could pick this, anyone could pick this. His first MVP as well. Remember, the LGD aren't a winning team. Like, this team has only won 7 games individually outside of today. In fact, I think that's including today. So their only series was against AL where they took a win. Outside of that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games outside of today where they've found a win. It's just incredible to watch. And again, Nomura, I think we can kind of put it down to, you know, LPC having the number of WE through game 1, game 2. Was the Ziggs as well in game 1. That looks so convincing and so solid as well.
And I don't want to frame this as it's such a bot diff because Hope was really bad or something like that. No, Hope had a decent series too. Yeah, don't get me wrong, the level 1 put him behind and it was a difficult game in game 2. Hope didn't get to do much in this second game. Game 1 though, Hope did some great work on the Ashe in a similarly difficult game. This wasn't necessarily Team W underperforming on an individual level. I mean, we saw Cube take some decent fights around the place. Shanks, particularly in game 1, and that Jace did some great work as well and escaped a lot of difficult situations in game 2. I think that, again, goes to show how much depth of talent we have in the LPL. You can go right the way down the table to the last place team, and they can pull out games like this.
True, and again, it's always the case, right? Because our last place teams, when they know they're kind of out of the LPL as well, start playing out of their mind too. Yeah. With that pressure gone, it's super easy. WE, the pressure's on. As I was saying on broadcast, as I was saying in game rather, WE have Weibo, RNG, JDG, BLG still there. They have RA and FPX, so they should be getting to 7. But it's the 8th win that you have to start thinking, like, how do they do that? How does WE get to 8? And will 7 be enough this split, despite in the past it only being 1 or maybe 2 splits max, where 7 has gotten a team across the line?
I mean, I think it was last summer. I think I remember it being there were teams that were like three teams tied on 7 wins, and we had teams go out on 7 series wins, which is, when you consider it, that's still very tight margins. You really don't want to be in that position because it does come down to the head-to-head when you've game score and then head-to-head, and you only play each other once. So, you know, it's just, did you lose against your immediate competitors? So WE sadly doesn't get that much easier for them either. Another factor to this is the fact that not just that they're playing hard teams, it's the fact that they're playing so many series as well, right? Because they've had that break in some of the mid-split here, and they're walking back with how many series? They have 4 series this week, 3 series the next week. They have 2 series in a row. They walk off of this series against LGD losing, and they walk straight into Weibo tomorrow. This does not get easier. It's an uphill battle, and you have to really feel for this team.
And it's tomorrow as well. I love it you bring it up. Tomorrow, WE play again. Oh boy. After losing to LGD, how's that confidence going? Oh, it's rough. That's what happened today, folks. If you're wondering, it was a strange day where no one's locked in. No one's locked out either. We are getting to the point where we're going to start kicking some teams out, like the IGs, the LGDs, even the TTs. They will be out over the course of this week with how many matches we're playing. Because, guys, this is week 6. We're only in a 7-week split with an extra Monday tagged at the end. Oh, my God. We're almost near the end. Like, 2 weeks left to go until we get into
It's been
playoffs.
a mad summer split. It has been a mad summer split. It has been so quick. It's been punches left, right, and center. And I have to say, one thing I just noticed as well is that Rare Atom are sat on, like, 4 wins right now. There is the outside chance that the first split without Cube, Rare Atom make playoffs without him, while WE maybe miss it as well. I've got to keep my eyes on that one because that would just be an extra twisting of the knife.
Well, until tomorrow then, hey? Let's bring it up. See what people are going to be looking forward to. Because tomorrow is one of those days again, like, okay, TT vs EDG, you think EDG should win that, but I don't know anymore. Hell, I don't even know with Weibo WE. I don't know with RNG and NIP. It could go anywhere. Like, who are our 10 playoff teams this split? I have never been more confused because our battle for the 9th, 10th spot, I feel like the teams right now, they're not looking that strong.
Well, I think there are some cases of very strong teams, but then they have some stylistic mismatches. I think I'm very interested to see eventually when we see OMG Top Esports. We already see OMG LNG. So we've got like one of those matchups kind of in the second tier of teams that we're assuming right now are going to be in our top end of playoffs in. But what happens with that other stage of that matchup? And for all of these teams in our top 10, however that shakes up, if they just make playoffs, you kind of have the extra reprieve and just say, it doesn't matter what happened in the regular season. We just have to hit playoffs and hit it really, really hard. We have seen incredible runs through playoffs. BLG was one of those runs last split. They didn't make it into double elimination from the off from regular season. They still ended up getting into our finals through some great series. Anything can happen as long as you just make playoffs.
As long as you make playoffs, and again, you're just hitting those runs that LPL's been iconic for in the first round. WE's even done one of them. But hey, that's going to be talked about a little bit more tomorrow as well. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for bearing with us, and me especially for, not thanking me. Thank you for you for bearing with me. Thank you to Nomira for joining me and bearing with me.
Thank Bailey.
Yeah, thank you to Bailey he really wanted to go outside because it is hot in here. But it is bye for now, but not forever. Have a break, have a rest, and we'll see you tomorrow for more LPL. Hopefully better than tonight.